Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Sassy Deku got adopted by Nezu? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Damn it, these halls are so confusing. Where is Class 1A even supposed to be? Shinso whispered out loud to himself, looking down the hallway to peek at the door signs. A cheerful voice rang out from behind him, just go straight down this hall and take a right. Class 1A should be the second door you see. Shinso looked up to thank the student who gave him directions only to sneeze. Bless you. Thank you, Shinso replied, glancing back to see who gave him direction. His eyes widened as he looked at the space behind him. What the? Shinso blinked at the space behind him. He slowly turned to follow the directions that the disembodied voice had given him. He shook his head as he thought that maybe UA was haunted by a ghost of a past student. Surprisingly, the direction led him straight to the gigantic door of Class 1A. Shinso bit his lip to keep him from grinning in excitement. He coughed, relaxing his face back into his regular deadpan expression. He wasn't there to make friends, he was just there to prove himself as a hero. He would prove to everyone that doubted his dreams that he would succeed. With a deep breath, Shinso opened the door to find what awaited him on the inside. Inside was a snarling blonde that was trying to reach a boy with two-toned hair. Both of them were being held back by two other students. The blonde was being held by the chest by a tall boy with blue hair and the two-toned haired boy was being held by back by a smaller green-haired kid. The green-haired teen was trying to calm the boy in his arms by almost hugging his waist as he tried to drag him away. You can't kill him, Sho-chan. I don't have a good alibi for this and there are too many eyewitnesses. The green-haired boy said with a calm smile. Was this? Shinso glanced back up at the number and letter of the door sign before looking back at the scene. This was the hero course? Izuku kept traveling through the private vent system to get straight to Class 1A. With a few more turns, Izuku had finally made it to the vent right at the back of the classroom. This would provide an unsuspected entrance and a great first impression to his future peers. He carefully lifted the vent to scoot himself inside the classroom, careful to not make a single sound. But he ended up making a sound when the vent creaked at the edges. And it was loud enough to spook a boy leaning on one of the desks. A blond boy with a black electric streak in his hair yelped from the sound, flailing his arms a bit before he tried to locate the sound. Another blond boy with a tail straightened up where he stood, his tail going still. And then another student with multiple arms swiveled his head towards the back of the room where he was. Izuku pushed his school bag out of the vent and pulled himself through before anyone could find him on the floor. He gently closed the vent behind him, kneeling on the ground to fix himself up before he faced his new peers. He shook his head full of curls to shake off any dust bunnies that he might have, running his hand through his hair to double-check. When he was ready, he stood up from the floor with his book bag in his hands. Surprisingly, he was met with the gaze of the tall boy with multiple arms and a shadow being coming out of another boy. Wow! You came out of nowhere. Where did you come from? The shadow began asking, drawing everyone's attention to the boy in the back. The bird-headed boy sighed, revelry in the darkness. Hey! You mustn't put your feet on school property. It is very disrespectful. A familiar voice made its way into Izuku's ears. Izuku perked up when he saw his oldest friend near the front of the classroom. With a grin, he waved to the two boys who were still wondering where the boy came from even though the masked boy had a suspicion that he came from the vents. Izuku saw the barking boy at the desk that Ida was near when he approached. The red eyes of the boy narrowed as he yelled back, "Ha! Tenchan!" Izuku greeted warmly, gaining the attention of the two away from each other. Ida's furrowed eyebrows relaxed at the sight of him. Oh, Izuku! Lovely to see you. Shoto came up from behind them. Izuku. Tenya. Good morning. I didn't see you when I came in. Where were you? Ida asked, slicing the air with his hands. Shoto shrugged, I came in not so long before you started to lecture somebody. And Izuku, did I see you come from the back? Don't tell me you used a vent. Then I won't. Shoto breathed out of his nose. The boy that still had his legs on the desk was a little set off that he was ignored but grateful that Four Eyes stopped berating him. Izuku turned his attention to the rest of the classroom. Hi. I came from the vents. Nice to meet everyone here. His declaration was met with a lot of confused looks. Although the masked boy from before with the multiple arms seemed to whisper, I knew it, to himself. Another teen boy near the back waved to him shyly. An invisible girl asked quietly to the boy next to her, did he get lost on the way and get lost on the vents? How would he even get into the vents in the first place? The black-haired boy asked in return, shrugging back at her. Ah, where are my manners? I don't believe we have met yet officially. But I do remember you from the incident about 10 months ago. They did give you proper treatment after an incident like that. I did use a small amount of tear gas, but I kept thinking that I hit you in some way back then. I apologize if I did. Izuku explained, ignoring how the blonde's red eyes stared holes into him like he wanted to fight him. But they did give you proper attention after that, right? Because being through a villain attack of any kind isn't easy on someone. F off. I don't need your DMN pity. I'm not some weakling that needed help anyway, the boy responded angrily, slapping Izuku's hands away from him. His hands sparked in agitation. It's not like I even needed your DMN help in the first place. Hey, my friend was just trying to make sure you were okay. Shoto stepped in between them, defending Izuku from the other. He can be pushy at times, but dash. Yeah. Pretty boy, shove an ice pick up your butt? Ooh, are they gonna fight? The boy with the black streak in his hair whispered loudly to the red-haired teen next to him. The red-haired boy shrugged, I don't know, but it would be very manly to fight on the first day of class. Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Excuse me? Shoto raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. The blonde taunted, you heard me, Peppermint. Extra. Peppermint? Ida asked, tilting his head to look at Shoto's hair from a different angle. Oh, I see it. Shut up, Four Eyes. I don't appreciate you talking that way to my friends. They don't deserve your pissy attitude. I know that they can both be a bit pushy and stubborn at times, but, Shoto replied before getting interrupted. The blonde rolled his eyes, look, I don't need your elite friend to try and tell me what the hell to do. And I especially don't need that useless kid. Shoto's eye twitched at the mention of useless. He took a deep breath in, oh. So this is how it's going to be. Sho-chan, Izuku said slowly. Shoto turned to him calmly. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Ida breathed out, thankful that Shoto was calm. But then the explosive blonde pushed Shoto away, which caused him to stumble a bit. The calm expression froze on his face. Izuku and Ida exchanged a look when the air around them became a tinge bit colder. They both watched Shoto slowly turned around to face the blonde almost in slow motion. And then, Shoto's left hand made contact with the other's cheek so quickly they didn't even notice that Shoto raised his arm to strike him. Sho-chan. Oh, you wanna fight, Canadian flag? Then don't be such a wimp and come at me with everything you have, you son of a beach. Shoto's eyes seemed to darken, what did you just refer to my mother as? Ida separated the two away from each, holding the blonde back from Shoto. Whoa, hold on. There should be no fighting. Let's just calm down. Shut up, you DMN elite, the blonde argued back, fighting against Ida's tight hold. Shoto fought against Izuku's tight hug, dragging Izuku's body with him as he stepped forward. Don't worry, Ida. I'll only hurt him a little bit. How long can he last in an iceberg-sized ice cube? I would love to know. Izuku pouted, you can't kill him, Sho-chan. I don't have a good alibi for this and there are too many eyewitnesses. Just then a new student came in through the door. The four that froze and looked at the purple-haired kid in the doorway. Izuku recognized the face and smiled. He let go of Shoto's waist to wave at the other teen, oh hey. Shoto broke free from his hold, which made Izuku launch himself onto his back to slow him down. The purple-haired boy raised his eyebrows when he recognized the voice from Izuku. That voice? Ida gasped, Izuku, did you scare a future classmate? No, I gave him directions. Izuku agreed back before glancing at a black-haired girl that he didn't notice before because of the mess. Hi Momo. Nice to see you here. The feelings are mutual, Momo nodded, waving back to him. Shoto finally shook his off, already calmed down from the previous altercation. But the only reason for that is because he had a feeling that Aizawa would be there any minute. Just then, a brown-haired girl ran into the classroom, knocking against the purple-haired boy that had just entered. Oh sorry. Hey, you are that zombie-looking kid who saved me. I forgot to thank you for helping me out. Thank you. Oh, no problem, the boy replied before furrowing his brows. Zombie boy? The exploding blonde started to yell something after being let go by Ida before Izuku shushed him. Izuku counted on his fingers, 3.2. Why the hell are you? Izuku ignored him, recognizing the familiar sleeping bag appears. Hello, sensei. Everyone in the classroom quieted down at his greeting, looking down to see the black-haired man in the bright yellow sleeping bag in the doorway. Shinso's eyes widened at the sight of him at the door since he recognized him from his acceptance letter. Aizawa stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag, revealing him in his normal comfortable attire. Hello, I'm Shoto Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher. Huh? Most of the class asked, still bewildered from his introduction and the short-lived fight from before. Let's get this show over with. Put these gym uniforms on and head outside, Aizawa announced, throwing the uniforms to all of the students in the room. Shinso caught his momentarily stunned. The explosive blonde growled to himself, snatching the uniform from the air. Shinso stares at the uniform in his arms, but the entrance ceremony? Izuku shook his head. It is best if you don't question his teaching skills. Now come on, Shinso-kun. You don't want to be late. Shinso's eyebrows furrowed. I haven't introduced myself yet. Izuku paused. Oh, you haven't? Okay, it is now official. Shinso is kind of freaked out by the green-haired teen in his class. From the fact he traveled through the vents to the fact that he knows his name already. Who is he? Shinso thought to himself as Izuku hummed a song to himself. Shoto and Tenya were following close behind them, exchanging a look with each other. Shoto whispered, "How long do you think it will take everyone to find out?" Shoto, I do not condone betting in a school environment. It isn't appropriate, Tenya responded silently. Shoto started at him expectedly, so like 2 weeks? Tenya blinked back at him before sighing, I would give it until the end of this week before they find out. Shoto gave a grin back to him, I bet it's going to be before the end of the week. So Aizawa met them all outside after they had changed into the uniforms rather quickly. Izuku, Tenya, and Shoto walked side by side as they approached the already tired-looking teacher. Once everyone was ready, Aizawa sighed, we are going to go through a quirk assessment test to see where you are with your quirks so far. Before you ask, no, we won't be going to the entrance ceremony. Ceremonies are pointless. You don't want to waste time on them. Their homeroom teacher adjusted his scarf. Here at UA we aren't tethered to traditions. That means that I get to run my class however I see fit. You have been taking physical exams most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks before. Aizawa explained to the class before him. All of you need to know your maximum capacities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a hero. Aizawa said, stepping back from them to step into a large white circle drawn with chalk on the ground. He called out to them, now, Bakugo Katsuki. Since you were the one with the most points from the entrance exam, I want you to step up to the circle. Bakugo, who was the blonde boy that Shoto was close to the fighting, stepped out in front of the crowd of peers to join the teacher inside the circle. What was your farthest distance thrown with a baseball when you were in junior high? Aizawa asked, handing Bakugo a baseball. 76 meters, Bakugo answered back. Aizawa nodded. This time, try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. And don't waste time. Bakugo smirked, throwing the bat into the air only catch it again effortlessly. He took his position and revered back his hand. Die! He shouted, launching the ball through the air with a large explosion coming from his palm. Izuku buzzed in his place, his best friend Bond and his analytical side fighting against each other once he saw the quirk that Bakugo showed off. That was amazing. But no. He made Ida and Shoto very mad this morning. But I might have provoked him by talking about an experience that might have been at least somewhat traumatic to him even though he doesn't show it that much in his expression. But still, the sheer strength from the explosions is nothing to scoff at. Even though the blonde has a bit of an ego, Izuku is sure he will make a good hero at least once until his ego cools off. Aizawa turned back to the class to show the screen on the device in his hand. It read 705.2 meters, which made a lot of people's mouth drop at the number. Wow! Talk about major flex on the first day. The boy with the blonde hair exclaimed. His quirk does look very powerful, but that doesn't excuse his behavior this morning. He shouldn't just put his feet up on the clean desks the school provides, Ida said quietly, his hand gesturing to the device. A boy with black hair smiled. All right, we can use our quirks as much as we want. Hell yeah. I have to admit, he does seem like a strong opponent, Shoto commented. But he still thought to himself that he will eventually take him down in a fight when the time is right. At least one punch. Izuku nodded, yeah. I kind of want to question him on his quirk and everyone else too. Ooh, but I'll hold off until later. I wouldn't want to scare them off too quickly. This sounds like fun. A curly-haired girl whose hair and skin was pink exclaimed happily, pumping her fist into the air, not noticing how the trio of friends facebombed at her words. Oh, here we go, Ida sighed. Shoto shook his head. Why did she have to say that? Fun? Here we go. Izuku slid his hands down his face with a chuckle. He smiled. Let the show begin. Let's see if he follows through with the threat though. Everyone looks like they have potential, but who knows? Fun? Do you think this is going to be games and playtime? Today you will complete 8 physical tests to gauge your potential, Aizawa explained with a chilling grin. The trio remained unaffected by the grin since they have seen it so many times before. But it was clear that it slid a tiny bit of fear into their classmates. The only ones who remained unaffected were them, Bakugo, and Shinso. Whoever comes in last has no potential and they will be expelled. The class paled at his statement. As I said before, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that is a problem for anyone, you can go home right now. The brown-haired girl raised her hand. Sir? We just got here. Doesn't this seem unfair? It's just our first day. Izuku winced out of pity. Ooh, the wrong choice of words. Oh, and you think natural disasters are fair? Aizawa quirked her eyebrow up. Power-hungry villains ready to attack the innocents? Or maybe catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? No. The world is filled with unfairness. Hell, even the entrance exam was unfair to many people that don't have flashy quirks that can take down robots. Shinso nodded at the teacher's statement. If you want to be a pro, you are going to have to push yourself to the brink. So go beyond. Plus ultra. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. Prove yourself that you belong here, Aizawa stated. And with that, the quirk tests began with everyone feeling on edge since they are going to the hall to give it their all to prove themselves worthy. The trio of friends look over at each other and nodded. They weren't going to slack off at all, they will give it their all just like the rest of their peers. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Izuku watched from the sidelines as everyone got partnered up to race against each other in pairs. Izuku and Shoto gazed at Ida as he stretched his legs out while Bakugo stretched his arms out beside him. When the time was called, the two of them raced to the end. Ida scored 3.04 seconds with Bakugo right behind him with 4.13 seconds. And then Izuku and Shoto were called up to the race. When the time was called, Shoto blew past him while using his ice to gracefully skate across the ground effortlessly. Izuku took the regular route which earned him 6.32 seconds. Shoto's score was 4.02 seconds which made him smirk when he noticed that he beat Bakugo by 0.11 seconds. The rest of the race went by relatively quickly with everyone receiving an average of 5 to 8 seconds as their score. The brown-haired girl raced against another girl with long green hair. The green-haired girl got a score of 5.58 by jumping through the dash while the brown-haired girl lightened her clothes with her quirk to get her score of 7.15 seconds. The blonde boy with the tail passed by the line with a score of 5.49 seconds while Shinso got 7. The sparkling blonde boy used his stomach laser to get a score of 5.51 seconds. The pink girl that raced with him passed the line just a few moments before him by using the liquid she secreted. Izuku guessed that it might be some type of slippery liquid only to hear her confirm that it was acid when other classmates asked about it. I wonder what other kinds of acid she can produce. Is it just one type? Is it corrosive? Izuku thought to himself. The following test was to test out their grip strength. The shy boy had little birds perch on his shoulder while he watched the others participate. The bird cheeped at him when he was gripping onto the tester. The tall boy with the mask used his multiple arms to get a grip strength score of 540.0 kilograms. Shoto looked behind him to see Izuku thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Izuku turns to looks at his friend that he has known for a long time. Shoto, imagine how awesome his hugs might be. Shoto sighed, which resulting in a light-hearted grin from Izuku. After he tested his grip strength with average results, he ended up going towards Shinso to give him a bit of advice. It helps when you put a visual to it. I don't need your help, Shinso stated, looking to the aching in front of him. Izuku hummed with a shrug of his shoulders. I'm not saying you do. But I just know that you can be a better scorer if you picture something that you hate or wants drives you when you are squeezing. I like to envision an apple that I'm making into applesauce just from my hands, or imagine that I just caught someone who was hurting an animal. Either way, my score increase from what I usually have. So keep that in mind. Shinso raised his eyebrow while he watched the over-teen walk back to where his other two friends were. He shrugged and decided to use the advice that the other had to give him. And surprisingly, picturing his bullies helped out with his score by raising it a few numbers than what his usual was. The next test was the standing long jump. The students had to face down a long sandbox and see if they could jump over it. There was nothing much to the test except to see how far you can jump. Despite having both of his friends clear the sandbox, Izuku wasn't able to clear the long sandbox. He was very close though, but his feet, unfortunately, hit the sand. But he wasn't the only one who hadn't cleared the exercise. Shinso and the invisible girl didn't clear it as well. There were a lot more others who didn't clear the exercise as well, which included the sky boy who waved at him back in homeroom. The bird from before was now resting on a nearby tree branch a safer distance away. And then the repeated side steps came next. No one stood out except the pink-haired girl since she looked to have a dance background when Izuku spotted the rhythm. Ida ended up looking like he was almost about to fall the first time he did it before regaining his balance and going forward in the exercise. And the fifth test was the ball throw. The brown-haired girl went up to the pitch only to end up scoring an infinity since she sent the ball into space. Almost everyone was impressed, but Izuku noticed how Bakugo seemed to tense up before sneering. Shinso turned out to be very good at throwing the ball, mimicking a baseball pitcher from the way he brought his leg up to his chest before lunging forward with the throw. With every one new person, Izuku took note of their form no matter who it was or what their quirk allowed them to do. He studied how they held themselves when they threw the ball. Until it was his turn, Shoto clapped him on the back to push him forward towards the white circle. He numbly took the ball out of Aizawa's hand and faced down the field. With a steady hand, he liked his finger and put it up to test where the wind was blowing. Okay, using Snipe's teachings about aiming as well as the notes I took on that sports cartoon, I'm fairly sure I know what to do. Count for air density and the angle in which I throw it, Izuku mumbled to himself, focusing his attention on the snotty field in front of him. He took a deep breath and used his previous notes. He used a combination of Bakugo's fierce form and Shinso's pitcher positions to make his form. With the combined form, he threw at an angle he often sees when a pitcher throws a fastball. With a hum, Aizawa showed off that the device read 69 meters. And after that, there were 3 remaining tests. They all passed by relatively quickly. With the sit-ups, Ida and Shoto partnered up to help each other count the reps while Izuku extended a hand to Shinso who begrudgingly accepted. Then in the seated toe touch, Shoto was almost close to falling asleep if the calm expression on his face was any hint. He was the most flexible of the 3 of them. And in the distance run, neither Shoto nor Izuku was surprised that Ida ended up being first with Bakugo close behind him yelling the entire way. When all the tests were done, everyone was gathered together to view the scoreboard that Aizawa-sensei had put together. Izuku couldn't contain himself, bouncing on the ball of his feet as he waited to see everyone's expression. First Yayorozu Momo. Second Fukuyama Shoto. Third Bakugo Katsuki. Fourth Ida Tenya. Fifth Tokoyami Fumikage. Sixth Shoji Mizo. Seventh Wajiro Mashireo. Eighth Kirishima Ejiro. Ninth Ashido Mina. 10th Uraraka Achiko. 11th Kota Koji. 12th Sato Rikido. 13th Azui Tsuyu. 14th Aoyama Yuga. 15th Shiro Hanta. 16th M. Izuku. 17th Kaminari Denki. 18th Jiro Kyoka. 19th Shinso Hitoshi. 20th Hagakure Toru. The invisible girl named Hagakure gasped loudly when she saw her score. Right behind her, Shinso breathed out a sigh of relief. No one is getting expelled. It was only a logical ruse, Aizawa said as everyone had quieted down. The class relaxed at the news that no one was getting expelled, especially Hagakure. The trio looked at each other. They shared the same feeling of disbelief and relief. Izuku was happy to know that all of his peers had the potential that Aizawa was looking for. But before anyone gets excited, I do want to inform you that there is another perspective that I want to hear before I make any decisions. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows at Aizawa's words. What is he talking about? He whispered to his friends only to see them shake their heads. It was then that Aizawa-sensei looked over to stare directly at him. Izuku knew that look from the first time he got caught using the secret door in his home. Izuku stiffened up and looked behind him, trying to search for any other source that Uncle Aizawa might be staring at so intensely. He slowly turned back to face his teacher with most of the class looking his way. Me? Aizawa stared back at him. Who else? Now come up here. I want to hear your thoughts on everyone here as their peer to see if I missed anything when I graded their scores. Izuku awkwardly laughed before walking up to his uncle who was now his teacher. He turned around to face the confused expressions on his classmates' faces. I'm logically assuming you want a rundown on if I consider them to have potential and what I analyzed from today's assessment. You are correct. Great. I was just making sure we are both on the same page, Izuku whispered back. He focused his attention back on the class. Hello. You can call me Izuku. I'm just acting as a second opinion here, so I don't see any wasted potential. During the assessment, I could see that everyone was pushing themselves to make the best score they could. I did not see anyone who half-butted the assessment with their quirk and only relied on it during the test. You all tried your hardest on this test. Using what I saw, I gathered some main points on everyone's quirk. Now I won't share any of it with you all just yet because I want to gather these thoughts all together before presenting them back to you. These thoughts will include how to combat some of the weaknesses I saw during the assessment and how to strengthen your quirk further. Once I gather every single note I can, I will gladly give them back to you to help, Izuku explained to a stunned crowd in front of him. I just have the main points from today, but I will gather more of the smaller notes during this week. I see a few issues that need to be worked on that can be helped. It won't be long before I can give you all a detailed analysis of what you can do to become even more plus ultra. I look forward to an exciting year with all of you. Izuku announced with a respectful bow towards his peers before heading straight towards his friends. A boy raised his hand. Hey sensei, why did you pick him out to give a second opinion? He wasn't recommended for nothing, Aizawa replied. I trust his opinion because of his analysis skills. He has provided his service in several cases for police to detain suspects by giving notes on what their quirks' limits, strengths, and weaknesses are just from a 30-second clip provided. How the F could this nerd know all of that just from a small amount of time? I'm going to kick his butt. I'll show him that he can't just analyze what's going to happen in an actual fight, Bakugo thought to himself, his palms crackling from the explosions he is holding back. He doesn't need to get in trouble on the first day of school. A spiky red-haired right next to Bakugo was silently pumped his fist in the air. That's so manly. Using his brains and not just his brawn to take down the bad guys, he thought to himself. With that, Aizawa dismissed all of them back to the room except Shinso. When everyone was walking away, Aizawa began to discuss what the extra lessons and training would be since he needs to catch up with the others. Do you like to have a more mental analysis quirk or something? By the way, I'm Kirishima. Kirishima introduced himself while the class separated off into small groups to walk together backtrack to homeroom. It was obvious that some of his classmates kept to themselves while others seemed to find their group of friends almost right away. He already suspected that Kirishima and the pink-hair girl already knew each other from the familiarity in his wave when he passed by her. Hello. And you could say that, Izuku answered back, not giving a straight answer. I look forward to being classmates, Kirishima. Me too, dude, Kirishima said. Before long, all of their classmates headed out since the assessment was over and the real classes began the next day. Deciding to take a walk around the campus, the trio headed outside to start a leisurely walk around the place they know the best. Shoto looked at Izuku. Do you think anyone is suspicious? They might be? I have not noticed any of them seeing me as suspicious. They were just more confused about what was going on. I didn't know that Uncle Zawa was going to put me on the spot like that, Izuku admitted. He smiled when he heard a bird's song come from the trees above them. Ida nodded. We were surprised too. But I am very happy to notice that he has not expelled anyone this time. I was shocked no one questioned that your legal given name wasn't fully shown except the initial, Shoto said, squinting his eyes when the sunshine hit him directly. Izuku shrugged, kicking a rock with his foot. I guess everyone thought it was a glitch on the scoreboard or something. Why not use the full name to disprove suspicions? It just feels weird. Since Papa only has the first name, I had no real given name to use except my birth one legally. Izuku frowned. I just don't like that I have to be reminded of the fact I was abandoned. I don't like how it associates me with my birth father. My feelings might change in the future, but for now, I don't want to be referred to as Midoriya. Bakugo was suspicious of the boy that the teacher called on to give a second opinion. First of all, he copied others' moves in the exercises to improve his score, even using his form in the ball throw. Secondly, his full name wasn't fully shown on the scoreboard unlike everyone else. And thirdly, he can't shake the feeling that he knows that face from somewhere. He remembers the same face on one of his mom's photos that she hung on the wall. It was of her and one of her best friends that passed away about 15 years ago due to complications in childbirth. The old hag told him that she would have been his Auntie Inko. She told him about how Inko's husband had gone missing after her funeral with their newborn son. The old hag recounted how she went on a witch hunt to find him to see what the hell was going on. The old man calmed her down because of the grief she was still recovering from since she had lost one of her best friends. It hit her the hardest since she was one of the two next to her side when she died after holding her son in her arms for the first and last time. But when she went to find him, she found that he got imprisoned for child abandonment. That was when she traded her hunt to find her friend's son. She was desperately trying to find what would be her nephew, so she can keep the last promise she made to her friend about keeping Izuku safe. Alas, no matter how many adoptions or foster places she went to or any databases, she could find no trace of Midoriya Izuku. And so, she could only pray every day on Izuku's birthday and Inko's death day that he was in a safe and loving home. Finally, there were too many connections to not be suspicious of him. Izuku was suspicious because of the resemblance between him and Auntie Inko's picture on the wall. His name is the same name that his old hag had told him was Inko's boy. He was 15 and Auntie Inko had died 15 years ago. Midoriya Inko and Izuku. He might have to talk to his old hag about this. So let me get this straight, Izuku said with his fingers pinching the space between his eyebrows. Toshinori hummed, looking remarkably calm. He had the same look of patience when Izuku had started to look over the battle test plan he had set for today's classes. Izuku was currently looking at the controlled mess that is All Might's schedule for the day for the battle test he had planned for the first-year hero classes. Nedzu had allowed All Might to take over the first-year classes while being more of a physical education teacher for the third years to keep an eye on how Mirio is progressing. Although from the look of this schedule, All Might should have taken at least a teaching class of some kind to get ready for this job. Izuku might have to help out his uncle more than he thought he would, or at least beg the other staff members to help him out. He really should have gotten a teaching license or something beforehand. Maybe he could bring up online classes to help All Might get some education on being a teacher. Or at least one of those Teaching for Dummies books. Izuku breathed out. I have to say the introduction to it is fine. The random pull out of the hat to choose the team's method is effective since they never know who they are going to work with in the future of being a pro hero. That's good as well. Toshinori smiled. Izuku held up a finger before getting out a red pen from his book bag. He uncapped the pen and started to point out some bullet points in All Might's teacher notebook. But the main issues are the fact that you are so far away from the exercise that is taking place and allowing the student to basically unleash all they have in a small building. Izuku paused, brushing his hair behind his ear to keep it from getting in his face. This can be fixed though. Well, what do you suppose I should do? Toshinori asked. The classes start later today and I don't want to be unprepared. Izuku wrote in the margins while he started to explain to his uncle, these are just suggestions, you might get more help with the other teachers who have more experience. Set the ground rules for what the students can or can't do. You don't want any of them to endanger their classmates because something happened. You might want to be closer to the building or have someone else be closer to the building to retrieve the students if something bad happens. If you don't have anyone that can do it, just stick with the original plan of being within a safe distance but keep your eyes out. Toshinori nodded, got it. I'm sure I can perfect this exercise like a true hero teacher. Alright, I'll trust you on this, Uncle Might. It's nice to hear that. I'm glad that you can trust me on this. I'll tell Night Eye about what happens in class so he can help you if I see you need it. Toshinori nods, looking down at the red pen notes in the margin of his notebook. That's fair. Today started the first official day of classes since the day before was only just the orientation. He got to show off his English skills in class with present Mike since Uncle Zashi had already taught him the language. Ida and Fukuyama also showed off their skills in English when possible, with Momo raising her hand to answer the questions the most. Midnight's class was fun only when Izuku ignored how some of the boys in class looked excited just by her being in the same room as them. Thankfully, that feeling disappeared from them when Midnight went straight into class by starting off with an easy lecture about what the class would be about and a short view into the first chapter on history. It was mostly PowerPoint with visual images to help demonstrate what exactly she was talking about. After that was math, which was one of Izuku's least favorite subjects, but it would prove useful in the future in some way or another. At least he hopes it does. Ectoplasm was their teacher and he kept Izuku's attention by bringing analogies into the math problems that made Izuku pay attention more. Kaminari also seemed really interested in the math section when Ectoplasm made more visual examples of the math problems. And right before lunch PRD was Cementos' class where he taught modern literature. He had droned on much to some of the class boredom except Izuku since was fairly interested in literature as a subject. And then it was Shoto's favorite PRD, which was lunch. And he was very vocal about craving cold soba. Finally, lunch rush makes some of the best cold soba apart from my mother's, Shoto commented, his stomach grumbling. Nothing could beat my mother's cold soba. What are you having for lunch, Izuku? Ida asked. Izuku tapped his chin. I don't know what I'm going to eat, but I do know what I am going to do. Please don't climb in the overhead kitchen vents again. They are too high up, Ida fretted to his friend. And then you came out with so much dust in your hair. It caused you to get sick, and I won't let that happen again under my watch. I'm not doing that again, at least with those vents. But what I was trying to say was that I am going to not be sitting with you two at lunch. Shoto's head shot up. DMN, did I do something? Did Fuyumi tell you about the spider ring thing? The what? Izuku questioned while Ida looked confused. Shoto blinked. He whistled innocently while looking at the walls of the hallway. Huh? Nothing. Spider rings? What are you talking about? Oh, did this wall get painted recently? The paint looks newer. Izuku blinked. Anyway, it's nothing about you two. It's not like I don't want to sit with you guys. It's just because I want to check out what the first years look like. I kind of want to introduce myself before the main secret eventually spills out. I can understand that, Ida nodded. You want people to know you personally before they know you only by your father. Yeah, I don't want to freak anyone out, Izuku shrugged. I don't want to seem like I'm too intimidating when the truth comes out. So I'm going to introduce myself first. And I'm going to see if I can see the support course girl I met before. The one that you met at the beach you told us about? Tenya asked, stepping into the lunchroom with both of his friends. Izuku smiled. Yep. I'm still wondering about her gadgets and what she can make. I'm wondering if she can handle taking on some requests of mine or maybe co-making something to help you two out. I don't need anything, Shoto shrugged before Izuku shushed him softly. Shoo, it will be a gift made from my own hands. Or like envisioned by my own brain. It will be wonderful. It won't be too big or flashy. It will be the perfect fit for you and another perfect fit for Tenchan, Izuku explained, his eyes sparkling with a promise. But, fine with me, Ida replied, accidentally interrupting Shoto. He fixed his glasses before giving a short apology to his friend for interrupting his thought. Shoto said, just be back before lunch ends so we can get back to class on time. Izuku remarked happily, no problem. Lunch lasts for longer than you think. When Izuku walked away, the two got food. Ida got some orange juice, a salad, and a big dish of protein. Shoto had cold soba with some lukewarm tea. Go on and find some new allies for you to drag into your plans. So Shoto-kun, do you really think Present Mike might have a child? Ida questioned, directing his attention to his old friend. Shoto sighed, look, I have been listening to his radio show for a long time now. It is either his secret son or Izuku and he just hasn't told us yet. Either way, I want to know. Shoto, Ida paused to look over at his friend who slurped his cold soba. Izuku literally told us like a week after it happened the first time, do you not remember? Shoto swallowed, what, when was this? I don't remember it at all. Ida hummed, placing a hand on his chin as he thought back to the reason why Shoto might not have been listening. I guess you were too busy wondering how the hero wash worked. You thought up ways like throwing a shoe at him or seeing how much of a washing machine he is. Then you launched Izuku into a discussion. And then we didn't end up going to bed by curfew because we were too busy talking about the quirks that other pro heroes have. Yeah. Wash, Fukuyama nodded, swirling his noodles around before taking another long slurp. He chewed and swallowed before tapping his chopsticks into his bowl. Speaking of, do you think he does his laundry using his own quirk or like has his own washing machine? Like it's a waste. I don't really know, Tenya sipped his orange juice. It does seem like a waste, but maybe he would be bored of washing his own clothes after using his quirk that entire day for hero work. So he might possibly have a washing machine. Can Wash technically waterboard people if he just shove a bad guy's head into his opening? Does he just put on a spin cycle and just shove soap into their eyes and water up their noses? Is that his mouth or like chest? Chest mouth? Tenya? Ida paused before realizing something. Ah, Izuku has influenced both of us it seems. Yeah. Wait, would his children be little washing machines? If he bought a tiny washing machine, would it be like his own child? Would he treat it like his own child? Shoto's eyes widened as he talked. What if there is another person out there who has a dryer mutation? They would be the perfect laundry match. While Ida and Fukuyama continued to talk about Wash, Izuku was making his way past the lunch tables to arrive at a table that the other hero class was sitting at. He locked eyes with a blonde boy who was proudly talking to a girl who had orange hair. One by one, the other classmates of Class 1B looked up at him at least for a few brief moments before looking back at their meals. Hello. I just thought I would introduce myself. You can call me Izuku. The blonde narrowed his eyes at him. What is the purpose of you introducing yourself? Do you think that we deserve to be in your presence since you are in Class 1A by the looks of it? Not at all. Izuku said. I was just curious about my fellow peers. I have only been homeschooled so I was excited to see more of the people here at UA. Hopefully, I can make new friends. That sounds cool, dude. I'm Tetsutetsu. Hi, nice to meet you, Tetsutetsu, Izuku greeted happily before noticing the fluttery eyelashes that the other had. You have wonderful eyelashes. Tetsutetsu blinked in surprise. Wow. Thank you. Well, Izuku was it? I'm Kendo Itsuka. This is Monoma. Monoma Nito, the guy introduced himself begrudgingly. Monoma held out his hand only to furrow his brow a bit when he made contact with Izuku's hand. He flexed his hand a bit afterwards. So you just want to make friends? Izuku tapped his chin, that is the idea mostly. I just wanted to see everyone here. I actually heard there were some transfer students here at UA as well. Monoma frowned a bit at his explanation, but didn't see anything wrong with the other boy. Kendo nodded, yeah, we have 2 of them in our class. Hey, Pony. A blonde girl looked up with a hamburger in her mouth. She quickly chewed the food in her mouth before introducing herself in broken Japanese. Hello. I'm Pony Tsunatori. Wait, no. Tsunatori Pony. I'm from America. Izuku smiled. He replied back in English, hello. You can call me Izuku, Tsunatori. Tsunatori's eyes lit up in wonder, you speak English? Yes, I am actually fluent in both English and Japanese. Ah, that sounds so cool, Tsunatori replied. Izuku nodded, if you want, I can teach you more of the language. Would you? That would be so amazing. Thank you so much. It would be my pleasure, Tsunatori. Just call me Pony, Izuku, Pony excitedly declared. And then she softly said, I can't believe I have a new friend who speaks English. Hiryu Rin, Rin introduced himself politely. I did not hear your given name when you introduced yourself. Why is that? I don't have one. Simple as that, Izuku shrugged. Izuku continued chatting with some of the members of Class 1B while the rest of them mostly ate their lunch while listening to them. He found that Rin was from China and was fluent in both Chinese and Japanese. And Rin knew enough English to converse with Tsunotori a small bit. He talked with some other members of Class 1B before excusing himself to converse with other peers he hasn't gotten the chance to meet yet. Although there was only one face that he was curious to see again just for the fact that she would help in any future plans of his that Power Loader may not agree on. So Izuku continued to walk around the lunchroom and greet the others sitting at the tables. He introduced himself to the first-year general education class and the first-year management class. He officially met a short boy with purple ball for hair that he sort of recognized. It wasn't until the boy mentioned he tried out for the hero course that he was reminded of the boy who desperately threw ball at the robots to stop them from moving only to get other participants stuck. The second and third years in the lunchroom glanced over at him with a knowing look. They knew better than to let the secret out early. Izuku looked around the lunchroom in confusion. In his confusion, Lunch Rush pushed a plate of food in his arms. Izuku looked down at his arms in surprise before looking up at the pro hero. There will be no skipping meals. You have time to eat lunch, young man, Lunch Rush said with their hands on their hips. I will have no hungry kids on my watch. And you need that food in your stomach for your hero class next PRD. Thanks, Uncle Lunch, Izuku whispered in thanks. He started to snack on the fruit on his plate while holding the plate in one hand. While chewing on an apple slice, he looked towards the support course classes. He narrows his eyes in thought before sneakily heading towards that section with his plate full of food. He took a big bite of the fish on his tray before the door to the support lab shook from an impact that came from inside the room. He raised an eyebrow, knocking on the lab door. Hello? There were scuffling noises from the inside along with a tired shout that sounded familiar to Power Loader. May swings the door open with Power Loader looking at him in mild shock in the background. Although Power Loader's expression fell when he suddenly realized how much trouble these two would cause when their skills were combined. I didn't explode anything, wait. Greenie? Hatsum May's familiar face popped out from behind the door. Her eyes widened in recognition from the sight of his green hair. Greenie. I knew I would run into you at UA eventually. Even earlier than I thought. What are you doing here? Oh, just exploring. Looking around at everything since it's my first time here as a student, Izuku replied honestly. He had every single part of this school memorized because he lived most of his life there, but he had never experienced it as a student. That's cool. Hey, come in for a second, May grinned wide, dragging him by the arm inside the lab. I can show you my designs and the ideas I have that I already planned ahead for you. You are going into the hero course, right? Izuku nodded, yes, I am. Currently in Class 1A. May looked down at his food and looked back at him. Can I? Izuku handed over his fruit cup to her. May thanked him before basically throwing the cup back into her mouth. While she ranged on the fruit, Izuku looked back to Power Loader who was slowly making his way through his own lunch. Sir, you have soot on your sandwich. It adds some flavor to it. Smoky flavor. Not that good, but still edible, Power Loader commented before taking another huge bite of the soot-covered sandwich. He coughed at the taste while May continued to look around the lab. Why didn't you eat in the faculty room? Oh, Hatsum wanted to see the lab before she went to lunch. I didn't think it was a problem to show it to her, Power Loader answered, wiping the lower half of his face. But now I'm here to make sure she doesn't explode anything without me as the chaperone to make sure she doesn't hurt herself in the process. May wiped her face from the fruit juice in satisfaction. I'm fine. Anyway, I have some plans for some weapons already that anyone can use. I was thinking of a staff or umbrella that worked as combat gear, but could also have a propeller at the top to fly them away, May explained, pointing her blueprint notebook out to him who was scanning the ideas thoroughly. He continued to eat while she talked, never losing focus from what she was saying. I have an idea for handheld grenades that can be refillable. Any substance can be used like explosive or sticky material. Either way, I want to see my babies out there. I'm positively sure that people will be coming for support items such as these. And if the rest are as good as these I'm seeing, they will surely come to you as their sole provider, Izuku commented. He grinned, I know I would, your ideas could work well with my own blueprints. May's yellow eyes widened, her pupils changed as her eyes zoomed slightly onto Izuku. Blueprints, you say? Power Loader gulped down the last of his sandwich in the background. He looked worried as the two started to hurriedly talk to each other about future support item ideas. May looked more and more excited every second they talked. Oh boy, Power Loader thought as Izuku started to draw on a piece of paper while May stole a piece of food off his plate. After that splendid time at lunch, everyone returned back to their homeroom. The girl that Izuku recognized as Hagakure was happily sighing about the tasty food that Lunch Rush made for Ishido. Wow, memorizing names was a good idea, Izuku mumbled to himself, reminding himself of all of his classmates' names as he looked at their faces. So who do you think is going to be our heroics teacher? Fukuyama asked loudly. Ida straightened up at his desk. He chopped his hands in the air above his desk table. I believe it is going to be Aizawa-sensei or possibly Vlad King-sensei. Since they both teach the respective hero classes here at UA, either of them must be our instructor for the next class. I couldn't tell you who it might be, Izuku replied back to his friends, hiding the fact that he knows exactly who is teaching them behind a smile. I am here. Shoto narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the door. Wait a minute. Entering the door like a normal person. All Might? He is our teacher? No way. That's so cool. I hope he fixed up his plan for today, Izuku muttered underneath his breath as All Might's booming laughter filled the room. He almost didn't notice the focused gaze that seemed to slip from the back of his head to All Might's sudden appearance. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. All Might greeted loudly. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro hero and what it means to fight in the name of good. Today's lesson is battle training. A sadistic grin grew on Bakugo's face. He cracked his knuckles in anticipation even if his thoughts were still filled with unanswered questions. Shoto glanced back at Bakugo, silently hoping to get paired against him to fight him because of what he said yesterday. But one of the keys to being a hero is your costume. With a confident gesture towards the wall, multiple ports with numbers on them slid out of the wall. These were made based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Get yourself suited up and meet me in Training Ground Beta. Izuku silently chanted as he retrieves the case with his seat number on it. Yes, yes, yes. Tenya and Shoto grabbed their costumes before following after an excited Izuku that was sprinting to where the locker rooms were to change into his hero costume. Come on! Izuku shouted back at them. Tenya sighed as Shoto started to speed walk towards Izuku's direction. I can't wait to see what our costumes look like, Shoto said, fondly watching as Izuku charged ahead with the familiar excited expression on his face. I hope that my design doesn't end up looking boring compared to both of you. Ida paused for a moment before sending a good-natured smile towards his friend. I'm sure that whatever you had made will be great. Did you make your costume based on your brother's design? Shoto asked. Did you? Ida returned the question to him. Shoto gave him a look before refocusing his attention to the locker rooms they were approaching. He sighed. Touche. Izuku passed by his other classmates, recognizing their faces with their new costumes on. He passed by Shinso who had a mask on over the bottom half of his face. His costume was devoid of any color except black and a little bit of white in his mask. Izuku waved to him as he passed by, not missing the way Hitoshi's eyes widened in surprise. He passed by his class to aim for who he knew was Tenya. It was very obvious from the almost night-based costume modeled after his older brother's costume. Tenchan. Izuku called out happily to grab the attention of one of his oldest friends. Ah, Izuku. Is that your hero costume? You are correct, Izuku smiled, spinning around to show off each part of his outfit. It was almost exactly like his sketch and he could not be more happier with it. His visor covered the top half of his face like a version of Recovery Girls but with the same blue color of Present Mix headphones. The dark gray scarf around his shoulders was replicated after Uncle Eraserhead's capture scarf. His dark red belt matched the shade of his gloves. His shoes matched with his gloves because of the white texture on the gloves' palm side that let him interact with technology effortlessly. He wore an almost all-black outfit that was made of a very flexible material. His top half was bigger on him than his bottom half, like what a hoodie might feel like, so he could fool his enemies into underestimating him, much like what Eraserhead's outfit does. And the top half of his outfit also had a dark gray hood like he requested that had ears that were designed after Nedzu's ears. You look very heroic. And so do you. I almost thought that Uncle Tensei stopped at UA to help All Might with the battle training, Izuku commented. His eyes began to shine when he looked at the extra designs on Tenya's hero costume. Did you see Shoto on your way out? I have not seen him come out yet. No, I didn't. But I can't wait to see what he has. I'm here. Did I miss anything? Hey, Sho. Whoa, Izuku paused, looking at his friend's hero costume. Shoto furrowed his brows. What? Your hero costume looks very good, Izuku told him simply as he analyzed the costume that Shoto was wearing. Oh. Shoto's outfit was a solid white jumpsuit that had an almost icy blue sheen to it. He had on black boots with laces that were the same blue that is in Tuya's hero costume. The white jumpsuit had silver around the neck's collar and light blue stitching. He had fingerless black gloves on his hands which had a snowflake and blue flame design on the corner. His belt was black which had red thread stitching. The compartments on his belt looked like it would hold first aid supplies or small weapons. Tenya cleared his throat. Shoto, your costume looks amazing with all the stitch detailing. And I see each one of us had some inspiration for our hero costumes. That is true, Shoto nodded, looking at each other their costumes to notice some kind of family-related inspiration on them. Izuku threw the hood over his curly hair proudly to show off the familiar set of ears on his head. All Might's laughter boomed which got their attention back on track on the exercise that they were about to do. So shall we get started? Everyone settled into position. Izuku started at All Might, trying to pinpoint if he had made corrections to his lesson plan. All Might cleared his throat. Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training. Ida raised his hand. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam, correct? Does that mean we are facing robots again? Not quite. All Might shook his head with his signature smile. I'm going to move you ahead. Most of the villain fights on news take place outdoors, but the most dastardly evildoers get taken down indoors. For this exercise, you will be splitting into 2 teams, the good guys and the bad guys. Then it's going to be a 2-on-2 indoor battle. All Might explains to the class, the situation is the villains have planted a nuclear missile in one of the floors of the building. The main objective for the hero team is to either secure the bomb inside the building or to restrain both of the villains inside. The main objective of the villain team is to restrain the heroes or protect the weapon. Time is limited. The villain and hero teams that are going against each other will be chosen by a random ballot. All Might paired each person off into teams of 2. Team A was Izuku and Uraraka. Team B was Fukuyama and Bakugo. Team C was Momo and Siro. Team D was Aoyama and Ida. Team E was Ishido and Shuji. Team F was Jiro and Kaminari. Team G was Tokoyami and Azui. Team H was Hagakure and Ojiro. Team I was Kirishima and Koda. Team J was Shinso and Sato. I am not excited about this, Shoto states simply, staring up at the screen. He didn't get a chance to fight against Bakugo because now he had to work with him. What kind of luck does he have? Bakugo didn't look that happy or angry either. He just stared at the screen and wondered, who the hell is that? Izuku's green eyes pierced into All Might so harshly that the pro hero could feel the judging gaze from his place at the front of the class. Now, before we start, I want to set some ground rules. I have requested ectoplasm as another set of eyes that is closer to the building to help out. I don't want any of you to endanger your classmates. You can show off your quirks and powers as long as you don't cause any major injuries to your fellow peers. Keep in mind that even if that is just an exercise, you don't want to cause any unnecessary harm to your fellow peers. All Might explained. Both teams are provided time to set up in about 5 to 10 minutes and both of the teams will have a special tape that is to restrain the opposite team. And with that, let's get started if there are no questions. All Might glanced to see Izuku nod at him. The pro hero breathed out a sigh of relief before returning his attention to the task at hand. He grabbed 2 ballots to see 2 letters printed on them. I declare the first team to be D and A. All Might announced. Izuku looked around to see Ida extend a hand to Aoyama while Izuku's partner Uraraka came up to him with a warm smile. Are you ready, partner? Uraraka asked cheerfully. Izuku nodded with a calm smile. Ready as I'll ever be. So what? Are you thinking? Uraraka asked, glancing up at the building. Izuku hummed, may I know more about your quirk so I can plan both of our skill sets? With my quirk, I can nullify the effects of gravity on solid objects by touch. And all I have to do to release the object is touch my fingers together, Uraraka explained. But I have a weight limit before I start getting nauseous. Okay. From what I know of Aoyama, his laser beams won't last that long because he will start having a stomach ache. But Ida is very fast. So it all depends on their strategy of either both of them protecting the bomb or one of them coming to try and apprehend us. If Ida comes to us, I want you to float us both up so he won't be able to get to us. Then, I will distract him while you head for the bomb. I know more about him since we are friends, Izuku explained, gesturing with his hands about the plan. What happens if Aoyama tries to catch us? Uraraka asked. Do we use the float plan too? Izuku hummed, we will dodge his beams, capture him, and then go to the bomb's location. I don't believe we will need to float up to the ceiling to avoid his attacks if we are careful enough. I have a few tricks up my sleeve to slow them down if either of them surprises us. The battle training has begun. All Might's voice called out over the speakers. Izuku looked behind him to see ectoplasm not that far away from the building, so he can help if needed. Izuku motioned for Uraraka to follow him as they headed inside the building. Izuku asked quietly, may I ask why your costume is so tight? Is it because of the lightweight material to help not weigh you down when you float? I guess? I wasn't really specific about what I wanted it to look like or anything. I just wanted elements of my costume to help out with things like my nausea, like my wristbands. Uraraka explained, holding out her wrists to show off the puffy things around her wrists. I should have been more specific about it though. The costume is a little tight, but it's fine. Ah, so the wristbands help with the drawback of your quirk. You can always request for a chance from the support department if the tightness bothers you at all at any time, Izuku whispered, whipping his head around the end of the hallway to watch out for either member of the villain team to come at them. Okay, I don't see either of them yet. We need to hurry and go ahead with the plan. We need to start looking. And remember. Uraraka whispered back, we split up. Right, Izuku answered back softly. He froze when he heard the fast-paced footsteps of Ida approaching from a distance away. Foolish heroes. Ida's loud voice called out when he ran towards the two with the capture tape already in hand at full speed. Quickly. Izuku reacted fast since they did not have that much time until Ida reached them. Uraraka used her quirk to float both of them up. Izuku pushed her towards the ceiling while Ida ran full speed towards him. Go. Go. Are you sure? Uraraka questioned her partner. Izuku waved her off as Ida started to form a new plan based on their height above him. Uraraka bounced off the walls using her shoes at least until she gets out of reach of Ida so she could start running to look for the bomb more quickly. Ha ha ha, you think you could outsmart me, hero? Ida asked, already beginning to mess with the capture rope into a makeshift lasso. No, I'm simply here to PSS you off, my dear villain friend, Izuku replied dramatically, bouncing off the walls to position himself above Ida. Once Uraraka found a safe spot, he would fall just right where he needed to. Until then, he will have some fun while dodging Ida's attacks from up. Tell me where the bomb is, you evil fiend. Ida started to try and loop the makeshift lasso around Izuku's foot with varying degrees of failure. Pissed, I like your villain impression, Izuku whispered down to his friend. Ida furrowed his brows for a moment to read his lips before mouthing the words, thank you. After that, he went right back into the attitude of the villain. And right when Ida starts back up his villain attitude, Izuku is released from Uraraka's quirk. Izuku launched his capture scarf towards the ceiling to hook onto something to slow down his fall. Ida didn't see it coming until Izuku was on his back already. Tenya ran down the hall with Izuku on his back while hoping that Izuku would fall off. But his friend had other plans as he felt Izuku grip onto his shoulders. His friend urged his head with one arm while the other three something ahead of Ida. Tenya tensed up before running right into whatever Izuku had thrown in front of him. Upon impact, the small compact squad had erupted into a sticky substance that prevented Ida from moving. Ida immediately started to shift his legs to try and get himself free from the substance while Izuku wrapped his capture scarf around Tenya's arms. He was about to unroll the official capture tape when All Might called out that Uraraka had captured the bomb. Does anyone know who should be named MVP for this battle? All Might asked them. I have an answer, All Might Sensei, Yaoyorozu said with her hand raised to explain. I would like to say that Izuku-kun was the MVP in the battle exercise. Ida adapted the most to the context of the training. Aoyama was acting like a trusted villain partner even if he did fail towards the end by getting easily distracted, which led to the villain team losing. Izuku worked hard with his plan by working together with his partner for an efficient plan that led to tier victory. Uraraka was an excellent partner as well that followed the plan made and made sure her partner was okay. Excellent. All Might said. Uraraka had informed Izuku about how she captured the bomb so quickly. Aoyama and Ida hid things away from the room to prevent her from floating things, so she snuck in and floated herself to the ceiling. And while Aoyama was admiring his cape while staring towards the doorway, she captured the bomb. Uraraka complimented Ida on his villain impersonation she got to see a little of before she floated away. A sentiment that Yaoyorozu had shared as well. Yaoyorozu nodded, yes, your adaptation to the villain persona was well executed. I found it quite amusing to watch. When both girls walked away to hear All Might's next pair-up of teams, Shoto and Izuku looked back at their friend with matching smirks on their faces. Izuku wiggled his eyebrows teasingly. Ooh, what would Tensei say? I know both of you are exaggerating this to tease me. Ida remarked with an unimpressed expression. And I dislike it. Look likes you are a lady killer already, Shoto joked. When are you going to start planning the marriage? Oh really? Is that how we are doing this? Tenya asked while Shoto grinned mischievously at him. Okay then. Shoto-kun, what exactly were you referring to when you said something about the topic of spider rings? Shoto's grin dropped in an instant, frantically looking for a distraction. Izuku dropped the teasing in favor of switching the attention to Shoto. Shoto pointed near the front. Oh look, the next team is going. They won't start the exercise for another 5 minutes. Now, what were you saying? Ida questioned, folding his arms across his chest. I am also curious about it since you brought it up. What is it? Does it have something to do with Halloween? Because that is the only event I can link spider rings to, Izuku said, glancing back to see Jiro and Kaminari try to plan together. Shoto pursed his lips. Fine. I'll tell you. But you can't laugh at me. I was young and didn't know what it meant. Oh, now I'm even more curious, Izuku stated, shifting in his feet. Shoto took a deep breath, rubbing his hand over his face. You both know how my SPRM donor ruined part of my life. Ida replied, of course. And he is in jail where he belongs. My dad took care of him, Izuku nodded, already familiar with what happened to him. He could hear his father laugh absent-mindedly about it sometimes when he looked at fire-related things, especially trash cans that were set on fire. He also tainted my perception of marriage, Shoto said. I thought it just led to something controlling. My mother tried to console me and say that he wasn't like that at the beginning, and then he just became consumed with greed to defeat All Might. But I couldn't help but think that because they got married, he turned out to be the person he was. It wasn't until we all got out that I started to learn about the truth. I started to learn more about those kinds of things because of my sister showing me movies that had romance in them, like cartoons and romantic comedies. She told me about how people love each other and want to get married. The difference between real love producing a marriage and an arranged court marriage that my parents went through, Shoto whispered to them, mindful to keep his voice down. Izuku took notice that both Shuji and Jiro were against each other in the next exercise, so they would not near them to hear their conversation with their quirks. She told me that when people love each other, they would seek out marriage to be bond to each other until death, Shoto explained, gesturing with his hands as he talked. So I was just like, oh, marriage is to keep the one you care for close to you that isn't related to you. I already knew there were rings involved, so I gave both of you spider rings at Halloween. Ida held up a hand. Wait, I remember the first time we spent Halloween that you gave Izuku a spider ring, but you didn't give me one. I did give you one. I gave you one the next Halloween because I only had one spider ring, Shoto argued back. It was orange too because you like orange juice. I don't remember that, Izuku said offhandedly, trying to think back to a moment where Shoto gave Ida a ring. It did remember Shoto trading him a piece of candy for a black spider ring. He thinks he still has it somewhere in his room because of the memories it held of Shoto's first actual Halloween. You gave a spider ring to me the following year without informing Izuku? Ida paused before slowly looking over to Shoto with a serious look on his face. But the teasing glint in his blue eyes gave away his true intentions. Was I the other man in the relationship? No. Shoto declared, only to cover his mouth since he didn't want to disrupt the class. Anyway, I learned over the years about actual romantic love and platonic love. So what does that make us now? Are we still your fiancés? Are we like super best friends? Are the spider rings kid version of promise rings or just a version of those best friend accessories? Izuku asked. Tenya's lips stretched into a small smile. Have you started planning the marriages already? Shoto groaned right as All Might started the next match. The next round had Team B as the villains and Team G as the heroes. So while Tokoyami and Azui formed a plan outside, Shoto looked towards Bakugo, who was impatiently waiting for the exercise to start. Shoto turned around to look at the big fake bomb. He looked around the room to investigate the room further to make sure he could form a plan around the environment. He could have just frozen the whole building as soon as the exercise started. But he wanted to try to do with through teamwork since Azui would be very affected by the change of temperature. Well, it was time to just bite the bullet and talk to his exercise partner. Shoto, hey, Bakugo. What? Bakugo barely even glanced at him. Are you even going to bother looking me in the eye? Bakugo answered him by turning around to glare directly at him. Great participation there, buddy. Do you have any sort of plan for this? Or can we work on one together? There isn't much time before the others come. You don't have to worry about anything, half and half. I'm going to win this without your help. That is absolutely ridiculous, Shoto said. Maybe he never worked together on a group project. Maybe he just doesn't know how this works, Shoto thought to himself. He continued to explain more clearly to the other, this is a team exercise. You can't win the exercise on your own unless you weren't paired with anyone. Bakugo ignored his words as he turned his attention back towards the door. He started to flex his hands and crack his knuckles in preparation for the incoming battle. Shoto forced the urge to roll his eyes at how stubborn the other was acting. Hey, half and half. Shoto breathed through his nose, I have a name, Bakugo-kun. Whatever, Bakugo-tsuke, you know Deku, right? Who? Shoto's eyebrows pinched together in confusion. That green-haired idiot. The one that was holding you back yesterday. Him. Deku. Someone useless. Worthless. Another way to read the kanji of Izuku's name. The first time he had heard the name Deku was when they were all 12. Izuku decided to meet the two of them halfway from the train station after they finished the day at their middle school. They had planned to visit a new ice cream shop that was experimenting with brand new flavors which included tea. Izuku wanted to get a pint for his father and Shoto could keep it frozen until they made it back to UA. And so there they were with Fukuyama and Ida wearing their respective middle school uniforms while Izuku was just wearing his regular attire. While they were in their Somei uniforms, he had on a pair of light blue jeans and a simple white shirt. Izuku had on a bucket hat that Snipe had given him as a gift. He had 4 buttons on it that showed off pro heroes like Present Mike, Ingenium, Midnight, and All Might. He had said once in Force he switched them out each time he wears the bucket hat to make sure everyone was included because he felt bad if he didn't. Snipe also gave him a cowboy hat, but he didn't wear that one as much. While they walked, Shoto was telling them about a story he had heard retold over dinner the nights before. Tuya had come home to visit for dinner, which made Natsuo bring up the fact that his hero name was Dabi. Natsuo was tired since the medical program is really working him hard, but he kept saying about how Dabi was so edgy. Shoto started. And then Tuya told us why he chose it. Ida hummed, "Is it because it means cremation? It works well to describe his power." Well, yes and no. He did come up with Dabi because it meant cremation. But he thought of it way before he even wanted to become a hero again, Shoto said, kicking over a small rock on the sidewalk. He told us that he originally chose that name to rename himself when he was in a bad state of mind. It was before Endeavor was taken care of. He wanted to reclaim the name as something good. That's why he is known as the Rising Ashes hero, Dabi. It's a reference to the ashes of the phoenix. Like a new beginning. That's a beautiful story for his hero name origin. Izuku softly nodded his head. They continued to talk mindlessly about what the two were doing at school and what Izuku learned that day. Eventually, they reached the ice cream shop and began to look at the overhead menu to see what they could get. "I think I will get my dad something," Izuku mumbled, looking up at what he could potentially get. "Maybe get a small pint to go and Shoto can freeze it so it doesn't melt while they are on the way back. Would he like anything here?" Izuku glanced down at the flavors shown through the glass. There are matcha flavor and one that has more of a black tea flavor. I feel like he would like those. And I'll get the cotton candy flavor and vanilla. I think I'll get the pineapple and orange flavor in a milkshake, Ida said as he looked up at the menu. What about you, Shoto? Shoto hummed. He surveyed the cold, glad to look at the ice cream in the tubs. I think I'll have a scoop of the sakura flavor and a scoop of red bean. I want to get one of those dipped waffle cones with it. They all ordered at the register with the worker right behind the counter who was very nice. She even brought up a charity that they were collecting donations for. So each of them donated about 500 yen towards the charity. And the bonus to that was having their names written done in kanji on small paper hearts to show how many people have donated on the far wall of the ice cream shop. They thought nothing of it as their names were displayed as they waited for each of their orders to be made. "Hey, dude. Check it out," one of the other customers was looking at the wall while his companion was playing a game on their phone. "One of the names is Deku. Who would name their actual child useless?" Shoto's face scrunched up in confusion while Izuku froze in his talk with Ida. The customer shrugged. "Heh. Maybe the kid is quirkless or something." "Dude, don't say that in public," his companion commented, not looking up from his phone. "What? It's not like that dude is here or anything. Plus, it's not like quirkless people are still around. I bet that 20% of the population are just really old people by now." Shoto was slowly growing agitated by their words. He went to stand up from the table they were waiting at, but Izuku placed his hand over Shoto's left shoulder. "Don't, Sho-chan. They aren't worth it." Shoto looked back at the two as they went to go order their ice cream. They had entered after the others had donated, so they didn't know that Izuku was the one they were poking fun at. Once their orders were ready, they thanked the worker and left calmly even though Izuku's friends wanted to go back and truly educate the other two customers in the shop. Izuku starts to chuckle as they continue walking more slowly than they had before. "You know, the main reason I want to become a hero is to make a difference. To make a difference so nobody has to worry about their quirk." The two of them shared a look as Izuku continued to walk slightly ahead of them. "That's why I always go with my papa to the charity organization he started to stop discrimination. When I hear their stories, I know I want to do something to help them," Izuku explained. The grin on his face never faltered as he continued to walk. The pint for his father was in a small bed in his left and his ice cream cone in his right. "And I have never-ending support from all of you to achieve that. I don't have to care what anyone thinks of me." The two friends catch up to Izuku, who starts to slow down while his soft laughter continues. They both walk up to Izuku and notice his shaking shoulders. How his head is tilted down and that they can't see his face because of the hat he is wearing. They both looked towards each other before hearing Izuku sniffle in the middle of a broken laugh. I don't know why I feel so bad. Izuku's head tilts up to the sky to reveal a soft smile while tears started to run down his cheeks. He ignored the cold feeling of melting ice cream dripping onto his wrist. Why do I hurt so bad? Others have to go through so much worse than I do. Izuku sniffles harshly, using the sleeve of his shirt to wipe at his tears by tilting his head down into his arm. Shoto breathed out, yeah. Shoto! Tenya yelled over to Shoto. All of their ice creams were slowly starting to melt down to their hands. Shoto frowned as he refroze the ice cream in everyone's hands. Except for Tenya because his milkshake was fine. He looked back at Izuku who was rubbing at his cheeks to dry the tears. Hell, I would have been one of them along with my siblings if you hadn't helped when we were young. Without you, I would not be living in the safe environment I am now. You already are helping out before. You even become a pro hero. The charity organization is just one example of how you and Nedzu are reaching out to others to help. And what about the future students of UA? You told us how you presented them with new ideas to use so that there will be more balance in the entrance exam, Tenya brought up with a smile. He patted Izuku's back with his right hand as they kept walking. You always find a way to help others because I know you. We know you. And we'll be there with you to help you out as a team in whatever you need. Even if it might be illegal. Shoto. What? It's the truth. Shoto ends up taking a bite out of the ice cream in his cone. Izuku sniffles, starting to finally calm down to a point where he had no more tears in his eyes. Izuku took a lick of his own ice cream while Ida looked between Shoto's mouth and the ice cream. Tenya blinked. I still can't believe that you can just bite into the ice cream with your teeth without flinching. Everyone in the family can do it. Except for Tuya though, he has sensitive teeth, Shoto states deadpan. Izuku started to laugh ignoring the little sniffles that came through. Although I've seen him fry an egg in his hand, season it and slurp it down. Izuku started to laugh more loudly as they walked. Ida chopped his arm through the air. That seems efficient. Shoto nodded before shrugging. It's not efficient when he thinks it's great to cook some popcorn for family movie night only to have popcorn and hot unpopped kernels hurling through the air. Natsuo keeps finding them everywhere in the living room still, lastly somewhere on the couch. Shoto took a chance to look back at Izuku who was now wiping his faces clear of any tear tracks. His cheeks and eyes were still a bit red, but he wore a natural smile on his face again. He was just glad to bring the smile back on one of his best friend's face. Shoto's fell into a deadpan expression. He looked at Bakugo with cold mismatched eyes. His name is not Deku. He is not useless. And you won't refer to my friend as such, Shoto sneered. His name is Izuku. Remember it. Fine, whatever floats your boat, flag boy. Bakugo rolled his eyes before lowering his voice to a harsh whisper, mindful of the fact that the others would hear if they talked too loud. Is his family name Midoriya? Shoto's eyes widened slightly under his glare. What? Bakugo's red eyes narrowed from the recognition in Shoto's expression. The battle has begun. Heroes can now enter the building. Reminder ectoplasm is nearby. All Might's commanding voice came over the speakers. This conversation isn't over. Now don't get in my way. I'll deal with the two on my own, Bakugo announced while running out the room. Shoto's right hand started to frost over with ice. How did Bakugo know? How did he find out? Even Shoto and Tenya didn't even get to know Izuku's last name until they were around 10 years old. It was still on his legal documents since Nedzu didn't have a family name to give him. But they never used it. So how in the hell did Bakugo know that Izuku's family name was Midoriya? Shoto shook his head to refocus himself on his current task at hand. He had to get the room ready before the hero team showed up. So he started by giving the floor a thin layer of ice. He utilized the pillars to make huge ice walls behind them to make sure that the hero team couldn't hide behind the pillars or around them at all, which would force them into his sight so he could fight with them easily. He spiked the ice walls to make it look more intimidating, but the spikes weren't as sharp as he could make them because he didn't want to injure his fellow peers even if it was an exercise. I have a pretty tragic backstory. I'm perfect for this role if I think about it. Well, not much of my backstory is tragic, just a small bit of it, Shoto thought to himself. I guess I can just pretend to be a villain, so I can fit into the role more as Ida had during his battle. Ida blinked at the screen. He saw that Bakugo had said something that set Shoto off before he had left. He glanced to the side to check in on the camera where Tokoyami and Azui were steadily jogging down the hall together. Izuku, did you catch what Bakugo was saying? I think he said something with ku, so I think he was talking about you, Ida admitted to Izuku, who was too busy looking at his peers with an easygoing smile as he analyzed them head to toe. Izuku shrugged. I wasn't looking up when they started talking, so I couldn't read their lips. But it was likely he was talking about me or you to get on Shoto's nerves on purpose to throw him off. I am curious about what he said though. Maybe we can ask him about it when he gets out. Yeah, Izuku grinned mischievously. He wouldn't dare keep something from his fiancée now, would he? Ida stifled a laugh while Izuku let his eyes wander to his peers again to calculate how well some of them would work together. Yaoyorozu and Shiro might work well together since both of them seem very respectful of each other. Yaoyorozu's quirk could make anything that could distract their enemies or that they could use against them in a fight. And Shiro's quirk was already just like the capture tape that was provided. Shuji could scope out the building beforehand with his quirk to see where the others were located. And Ishido could use her acid quirk for many purposes like corrosive purposes or just to use for speed. Jiro seemed like she can handle the leadership role well. She could also scope the building out for the other team's location using her quirk. Kaminari could short-circuit the power in the building to throw the building into darkness or just use a small shock to taste the other team to allow for an easier capture. Hagakure could use her quirk for stealth while Ojiro could hold off the opposing team with his martial arts skill. Kirishima looked like he could work well with anyone. Koda would support his partner with all of his strength that he could handle. Sato and Shinso were a pair that could work well if they have a good strategy. Shinso could guard the bomb and successfully capture the team when they answer a simple question, and Sato would fight well against the other team using his strength. Izuku turned to Ida's leaning against him. I wonder how our dear fiancé will do. Ojiro turned around slowly, blinking fast in bewilderment and confusion. I'm sorry. But, did you say? Oh, my apologies. It is an inside joke between friends, Izuku answered. Sorry for the confusion. Ojiro nodded before turning around again to pay attention to the screen as Bakugo was slowly coming towards the location Azui and Tokoyami were. Tokoyami stalked down the corridor. Azui, my loyal hero partner, where should we? I told you that you can call me Tsu, Tsuyu answered back. Ah, right. Dark Shadow popped up, let's go take down the bad guys. Tokoyami nodded solemnly, indeed. We will stick to the plan. I will take care of Fukuyama and you will draw away Bakugo. Ribbit. Yep, Tsuyu replied simply. The two of them pause in their walking when they hear angry stomping coming from behind them somehow. Tokoyami swirled around to look behind them while Dark Shadow voiced out why he saw, here comes Bomb Boy. Come here you DMN extras. Bakugo yelled out, flexing his hands as he let loose some small explosions. Dark Shadow backed away from the incoming light while Tokoyami got into a fighting stance in case Bakugo made a move against him. Tokoyami-kun, go on ahead. Follow the plan, Tsuyu said while crouching low to the ground. I'll deal with Bakugo-kun. I want to see you try, extra, Bakugo shouted out, moving forward fast and raising his arm to set off an explosion. Tsuyu backed up and jumped over him, drawing Bakugo's attention to her. The villain persona oddly suits you, Karo. You trying to say I'm a villain? No, you just have a strong personality that not many people would like. You don't seem like you would be that popular since you always seemed so mad, Tsuyu stated honestly while Tokoyami took off in the direction that they were previously heading in. He just had to find where the bomb was. Ha! What the hell? Bakugo yelled out. His palms exploding in sparks with smoke starting to rise. Tsuyu took one glance down at his hands before jumping high in the opposite direction that Tokoyami had gone. Bakugo kept shouting as he sprinted after her. Tokoyami raced through the halls with Dark Shadow wrapped around him, ready to attack with Shoto were around the corner. He kept jogging through every hallway, making sure to keep his voice down as he talked to Dark Shadow about each move that they would take. If Fukuyama-kun was guarding the bomb, then he would use both his ice and fire to protect it. So they have to be ready to face the flame if they need to. After running up through 2 more floors, Tokoyami finally started to hear something other than the soft hum of the air vents above him. He heard soft pacing and humming coming from down the hall. With a sharp intake of breath, Tokoyami turned on his earpiece to let Tsuyu know his location and where the bomb should be. Tsu, come in. Tokoyami-kun? Yes, it appears that I might have found where the bomb is. It's on the 4th floor to my knowledge because I can hear movement from down the hall, Tokoyami whispered through the speaker. Got it, Karo, Tsuyu replied. Tokoyami nodded to himself before turning his attention back to the noise coming down the hallway. It sounded like Fukuyama was humming. Tokoyami crept down the hall slowly, not wanting to build attention to his footsteps in the echoing corridor. Suddenly when he got closer, the humming turned into his classmate singing in a low monotone voice, London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My fair. Shoto paused in his song to tilt his head back to the entrance where Tokoyami was trying to creep in. Ah, it seems a hero has come to foil our villainous plans. Your reign of darkness shall not continue any longer, Tokoyami said. Oh, Shoto dramatically pressed his fingers against his chest like he was clutching for invisible pearls. And who is going to stop me? We are. Dark Shadow shouted with his shadowy arms extending out to grab at Shoto. The villain participant put up a tall ice shield to block the Shadow's attack. Tokoyami came running at him sideways to get to the bomb behind him since all he needed to do was touch it. Shoto stomped his foot to create a huge ice bubble wall around the fake bomb, careful not to touch the actual bomb. Tokoyami dropped into a fighting stance with Dark Shadow beside him. Your ice tricks will not slow me down. Less talking, more fighting. Shoto put both of his hands out to produce a small flame and a spike of ice on his palms. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes, heading straight towards the ice block Fukuyama had placed in front of him. Shoto watched his movements as the hero participant started to climb the ice shield with Dark Shadow hooking himself over the top of the shield. Shoto glared, then stomped his foot to raise himself on an ice pillar to be higher than Tokoyami. Wanna try that again? Shoto raised an eyebrow. Tsuyu is hiding from Bakugo, who was stomping down the hallways looking for her. She could hear the clinking of his boots colliding onto the hard floor. Hopefully, Tokoyami-kun is getting close to the bomb by now, Tsuyu thought to herself right as her earpiece crackled on. Tsu, come in. Tsuyu pressed her hand against her earpiece to hear her partner, Tokoyami-kun? Yes, it appears that I might have found where the bomb is. It's on the 4th floor to my knowledge because I can hear movement from down the hall, Tokoyami whispered through the speaker. Come meet me here when you can. Got it, Karo, Tsuyu replied right as she heard a ding not that far behind her. She turned around to see Bakugo coming up the hallway with a cocky smirk on his face. There you are. You think you could hide for that long? Tsuyu shrugged. She rose to her feet in case she had to jump to dodge his blasts. Bakugo ran at her causing her to jump, but he grabbed her ankle to force her back down to the ground. She fumbled to get out of his grip while he stalked forward towards her. Tsuyu steadied herself, jumping backward to get out of his range. Hey, you see these gauntlets? Bakugo asked tauntingly. They can store up a lot of my sweat to make an even bigger explosion as soon as I pull. Bakugo-kun. You are not allowed to use your support item gauntlets in this exercise. Ha! According to the support item sheet that Ectoplasm had given me, it shows that your gauntlet will create too big of an explosion which might make the entire building go into jeopardy of collapsing. So refrain from using such a big explosion or else you are disqualified from the exercise and the win will immediately go to the hero team, All Might's voice explained from over the giant speakers. Bakugo sneered as he pulled his hands back from creating the huge explosion. It wasn't like I was going to do it. The frog extra probably couldn't dodge in time to not get hurt from the blast, Bakugo thought to himself right as Tsuyu took the opportunity of his reprimand from All Might to take off running towards the 4th floor where Tokoyami should be. Bakugo ran right after her with explosions to propel him. Tsuyu hopped from wall to wall quickly with Bakugo gaining right behind her. Meanwhile, Shoto and Tokoyami were still fighting. Shoto ended up melting multiple pillars and ice shields except the one surrounding the bomb. Tokoyami was getting cold from the way he was shivering, so his movements were getting slower. With one last move, Shoto had finally frozen his legs to the floor. Dark Shadow tried to drip away at the ice quickly until Shoto wrapped Tokoyami's torso in the capture tape. One member from the hero team has been captured. All Might announced. Shoto breathed out, melting some of the major ice walls surrounding him just a little since Bakugo should be dealing with the other hero team member by now. Get back here. Bakugo yelled out not too far away from where Shoto was standing. He turned around to see a flash of green jumping right for him. Well, not for him, but directly towards where the bomb is. He immediately put up another ice-spiked shield to intercept their jump. Fukuyama turned around to see his explosive partner coming through the entrance to the room. With a quick decision to end this fight fast, Shoto continued to freeze the ice shield so it wrapped around Azui. Villain team wins. All Might shouted over the speakers while Bakugo's hand smoked. Shoto quickly got to work melt the ice around Azui while Bakugo just exploded the ice trapping Tokoyami to the floor more on accident than actually helping the other classmate out. The explosive blonde left the room while Shoto checked over Azui to make sure she was okay. Just call me Tsu, Tsuyu shivered slightly. And I'm fine, no need to worry. Oh, okay. In return, you may call me Shoto if you would like, Shoto replied honestly. He still kept his left hand warm as he walked with her back to make sure she was fine. Tokoyami walked on his right with Dark Shadow talking most of the time on the way back. After Team B had won, Shoto was rewarded with the MVP of the exercise because of the multiple things he had done during it. Bakugo looked conflicted since he had won, but he didn't win on his own at all. It was more like he only won because Shoto had dealt with capturing both of the heroes. He leaned against the far wall as the rest of the matches continued. After that, the rest of the teams paired up together. Shinso and Sato went up against Kaminari and Jiro. Shinso and Sato were winning as the villain team until everything seemed to crumble. Jiro had gained the upper hand against Sato while Kaminari fought against Shinso. Kaminari had fallen for a pickup line trick from Shinso which caused him to fall under his control. But Kaminari had accidentally shocked himself out of it when a pebble-sized piece of the ceiling above them fell on his arm when Jiro used her speaker move against Sato. He snapped out of Shinso's control and started to flirt with him using pickup lines even worse than the one that Shinso had used. Shinso and Suddy ended up losing since Kaminari fought with Shinso long enough to push him backward until he could reach the bomb. So close that Kaminari attempted to pin Shinso to the bomb, but it wasn't as intimidating since the blonde was shorter than him. Hagakure and Ojiro fought against Kirishima and Koda. Koda had distracted the villains by calling on the birds to sing outside the window. It became even more distracting when birds were suddenly in the room with Hagakure and Ojiro. Kirishima snuck inside the room while they were trying to shoo their birds away. Koda ended up apologizing a lot to Ojiro in particular after he and Kirishima had won because the birds were pulling at his tail. Yaoyorozu and Siro went up against Ashido and Shuji. Yaoyorozu's team had won because of a series of events. Ashido skated ahead of Shoji and landed right into Siro's tape since she couldn't avoid it in time. Siro ended up capturing Mina right away while she pouted. Yaoyorozu had a capture net aimed through the web of tail that slowed Shuji down enough to make it easier for Siro to tape him up. When everything was starting to wrap up, Izuku sneaked a glance at All Might who looked like he was proud of himself. And he had to give it to him because he did a pretty good job. Izuku, I think Bakugo is up to something. What do you mean? Does it have to do with the battle exercise? How much did you see? Did you hear what he said? No. I didn't hear anything that he said. And I wasn't paying attention to the screen to read his lips. Why? Did he say something bad to you? Shoto looked around them only to see that everyone was slowly moving out of the room to go back to class. Izuku waved on All Might to walk ahead of them when the pro hero stopped mid-step to check on why they weren't moving. All three of them exited the room after All Might with Ida walking behind them while Shoto began to retell them what happened during the exercise. Once they made it back to the classroom, most of their peers were talking about how well everyone did in the exercises. Shinso was preparing his stuff to leave early to get to his extra lessons with Aizawa. Hello again, everyone, Izuku greeted cheerfully. He noted how Shinso was already heading to open the door with his bag and waved to him as well. Bye, Shinso. Dude, your battle was so intense, Kaminari complimented Shoto. Before turning to the other two friends. And your battle was so cool to watch even though it didn't feel that long. Izuku cleared his throat. Has anyone seen Bakugo? Oh, he left a few minutes ago. He wanted to leave early after going to visit Recovery Girl. Perfect. Thanks for telling me, Kaminari-kun. I need to go talk with him about something important. Izuku smiled gratefully to him. Kaminari felt a small bolt of fear run down his spine. Meet you two later, Izuku waved to both of his friends. Shoto and Tenya decided to stay behind as Izuku marched his way through the school to catch Bakugo. Thankfully, he caught him right as he was heading for the archway near the entrance. Izuku joyfully waved to the pale blonde, Bakugo-kun. Slow down. I'll never get to talk to you if you keep walking away. Huh? Bakugo turned around. Oh, it's you. Yes, little old me. Izuku smiled tightly before clasping his hands together. Now, why exactly? Do you know my personal information? So your family name is Midoriya? Good. I was right then, Bakugo started, shoving his hands in his pockets. So you are adopted? Izuku tilted his head. That's a secret. And I don't just give away my secrets to anyone. You need to at least be a level 3 friend to start to learn my secrets. But somehow you know at least one already even though I have only known you for a day at most. Could you tell me why exactly you know my family name? Bakugo scowled at him and sked. My old hag was friends with your mom. The only reason I found out was because of the story she told me. I put 2 and 2 together. Izuku blinked in surprise. Someone knew who his mother was? Someone who knows what his mother was like. Someone who could probably answer some of his questions about them. Maybe they could answer questions about why his birth father gave him up at the school gates in the first place. Wait. Since someone knows about him, would this cause trouble? Are you done now? Bakugo asked irritated. Izuku slowly nodded his head, still stunned by the information. Bakugo had already begun to walk away without an answer to his question. Izuku studied at his hunched body language for a few moments before turning back around to Yue. Aizawa had his arms folded as he looked up towards the tree branch that Shinso was currently hanging from. Not so easy as you thought now, is it? Shinso glared at him through the scarf web that he was being held up by. His glare wasn't at all intimidating. It didn't help that he was slowly swaying from the branch in an awkward position. But you are lucky. My nephew did just a bit worse than you did on his first try, Aizawa stated offhandedly as he retrieved his phone from his sweatpants pocket. Wait, really? Shinso replied at first, astonished that not only has someone attempted to use the capture scarf before, but also he was slightly better at it his first time. But the next bit of information hit him like a bullet train. Hold on a minute. You have a nephew? Aizawa held up his phone and took a picture of his student looking disgruntled in the capture scarf around him. He was putting that picture in the folder with Izuku trying out the capture scarf for the first few times. If you want to believe everything I say, then yes. Aizawa started to dislodge the capture scarf around him. But as Shinso went to ask him about what he meant by that, he saw a familiar head of green hair walk by the training grounds. He did a double take as he realized that the boy with green hair was so far away, but he looked like Izuku. But why would Izuku be chatting so easily with the principal? The sudden rush of questions to his head was interrupted abruptly when he fell to the soft grass below him because Aizawa unwrapped the capture scarf from the branch. Ow. That hurt. You'll get used to it. Aizawa shrugged. Eventually. Izuku had no idea that the media would catch on this fast about All Might working at UA. Nedzu had dropped him off with Shoto a good walking distance from the entrance gate to not draw attention. Because Nedzu wanted to see how long that they could keep the secret of Izuku being his son. Nedzu had warned them before he drove off to the teacher's parking lot about how there was a chance that there would be some reporters near the gate. But he didn't expect so many of them to be there. And when they noticed how the two were in school uniforms, they immediately rushed them to ask multiple questions about All Might. Their response? To ignore them and keep walking through the gate. Izuku wanted to say something to ask how exactly they got that information or inform them about rules against questioning minors or if they got permission to be that close to the entrance gate. Shoto dragged him by his wrist sleeve to gently move him through the crowd without drawing too much unwanted attention to them. When a reporter woman tried to drag them back to answer, Aizawa met her eyes with a glare and said that they all needed to step back and stop disturbing his students. And like always, Ida showed up first before the other students and sat patiently in his desk. He would be the earliest student no matter what school he went to. Ida looked up when the large door opened to find Shoto dragging Izuku in the classroom by his elbow. I caught him, Shoto announced. He held out Izuku by his shoulders like he was presenting his prize that he won at a fair. Izuku had his arms crossed like he was a child being scolded. Ida looked to Izuku before looking at Shoto. Pardon? I was trying to take the vents to surprise you, Izuku said, but Sho-chan stopped me before I could that. Shoto dropped his hands from Izuku's shoulders. Shoto raised both of his eyebrows. How could I not? We arrived at the same time and dealt with all those reporters. And the look over there trick only works a limited amount of times. Ah, the media. They were quite difficult to get around. Thankfully, I showed up when they were only starting to crowd around the entrance gate. I did give them a short statement when they had asked about All Might being our new teacher, Ida recounted. What did you say? Well, I thought it was wise to just say, no comment. I originally wanted to praise All Might for his work as our teacher so far, but it would be wiser to conceal as much since he does attract a lot of attention, Ida said. Izuku found his seat while Shoto occupied his own desk near the back of the classroom. Shoto started to summarize their own experience with the reporters outside to Ida who was listening. Hey, Sho-chan, Ten-chan, Izuku called out to his friends, I had some ideas the other day when I was designing some stuff to add to my costume. Ida asked loudly from the other side of the room, you are adding more things to your costume? But you have just received your costume yesterday? Relax, Ten-chan. These additions are just ideas for the future. I'm not even sure about adding them yet, Izuku responded. Ida paused with his arm in mid-chop motion. Plus, I have more ideas about the two of you than I do for me. Ida's chopping went still. Addition ideas? Yes, starting with Shoto, I would just put more of an protection armor on his costume to make it more protective, Izuku said as his thoughts continued to run miles around his mind. The insulation is already there, so there should be no changes in that design at all. I have ideas about support items you can use. May had this idea for grenades, so I was wondering about making something like that for you to use, like spontaneous freezing bomb or a fire starting bomb. They could be like different bombs that allows you to use more power behind your ice and fire. Like certain gases or liquids inside. I'm not sure what to use inside yet. I might have to talk about Uncle Power Loader about the science of it. What kind of ideas do you have for yourself? Shoto asked. Well, I was thinking of a different material for my hero costume, Izuku hummed as he gestured to his school uniform. Like somewhere in the middle of form-fitting and comfortable to make it easy for me to move. And I have just general ideas for support gear, like adding my jet pack to my hero design. Nothing really big for me yet since I was more focused on both of you. You can do a jumpsuit like me. We could match, Shoto commented. And for Tenya, I was thinking some support gear that can basically propel you more. I was imagining something like mobility gear that could help you use the engines in your legs to redirect the direction to maybe help you go upwards like a rocket. Possibly? Or something that you could work as a harpoon gun to swing you while you use your quirk. I have a vision in my head, Izuku muttered as he wrote down in his notebook. He had little designs of the before designs of his friends on both pages. Your costume might need some insulation in some way since you are wearing a more armor design through the summer and winter. I don't want you to be walking around in your own personal sauna when you could have something to keep you either warmer or cooler in the inside of the armor suit. Or possibly make it more aerodynamic, if that is possible, while still being protective. Ida blinked before smiling genuinely at his old friend. Not a day goes by that I am not impressed by your ability to come up with these ideas. Eventually, the classroom was gradually filled with their fellow classmates who were talking excitedly amongst themselves. Ashido was expressing to Hagakure that she was currently trying to memorize a new dance from a video she saw online. Kaminari and Shiro were talking about Mount Lady. Uraraka was absent-mindedly talking about how she talked to a reporter about how buff All Might was. The door cracked open to reveal a tired-looking Aizawa with his signature yellow sleeping bag under his arm. He walked over to his desk with a tired scowl on his face. Let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns, Kaminari whispered from his desk, earning a look of respect from Shiro. Today I will have all of you decide on a class representative, Aizawa announced. Kirishima, Kaminari, Jiro, Aoyama, and Ashido started to raise their hands and yell out how they wanted to be the class representative. Hold on, everyone, Ida interrupted the rush of hands and shouts. The class representative is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. If we want to choose a leader, then we should all hold an election to choose one that will fit the leadership role. If that's the case, then would everyone just vote for themselves? Kirishima questioned. Ida pushed his glasses up his nose. That is precisely why whoever receives the most votes will be truly considered by their peers to be the most suitable candidate. And with that, everyone in the class submitted their votes. Ida Tenya, 4. Yaoyorozu Momo, 3. M. Izuku, 2. Bakugo Katsuki, 1. Hagakure Toru, 1. Alright, class, Aizawa announced, causing people to jump since they didn't that he had woken up from his small nap. Ida, you will be class representative with Yaoyorozu as the vice representative. I am grateful for this chance to show my leadership skills to the best of my ability. Thank you, Ida chopped his hands through the air respectively. Thank you for the support. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity, Yaoyorozu thanked while some of the girls whispered their cheers for her. I'm glad you won, Tenchan, Izuku grinned. Just so you know if you didn't already, I voted for you. I did as well, Shoto admitted as they walked together to the lunchroom. Why? Ida questioned. I voted for Izuku because I fully thought he would be capable than me of being president of the class. Izuku felt touched by the sentiment. Ah, Tenchan. I feel like you are more suited to be class dad, Shoto gestured over to Izuku. Izuku would be more like the cool uncle that knows everyone and can get favors from almost anyone. Izuku froze with his hand poised over his heart to slowly turn his head to Shoto. He raised his pointer finger to argue with him when Shoto met his gaze. Am I wrong? If you aren't doing that, you would be plotting world domination or something similar. Izuku opened his mouth to retort but ending up closing it. You know what? That is actually pretty accurate. Shinso walked behind the three with the knowledge that he also voted for the tall blue-haired teen. He just felt like Ida looked the most responsible out of everyone in the class. He held back from voting for the green-haired vent kid since he didn't really know much about who he is. Shinso still doesn't know why the teen was walking with the principal like they were old friends. When the three entered the cafeteria, they joined behind Uraraka who was waiting in the lunch line. Izuku waved to Monoma who looked momentarily surprised that the other was waving before returning the gesture. Hi, guys. Hey class president, Uraraka greets them when they get in line behind her. Izuku cleared his throat. Uraraka, can you tell Ida that he deserves the spot? Of course you deserve the spot. I voted for you for a reason. Uraraka commented towards Ida. Ida quickly calmed down from his small worries after both Shoto and Izuku with the help of Uraraka reassured him that he was right for the position. The four of them were still waiting in the long line when Ida started to talk about what his brother the day before. From the way you talk, it sounds like you grew up rich, Uraraka said. Izuku bit back a laugh while Ida looked mildly confused at her comment. Is it that obvious from what I say? Shoto shrugged. You talk very formally in a nice way. But not that many people talk the way you normally do. It's not a bad thing though. Do I have to incorporate more common slang into my vocabulary? Ida questioned. I don't think that's what she meant, Tenchan, Izuku declared. Uraraka waved her hands through the air. It's not. I apologize. I did not mean it to make it sound like I was making fun of the way you talked. I was just pointing out how you spoke really elegantly. I take no offense, Ida waved off her worries. I was merely confused for a moment with your statement, but I must come clean to you as a trusted peer. I am part of the Ida family, my brother is Ingenium. Uraraka looked interested while Ida explained a bit more about his background to her. But when Shoto was ordering an order of cold soba, Izuku suddenly remembered something that he had left behind. Oh wait. I forgot I brought my lunch today. It should be back in the classroom. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Shoto replied, go on ahead, we'll pick out the table and wait for you there. Are you going to take your alternative route? Ida questioned with an eyebrow raise. Yep. Ida sighed, very well. But be careful. I am. Most of the time, Izuku called backpack to them as he had already started to walk backwards. He waved to them before twisting around to head off towards the vents. Uraraka blinked as she watched him speed walk away in a direction that she knows didn't lead to the classroom unless Izuku knew a separate route. What do you mean by alternative route? No need to worry about it. Let's go find a table and wait for him to come back, Shoto concluded as he took the tray from Lunch Rush, who added a bit of vegetables off to the side for him. Izuku was back in the vents with his bento in front of him while he crawled through the vents with relative ease. It took no time at all to get back to the classroom while avoiding any other crowd, so students walking down the halls to get to the lunch hall. While he was just passing through the vents above the hallway, an alarm started going off. Izuku's eyebrows shot up when he recognized the sound. That's the alarm. Someone's broken in through the gate. Izuku whispered to himself. I need to go somewhere safe. Izuku looked behind him to debate on backing up to go towards where the usual emergency route would be for the students. He bit his lips before looking straight ahead of him again. The regular route would take more turns, but I could just head straight to the principal's office into the safe room, he thought to himself as he continued to crawl forward. He could only imagine how freaked out the students inside the cafeteria were. I'm sure Ida has it under control, Izuku whispered to reassure himself as he continued to make his way to Nedzu's office. He continued to crawl through the vents, trying to not make any noise in case there was anyone in the hallway. He barely made it past the Class 1B homeroom when he noticed a figure inside the room. Against better judgment, he paused to look out through the grate to see if Vlad King was in there still. But it wasn't him. There was a tall figure wearing a dark hoodie while picking up a piece of paper between two fingers. He crumpled the paper quickly before stuffing it into his hoodie pocket. Izuku held his breath as the figure continued towards the windows before they stopped. Izuku froze when red eyes locked with vent gate that he was looking through. The figure's eyes looked out at the hall, turning back around. Izuku watched silently as the figure disappeared into the floor with no one else noticing. No one else but him. Izuku jumped straight into action by rushing to his father's office. He stopped trying to be quiet as he rushed down the metal walls of the vents, sliding through until he finally was close to Nedzu's office. When he got closer to the office, he heard several staff's voices inside discussing with Nedzu. The media broke in. Nedzu's voice chimes in while Izuku was steadily growing closer. The school's defense system was destroyed, allowing them inside. The security cameras had unfortunately gone down for a few minutes before I could reset them back to normal. Midnight spoke up. All of the students were in a panic. You should have seen the cafeteria until Ida stepped in to alert them that it was just the media. Izuku's bento knocked against the grate, drawing everyone's attention to him. Little mouse, there you are, Nedzu said, unsurprised that Izuku was near. He hopped off his chair to help take off the grate to allow his adopted son to stand up. Present Mike lowered his glasses. Are you okay? What do you mean the media broke in? Izuku asked with a confused look on his face. The gate was destroyed and the media swarmed inside, Midnight informed him. Green eyes flickered to the office door and the vents behind him. He thought back to the figure in the classroom. So a reporter was inside? No, we made sure none of them got inside. Izuku started to breathe unsteadily, gripping tightly onto the bento in his hands. Nedzu placed his paw against his son's leg to calm him down. He softly questioned, Izuku, what did you see? I went back to the classroom to get my bento that I brought. But I went through the vents because I didn't want to run into anyone else in the halls when they were going to lunch. Izuku breathed in and out before continuing. I was in the vents when the alarm happened and there was someone in one of the classrooms. Aizawa stared. Which one? It was the Class 1B homeroom. I saw him steal a piece of paper before escaping using a transportation quirk. He was in a hoodie, so I couldn't see much of his face, Izuku replied while gripping into his bento. Izuku swallowed. Their eyes were really red though. I could feel their eyes right on me, but I know that they couldn't have seen me through the grate. At least I hope they didn't. Aizawa and Present Mike locked eyes before both of them headed out the office doors to go check on what might be missing from the Class 1B classroom. Izuku started at the door as his mind began to race with thoughts. The racing thoughts became mumbling. The media wouldn't be able to make it through the gate because of the security system. None of the media coverage that I know of have any kind of quirk that could completely sector the system just like that. So it must have been an outsider's quirk. The press couldn't have done it even if they are desperate for a statement about Uncle Might being here. Okay, Izuku, calm down and collect your thoughts. Midnight and myself will be in here while the other two search the classroom for anything suspicious. Enjoy your lunch since you are here safe, Nedzu said, leading Izuku to sit at his desk so he could eat his bento comfortably. Izuku looked down at his open bento to look at the disheveled mess of food that got mixed up in the vent. Traveling. He looked at his father with a hint of hesitance in his eyes. Papa, we'll be fine, right? Yes, I believe so. This school is made to be a safe place for everyone. After today, the school defense system will be upgraded so nothing like this could happen again, Nedzu responded calmly. Midnight ruffled Izuku's hair to calm down his nerves until he finally started to eat from his lunch. Shinso sighed as he rested his forehead against the bark of the tree he had previously been tied up in with the capture weapon the other day. He was catching his breath after an intense cardio workout that Eraserhead made him do that day. Out of nowhere, Shinso's purple gaze was fixed into familiar green ones. Izuku waved at him upside down. Hi there, Shinso-kun. Ah? Shinso jerked away from the tree. Have you started work on your quirk yet? Izuku tilted his head. He was acting like he didn't just pop out of the tree like a character from Alice in Wonderland. He was hanging onto a branch with his legs and just swinging lightly like he didn't have a care in the world. I can help you if you need it. How could you help? Shinso asked. He wasn't being condescending, he was just honestly curious about what Izuku could do. Well, first off, I can also give you some advice on fighting since I have been doing the standard training you have been doing for many years now. Izuku answered cheerfully. He bent up towards the branch that he was hanging onto. Shinso watched as Izuku climbed down the tree efficiently and effortlessly to the ground. Shinso stared at him with eyes filled with disbelief. Really? Izuku looked him up and down with a knowing glint in his eyes. He gestured to the red marks on his ankles. Have you gotten tied up in the scarf yet? Oh, Shinso breathed out. Apparently Izuku wasn't lying. Next, I can give you my own analysis on your quirk and how you could utilize it even more through support gear. Izuku explained, gesturing with his hands through the air as he drew pictures in the air. For example, artificial vocal cords that can mimic someone else's voice for you to use. It could also be used as a gas mask and regular voice distorter. It could replace the mask you have right now. I could also give some tips on strength training. Shinso blinked back at the excited looking. He looked down at the lean form of the other teen. How can I trust you to give me tips on strength training? With all the strength training I have been doing, I can probably lift you up like a princess, Izuku replied easily. Shinso bikes back a small laugh. I'll like to see you try. Okay. Shinso's eyes went wide as his feet left the ground. Whoa! The smaller teen had lifted the purple-haired boy into his arms in a princess hold. Shinso he thrown his arms to loop around the other's shoulders to make sure he didn't fall on his but if the other let go. But a few moments had passed when Shinso had noticed that the other was not budging. I can only hold one person at a time, but I have been working on it to be able to hold two at least on average. Strength training have been more recent compared to my other training, Izuku commented. But look, I can bounce a bit too. Okay, I get it. You can put me down now, Shinso said while his cheeks went red from the embarrassment at being lifted so easily from the ground. Izuku laughed and spun Shinso around once before setting him back on the ground. It didn't take any more convincing to let Shinso agree to Izuku's help. Yesterday after Izuku was finishing up eating, Present Mike and Eraserhead came back into the office to talk about what they could find. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything missing from the desk even after asking Vlad King. It seemed like the person who broke in wrote it down so there wouldn't be any obvious evidence left behind. Vlad King also mentioned how the picture frame with him and his dog was moved a bit from its original position. Izuku still remembers Midnight's calming presence next to him as he focused on trying to finish his bento while his father talked to his two uncles' teachers about what the figure could have stolen. They must have written something down, but we don't have any clue what they would have taken, Eraserhead recounted, breathing out heavily. It couldn't be anything like an assignment because that is just dumb. It must have been the class schedule that they most likely wanted. Present Mike leaned on the wall. Based on my guess, they wanted to take Class 1 BS schedule for something. It could be something to do with All Might. Or could be something to do with the Class 1B students' quirks. I see, Nedzu folded his paws under his chin. The logical answer to this is to learn more about All Might. For example, he is scheduled for something one day with the hero class. They could find the perfect opportunity to either strike the school in an attack against the students or a possible attack in the city while All Might is busy with classes. The last answer I can come up with is finding out where he is, so they could go after him. That was yesterday. Nedzu's plan for today was to push back Class 1B's hero rescue training with All Might in case that they were trying to target someone in the class specifically for quirk. As for Class 1's hero rescue training, it was still scheduled for today. Nedzu reassured Izuku of multiple ways that he is preventing something big from happening that morning on the car ride to the school. Nedzu had already informed all of the staff including All Might about the break-in after Izuku had returned to class. Nedzu recounts that he called Tensei's agency to help out with any villain work today so that All Might didn't feel obligated to rush out and help the public. Sir Night Eye had confirmed he would keep an eye on him so that the number one hero doesn't neglect his duties as a teacher. He also informs Izuku of the USJ's security system technology so he would feel so on edge about the situation. And to get rid of any worries he had left, Nedzu told him that he had requested Power Loader to make a small track device that would help him send a signal back to the school without any network required. He should have it all ready to go back to school. When you get there, just stop by his lab before heading to your classroom. It should be a clip so it could fit easily on your costume, Nedzu explained, pressing the elongated stilts on his pedals to speed past another car. Izuku watched as Nedzu's fur fluff up when they hit a pothole in the road. All Might could still be out by this time of day, but he should be there as soon as the rescue training starts. If he is not on time, he will have to face me afterward, Nedzu promised. I'm still worried about what might happen, Izuku piped up from the passenger seat. His grip tightened on the seatbelt around his waist. It could have been a fluke or they might be planning for something in the future like the sports fest or something. Who knows how long he was in there before I passed by the classroom. Nedzu navigated through the lanes. I understand that you are worried. It's a perfectly natural human response to what happened yesterday. The feelings of uncertainty since my mind is filled with questions of what if because of what you saw. But I assure you that I would not willingly let any harm happen to you. And I am sure that if anything does happen, we will be prepared for it. Izuku's shoes squeaked against the hallway tiles as he ran to Power Loader's lab to get the little device that will soothe his worries. He slid open the door to the lab. His eyes landed on the pro hero who was working at his desk surrounded by blueprints. There were tools on the wall and it looked like half-finished or half-started inventions were on the other side of the room. Izuku would get the money that they were all because of Mei. Izuku walked in right as Power Loader swiveled his chair to face him. Morning. I finished up the little tracker that Nedzu commissioned. Power Loader picked it up from his desk to show it off to him. Izuku stepped closer just to see the black device up close. It was disguised as a mini fidget cube with a clip to adjust to pockets easily. Here it is. It is a fully functional device that will steadily be sending a signal back to Nedzu's computer. I already gave him the numbers to track so he could already set it up on his computer monitor. Why does it look like a fidget cube? I'm not complaining though. Izuku played with the little switches on the side of the cube. Oh, that is just to make it functional for another use, Power Loader explained. His hands gesturing over a small blueprint for the cube device. It's supposed to make the device look like it could blend in. No one would suspect a small little fidget cube to be a tracking device. Like a laser disguised as a keychain or pen. Also, the fidget cube provides a protective covering for the device itself. Izuku dropped the tracker device into his uniform coat pocket with a smile. Thanks, Uncle Loader. No problem, kid. If you need anything, I gotcha covered. If your jetpack needs an upgrade just give me a heads up, Power Loader grinned, pointing his thumb towards himself. Whoa! I got more materials from the junkyard. Time for baby making. Power Loader groaned right as Izuku swirled around to greet his new friend with a warm greeting. Hello, Hashim-chan. Ooh, Greeny. Mei greeted with excitement shining in her eyes. Just the boy I wanted to see. Run while you can, kid. Izuku exaggerated a gasp while Mei dug her hands through her previous inventions on the other side of the room. I would never. Mei turned back around with smaller inventions piled up in her arms. There were a few grenades-showed-looking inventions with a symbol on each of them. Mei pointed to each of them and gave them a short explanation of each. The ones with the fire are minor explosives that pack more of a punch than actual fire. The ones with the green color are meant to be more slime-related to make opponents slip up, and the yellow-colored one are made to get them stuck together like glue. Izuku's eyes parked as he examined the inventions in his arms. I can't believe you made these so fast. I had these babies for a while. Mei stuffed it all into his arms. When you use them, mind giving me some feedback on how they functioned? Mei, you can't just, Power Loader tried to interject. Izuku's grin grew on his face, clutching the grenade objects closer to him. I would love to. See you later, Uncle Loader. See you later, kid. Power Loader turns to face the piercing stare of May's yellow eyes directed at him. He cautiously looked behind him by swiveling his chair around only to find nothing but the wall. He turned back to face May with a questioning look on his face. "What? Uncle Loader?" May asked, her eyes glancing back towards the door Izuku just went through. "Green Curly Bean just called you Uncle Loader." Power Loader was grateful his hero costume covered like 80% of his face, or else May would be able to see the expression on his face more clearly. "Huh? I didn't even notice. Must have just been a slip of the tongue kind of thing." May continued to give him a strange look before ultimately deciding to focus her attention on working on her new baby plans. She knew that her new friend was going to love them. "Sheet, I think I forgot to make it waterproof," Power Loader muttered, looking through the small blueprints again for the device. "It should be waterproof. It says right here with the coating on the cube." "Yeah, shatterproof and waterproof. He should be okay with that." Izuku ran through the doorway as his life depended on it, launching himself towards his assigned seat behind Hagakure. A few students glanced at him, wondering what he was running from and what the hell he was carrying when Aizawa came through the doorway. To most of the class, he just looked as tired as before. But Izuku hid a smile since he knows that Aizawa was fried before Izuku had run into him on the way to class. Izuku met his eyes coming back from Power Loader's lab and made a run for it towards the class so he wouldn't be late. Aizawa was keeping up behind him before he slid across the floor around a corner. But he was just happy he made it to class on time and before his homeroom teacher as well. Bakugo was sitting at his desk with a clear view of Izuku right in front of him. His red eyes sharpened as he paid more attention to his blank notebook page in front of him instead of the loud conversations around him. He had finally told his old hag about how Midoriya Izuku was in class. He told her about the information he had gathered. About how Izuku doesn't use his last name and how he is adopted. She breathed a sigh of relief when he finally described Izuku's condition to her after she kept bugging him about it. About how Izuku had friends that were annoying as hell and how he looked happy. The old hag wanted to meet him as soon as possible, but she also wanted to meet Izuku's adopted parents as well. During one of their classes. Before lunch, when their pro-hero teacher had to leave for a few minutes to collect something from the faculty room, Bakugo poked Izuku in the shoulder to draw his attention. When Izuku turned around, Bakugo told him straightforward, "Hey, my old hag wants to meet you and whoever is in charge of you or whatever." Izuku blinked in mild confusion. "What? She wants to meet you," Bakugo reiterated. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. "Who is your old hag again?" Bakugo gritted his teeth. "My mom." "Why do you call your mother that?" Izuku backtracked when he saw how irritable Bakugo was becoming. "Never mind, it must be a nickname or something." "So? Okay. After today we could set a time and place to meet up together. I'll have to talk to my dad about it as well to get him on board with the idea," Izuku replied, taking out his phone quickly to exchange numbers while the teacher was still gone. "And we have to trade numbers to plan this accordingly." After that, Bakugo stayed mostly quiet as the classes continued until lunchtime. When it was time for lunch, Izuku rushed to pull aside his friends to inform them of what happened the day before. He did say that he was in the vents when the alarm went off and traveled to the principal's office to be safe. But he left out the detail of the figure he saw. So before they went to get food, he told them about what he saw and what he was worried about. So not only was the break-in an actual break-in, but also there is a possibility that they got the hero class schedule? Which includes our lesson off campus today. "Yep," Izuku answered. Shoto sighed, his right hand coming up to his forehead to cool him down. "It is only a possibility, it is not confirmed yet. But if something happens, I want you to do something specific, Tenya." Izuku directed at Ida. "What is it?" Ida questioned. Shoto watched from the sideline since he didn't get any specific instructions yet. "I need you to run and get help from the teachers at school. Run to Papa if you have to." Ida's eyes widened, his arms chopping through the air effortlessly. "I couldn't possibly do that. I can't leave you two behind or my class of peers. I couldn't leave anyone behind. My duty as a friend and the class president is to ensure everyone's safety no matter what the circumstances." "Look, Tenya," Izuku tugged at Ida's sleeves of his uniform blazer. "What did Tensei do when he was faced against the headbutt disaster villain with Manuel? He protected Manuel from the villain while he took care of the humongous fire they stared before." Ida furrowed his brow as he recalled what happened from what his brother told him. He eventually called in the help of some of his sidekicks at the agency to help deal with the villain and surroundings. "Exactly. That's why I want you to run." Izuku waved his hands in front of him as he reassured Ida. "Not to abandon us if anything dangerous were to happen. It's just for you to run and get help from the pro-heroes. You are the fastest out of everyone in the class, so I know you will get help sooner than anyone else could." Ida frowned momentarily. "All right. I will do so, only if the circumstances call for it. Do I have any specific instructions? Shoto asked curiously. It will honestly depend on which plan I fall back on. Shoto raised an eyebrow. Plan? Plans. Plural, Izuku admitted. I went through any situation I could think of that could happen today if there was a break-in. In each one, I would want Ida to run and get help, so we would not be there for so long. When he gets help, we will have more help to overpower any villains that might be there. So what kind of help do I be in each one? Well, it all depends on how it goes down. The numbers of villains can vary and we never know what their quirks could be. Izuku started to ramble as they slowly made their way to the cafeteria, way behind everyone else. But when it all goes down, I want to stick together. No matter if we get separated, we have to find a way back. Shoto hummed in agreement, because we have each other's back. Exactly. And when Ida comes back with more help, we reform into our trio. Izuku stated cheerfully before dragging his friends to lunch rush. They finished their meals quickly, preparing for what might come next. Izuku stood next to Shoto with his hero costume on. He clipped on the tracking device to his red belt along with the multiple prototype grenade inventions that May had given to him to test. All right, single file line. Izuku called out, "Wait, class president." Yes? Ida looked back towards Izuku, which caused more of Class 1A to talk amongst themselves through loud whispers. Did you check the bus seats beforehand? Maybe they are in a different formation than you think they are, Izuku explained. It won't hurt to check before everyone gets into a single file line for nothing. Ida straightened up. You are correct. I will go inspect the bus seats before anyone will board. Aizawa looked down at his watch as he came up from behind Shoto and Izuku. 13 should already be there. At least we are making good time, we should arrive earlier than expected. Aizawa walked off towards the bus to claim his seat before the rest of the class could. Izuku bit his lip as he thought about what could go wrong. Don't worry. Didn't you say All Might would be there? Shoto asked, patting his friend on the shoulder. He won't be there if we arrive earlier than expected, Izuku stated, walking with Shoto since he spotted the line of students who had begun to move onto the bus with Ida guiding them, unlike one of those people at the airport runways guiding a plane down. Momo was calmly guiding everyone in until no one else was left outside. Ida let her go in first like a gentleman as well as his two friends. It didn't take long until the bus started to drive in the direction of the hero training that day. Izuku took in a deep breath to calm himself as they became farther and farther away from UA. Ida and Shoto star by Izuku when they got on the bus. Ida was across from both of them, sitting next to Kaminari and Shinso, while Izuku was sitting next to Shoto and Azui. Azui's voice piped up from beside Izuku. Hey, Izuku-kun. Yes, Azui-chan? You can just call me Tsu. Tsuyu retorted. Izuku corrected himself. All right then, what is it, Tsu? I have noticed that you know the school grounds quite well, Tsuyu states, putting her finger on her chin as she surveyed Izuku's face. Izuku blinked, his expression not giving away anything. What makes you say that? Dude, you showed up to our first day of class using the air vents, Kaminari spoke up. Maybe it's his quirk. Like he can see through walls or something like that. Since Mr. Mysterious hasn't shown off it to us yet. Kirishima spoke up happily. I won't tell you my quirk just yet. It's a special secret that I will only share when the time is right, Izuku replied, clasping his hands together. What I do remember is what he did at the quirk assessment. Izuku, do you mind showing off some of your analysis skills? Shiro asked. Shinso turned his eyes away from the window to fix his never-ending stare towards Izuku. Yeah, I've been wondering about that, Mina commented from her seat. Izuku rubbed at the back of his neck. Well, I haven't quite finished everyone's detailed analysis just yet, but I can give you a little information I have already gathered in more of a broad term. Dude, that would be awesome, Kirishima said. Okay. I will start with you, Kirishima. Kirishima straightened up nervously while Izuku studied him. From what I noticed about your quirk so far, it is perfect for defense and offense. Your skin hardens into a perfect shield to protect civilians and the right tool for an offense against a villain. Kirishima replies, holding up his arm to harden his skin. Wow. I always thought that my quirk wasn't flashy enough to be a pro-hero material. It doesn't matter if your quirk is flashy or if it could make you more popular. What matters is your ability to use your quirk to save, Izuku explained. The rest of the bus ride consisted of mostly everyone listening to Izuku giving a few people some quirk advice like Kirishima and Momo. Aoyama listened thoroughly with his signature smile on his face. Stop messing around. We are here, Eraserheads announced, climbing downstairs of the bus. Everyone followed after their homeroom teacher, coming face to face with a rescue hero outside the building. Hello everyone. I've been waiting for you. 13 greeted. Woohoo! Uraraka cheered to herself. 13 is one of my favorite pro heroes. Alright, let's head in. I can't wait to show all of you what's inside. They all walked inside the building to see just how much there was inside. There were different zones with water, mountains, or fire. Zero said, "Holy crap. It looks like an amusement park." 13 spread out their arms: shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, etc. I created this facility is made to train all of you in rescue work in different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan, Shinso deadpanned. Everyone else had the same thought run through their heads. Eraserhead looked around. Shouldn't All Might be here already? Well, we are still a bit early in the schedule than what we planned. Either that or the clock is wrong, 13 replied, looking down to see Eraserhead checking the time. Either way, he shouldn't be that far behind. But for now, we should be okay with just the two of us. Eraserhead cleared his throat. Alright, let's start. 13 clapped their hands together. Before we start, I have a few things to say. While 13 was explaining their quirk, Izuku looked back to the door, feeling an uneasy rumble in his stomach. Ida noticed the look on his face and nudged his hand to draw back his attention. Are you alright? Ida asked quietly. Shoto glanced back at them before turning his gaze towards their teachers again. But slowly he started to inch backward to read them. You should be paying attention, Shoto, Ida whispered his reprimand. We already know 13's quirk, Shoto mumbled back, going to stand next to Izuku. He looked down to see his friend start to fumble with a fidget cube that was attached to his belt. Izuku only calmed down when he noticed that the tiny light was still on in the cube. They all listened in on 13 give a speech on how Eraserhead's assessment test and All Might's combat training have prepared them for this. Right as 13 concluded their speech, the lights around the USJ dimmed down to a point where the only light was coming from outside. Izuku turned to Ida sharply as all of them watched as a portal began to form near the fountain in the middle of the joint. Izuku looked to his friend, Ida. Don't worry, I know the plan. Ida nodded back at him, slowly moving back towards the door. His pace picked up once Izuku turned back around. He could hear the hurried steps. Shoto gripped Izuku's arm as Eraserhead and 13 turned around to see villains start to come out of the huge portal. Stay here. Don't move. 13, protect the students, Eraserhead states, readying his scarf. What is that thing? Did the training start already? Sato spoke up. Ojiro asked with a tilt to his head. The fur on his tail spiked up with his nerves. I thought we were rescuing people. I don't think this is part of the training, Shoji said with one of his limbs. Stay back. Eraserhead ordered, pulling his goggles onto his face to protect his eyes. He pulled back his hair quickly as he explained. This is real. Those are real villains. The portal began growing wider, letting out a huge crowd of villains. Izuku froze at the sight of one villain that had an exposed brain step out from the portal. Shoto pursed his lips. The alarm sensors aren't being triggered. These villains must have a quirk that is masking their presence. They are fools for trespassing, but they must have thought it out. Shoto. What is it? Remember what I told you? Izuku said, staring out to see what he guessed was the leader. The man was covered in disembodied hands with the exposed brain villain right next to him. I think that the break-in yesterday, they took the schedule as I thought. Eraserhead noticed, they might be jamming our regular communication. Kaminari, try contacting the school using your quirk. Kaminari nodded, yes, sir. Got it. I'll leave it to you, 13, Eraserhead stated, immediately running down the stairs to take out the first 3 villains waiting for him. When everyone was starting to evacuate with 13, the portal villain appeared before them. Izuku stiffened, looking behind the villain to try and find Ida. Shoto pulled him back behind 13 who was blocking the children from the villain. We are the League of Villains. It is a pleasure to meet you. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves in. I am Kurojairi, the villain introduced himself. Izuku whispered from behind. The pro hero, 13, don't use your quirk yet, we have no idea what kind of transportation this is. It might do more harm than good if you use the black hole against them. 13 glanced back at him right as Bakugo and Kirishima charged forward to aim at the mist villain's face. Izuku facebombed as the two landed back on the ground right in front of the villain. Shoto let out a frustrated sigh. Are you kidding me? You went and punched a villain with no plan. Ha! My plan was to blow his face off. Bakugo argued back. Sato pointed his fingers aggressively at the purple mist villain in front of him. He doesn't have a face. It's just mist. He has a body though that can be harmed. But they didn't aim for that part, Izuku murmured, examining the metal brace around the villain's mist-like head. He only hoped that Ida escaped getting help without the villain noticing. Kurojairi started to create a huge portal that formed into a tunnel around the class. Kirishima and Bakugo were pulled into the portal first. Izuku was trying to cling on to Shoto while the rest of his class tried to hold on to each other. Shinso was about to sail off into the portal before Shoji grabbed onto him with one of his limbs. Hagakure's short yelp went right by Izuku as he heard multiple voices getting swept into the portal. Izuku looked back at Shoto, who was trying to get a grip on the ground using his ice. The strength of the portal scked Izuku up, making Shoto lose his grip on Izuku's hand and his ice. Izuku's eyes downed as he went through a portal. Shoto reached out his hand towards him before he disappeared. Izuku fell through the air until he landed backfires into a large body of water. He opened his eyes behind his visor only to see a fish mutation villain coming straight towards him. Izuku fumbled with his belt to get a weapon to defend himself with. But then a long appendage wrapped around his waist to pull him out of the water. He coughed as he was pulled onto a ship in the middle of the water. He stopped to catch his breath once he realized that Tsuyu was right there next to him. "Hey, it looks like you're here too." Izuku looked behind him to see floating gloves. "Hagakure?" "Yep. Thank goodness, you could actually see me in the water, Tsu, or else I would have been a goner." Hagakure cheered. Tsuyu nodded. "Kero. No problem. It seems like Kurogyri has separated us into different zones. The question is how many of us are separated and how many are still near stairs," Izuku said. "I hope that the others are alright," Hagakure commented. Shoto looked out over the villains that were now trapped in ice in the mountain zone he got transported to. He looked out over the entirety of USJ, wondering where Izuku had been transported to. Reviewing the plan they made, Shoto started to make an ice slide to go down the mountain so he could find where he is more quickly. But before he could do that, he needs to learn why the villains came here in the first place. "Hey, let's us go. It's too cold." Shoto fixed a deadpan stare to the random villain. "Do I look like I care about what happens to you after the frostbite kicks in?" Another villain chimed in, struggling to free his arms from the ice block. "You are training to be a hero. It's not like I will kill you, just trying to make it uncomfortable for you." "Well, more or less." Shoto stared the villain down with narrowed mismatched eyes. The villain felt like the ice was burning him as the teen slowly walked towards him tauntingly. "Now, I can leave you here in this ice which will kill you eventually by hypothermia or frostbite." Shoto gestured to the ice that was encasing his body. "Did you know frostbite is considered to be a type of burn?" Shoto said, allowing small amounts of snow to gather in his right hand. "Your skin and tissue will begin to freeze. You won't be able to feel anything besides the cold. And only takes about 10 to 30 minutes for the frostbite to set in. I wonder how long it will take to kill you." He then lit a large flame in his hand to bring it up close to his face. "Or I can end it more quickly by burning you to death like a witch at the stake. With the burning option, you go up against my flames to see who can come out the victor. So it's either burn by ice or burn by fire." Shoto narrowed his eyes into a harsh glare. "Pick your poison. Tell me now, what exactly are you here for?" "TCH." Shoto stepped back, dimming his flame so the villain wouldn't feel the warmth of the flame anymore. The villain started to shiver harshly again from the huge ice block that surrounded his body. Shoto tilted his head, ignoring the mixed shouts of the other villains in the zone. "Time is ticking." "Fine." The villain gritted out through his teeth. "I'm glad we can come to an understanding." Izuku stared down at the villains swimming in the water below the ship. All of them were waiting for them to move, not moving from the water to climb up the ship. Izuku deduced. "They probably don't know any of our quirks." Hagakure asked, "What?" "It's obvious when you think about it," Izuku replied. "We were all warped at different places. But if they knew our quirks, they would have put Tsuchan in fire or ice instead of water since it's her natural place. That means that the villains are scared of what we have in store. They have no way of knowing what we could do to them." Hagakure's gloves moved as she talked. "Yeah. They didn't even notice me when I was in the water." "Good, I might have a plan to distract them." "Hagakure-chan, can you distract them with me?" Izuku looked towards Hagakure direction. "Sure." Izuku smiled back at her. "Okay. Tsuyu, are you capable of jumping off the ship with both of us?" "Kero. I am stronger than I look, Izuku-an," Tsuyu responded. "Alright. Tsuyu, you are the escape route. Hagakure and I will distract them. Using the prototypes that Mei made, we scare them into a giant circle. And then throw these sticky bombs at them to get them stuck all together in slime and sticky mixture to keep them from following after us." The ship rocked, chasing Hagakure to yelp. Izuku glanced down to see the villains attack the ship, which is making the ship slowly sink into the water. "We might want to start that plan now," Hagakure suggested. Izuku passed several bombs to Hagakure and explained which color did what. Tsuyu was situated in the middle of them, ready to escape as soon as the villains were stuck. When he glanced down at the water, he started to go through his head of what method to use that will make the villains get captured easier. He slowly adopted a cold smile on his face when he concluded. If the villains didn't know what to expect, why not give them a show? Izuku strutted over to the ledge to look below him with a calculating smirk on his face. He casually swung his legs between the railings to stare down at the thugs below him. They all turned upwards to see what he would do next. With a deep breath, Izuku started to chuckle. The thugs narrowed their eyes when they thought the hero student was making fun of them, only for chills to run down their back when his chuckles had increased into manically cackling. Ha 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 ha! Izuku cackled. He tried to muffle his giggles. I can't believe that any of you think that you can beat us. Pfft, all of the hero class? Hagakure took off her gloves just to throw the explosives towards the left side of the crowd of thugs in the water. When it exploded, the thugs started to gather near the middle. Hagakure swiftly moved over to the other side of the boat to throw another explosive while Izuku distracted them by continuing to giggle like a crazed toddler. You honestly think you can lay a finger on us? That's wishful thinking, Izuku stated with a grin on his face. He wrapped his scarf weapon around the ledge just to hang upside down from the railing. Now what to do with all of you? A bunch of lowlife thugs who decided to beat up high schoolers. When the thugs gathered near the middle, Tsuyu used her tongue to throw 2 more explosives towards the back of the crowd of thugs to force them even closer. Izuku slowly stopped his cackling to stare hard down at the soaking wet thugs below him. Hagakure and Tsuyu stepped up to the railing. Hagakure had put her gloves back on to show off 3 prototype bombs in her grip. Tsuyu had several wrapped in her tongue. Izuku smiled at all of them, waving by twiddling his fingers at them right as the girls threw all of the bombs at them. The thugs yelled out as they were covered by slime, which got even stickier as they moved closer together until all of them were stuck together. Tsuyu wrapped her arms around her classmates before jumping right off the boat. Hagakure cheered as they jumped away from the protesting thugs. Right at that moment, Izuku noticed the light on his tracker was off. Oh, that can't be good. Back at UA. All Might was proud of himself. He had not pushed himself at all with his time limit that day, and he was only running well on time to get to the USJ. He had done a bit of hero work that morning, but Night Eye's workers had called him out to remind him of his time management. All he had to do was grab his Teaching for Dummies book in the faculty room that young Izuku had gifted to him before he headed out. All Might. Yagi coughed out a small amount of blood when he saw Nedzu waiting in the faculty room instead of his office. He pooped back into his small form out of surprise. Nedzu had a small screen with him as well that reminded the pro hero of a small tablet of some kind. Yagi stumbled back in surprise when he saw the principal sitting on the couch. Hello there, Nedzu. Your fur looks very shiny today. Thank you, it's the keratin, Nedzu replied. Humans can't get this kind of color and luster. We can talk about that later. What game are you playing on the tablet? This is not a game. This is a signal tracking device that tracks where Izuku is. All Might squinted at the screen to look. That's weird. Why did the dot move from here over here? That is very strange. Nedzu stared at the screen. He watched as the light flickered several times in the new destination before it was gone. Nedzu gazed down the screen in his pause to see that the signal he was tracking was now lost. His face didn't change and he did not look back up at All Might. He calmly called out, All Might? Yes. Nedzu clearly stated, I need you to run to the unforeseen simulation joint right now. I will inform the teachers to join you very soon. Now hurry, the class might be in trouble just like I had hoped wouldn't happen. Right, All Might replied, shifting back into his All Might form. He was doing good on time, so he didn't have a limit holding him back. Nedzu watched as the number 1 hero ran out of the faculty room. He made his way to the intercom at the other side of the faculty room to announce the news to the other teachers. Attention! Nedzu pokes the microphone. Attention, please. All staff must report outside the school except for Lunch Rush. Lunch Rush is assigned a temporary position of leadership to look after the students. All of the rest of the staff must meet me personally outside because of an emergency that has happened at the USJ that requires assistance. Third years, look after the underclassmen while the teachers are away. This time will be used for academic study hall. Good day. After the announcement was taken care of, Nedzu went ahead and speed-dialed Detective Tsukachi to send policemen straight to the USJ right away. He strutted down the hallway as fast as he could until one of Ectoplasm's clones stopped right in front of him. Nedzu took the chance to climb up the pro hero to settle on his shoulders as the clone headed outside where the other teachers were waiting. Lunch Rush and the third-year students will be fine. And if they needed help, some heroes or sidekicks nearby will be called in. Back to All Might, the hero was currently sprinting as fast he could towards the USJ. Eventually, when he was halfway there, he encountered Ida. All Might stopped in front of the teen to slow him down. Young Ida. Why are you out here? All Might Sensei. The USJ is under attack. Ida announced. Just as we feared, All Might said. Well done, young Ida. We must hurry to the USJ to help your classmates. Ida tried to protest. What about the other teachers? I must inform them of the trouble. Trust me. They already know. They are on the way as we speak, All Might reassured. Now, let's run. All Might charged forward into a sprint. Ida looked between All Might and the path to the school until he decided to follow after All Might. 13 was currently staring down the Kurogyri, watching for any move that the villain did. The students were behind them, looking out at the plaza. Everyone was worried about their classmates that were warped away. Sato was pacing back and forth with his hands ruffled into his brown hair. Mina was with Zero as they looked out into the open area of the USJ, keeping an eye out for anything. Kurogyri's gaze never left them, his back was facing the only exit of the USJ. Uraraka approached 13 from behind to tell her something important that she has noticed. Uraraka pursed her lips. She whispered low, I don't think Ida got warped away. And he is not with us either. He could have gotten out to get help before they noticed. I hope he has, 13 stated honestly back to her quietly without looking back to not cause any suspicion. They have known that boy for a long time, not as long as Izuku. They know that Ida is just as fast as his brother, maybe even faster. He would get help in no time at all. What in the hell is Izuku doing? Shoji states with his mouth limb. He flexed his limbs to create a new pair of eyes and ears. 13 glanced behind them to see Nedzu's son approaching the villain like he could manipulate them into being his new friend with knives in his hands. The staff decides to take a second bus after All Might since they won be fast enough as the number 1 hero to rush to the USJ. Lunch Rush was left behind to watch over the school. Get on the bus. Midnight called out, swinging herself over the stairs to get in the vehicle as soon as she could. Hizashi followed in after her quickly, taking his seat as the driver. Nedzu gave him a calculated look, do whatever you need to do to get to the USJ as fast as you can. Present Mike smirks sharply, on it. Hang on to something. Midnight, who has carpooled with Aizawa and Yamada many times before, knew exactly where this was headed. She threw herself against the corner facing the front. Her hands immediately found the edges of her seat to clench tightly. Many other members of the staff noticed her reaction and immediately fixed themselves into their chosen seats. Nedzu had his paws placed on his knees, swinging his legs as the bus roared to life. Recovery Girl was clutching her cane for dear life. Ectoplasm slid over in his seat, using his legs to prop himself further into the back of his seat. Vlad King looked into the window and widened his eyes. Curb. Curb. Power Loader let out a high-pitched yelp as he went airborne like the rest of the staff for a few seconds. Nedzu looked calm. Well, as calm as he can be when he was in the air for a solid second more than the rest of the staff. Cementos looked over to Midnight. How do you deal with this? Don't ask me. He weaves through traffic easily, going 80 miles per hour to avoid the morning rush, Midnight answered back, clinging onto the window with her palm. All the while, Nedzu was peacefully sliding back and forth in his seat while swinging his legs like Hizashi's driving did not affect him whatsoever. You're so cool, Eraserhead, Shigaraki commented as their teacher was slammed into the ground. Izuku's teeth clenched when he saw his uncle being hurt by the huge inhuman villain that the leader was commanding. He could see that his arm was broken and his elbow looked worse for wear. Stay here. I need to help, Izuku said, taking 2 knives out of his multitude of pockets on his belt. When I distract both of the villains away from Eraserhead, please get him out of there. Okay? Wait, it's too dangerous, Hagakure protested. Her gloves twiddled in the air to try and reach out to try and stop him. Danger hasn't stopped me before and I won't let it stop me now. Izuku narrowed his eyes towards the red gaze behind the disembodied hand. Tsuyu, could you throw me please? Towards the monster's back if possible. Tsuyu hesitated for a moment before Izuku gave her a pleading look. She gave in as she wrapped her tongue around his waist. He was quickly catapulted through the air at the Nomu while the villain was distracted by the underground pro-hero. Izuku immediately went to work with the Nomu. He would not let any lesson from his papa go to waste. Izuku stabbed both of his knives through the eyes of the Nomu. While Nomu screeched, Izuku looped his capture scarf around the monster's neck to pull him back from his spot on Eraserhead. The Nomu didn't stumble until Izuku pulled one of his knives out of their eyes to stab directly into their exposed brain. The Nomu screamed, backing up from the pro-hero to focus their arms to swipe at the teenager on its back. Izuku pulled his knives back from their insert points only to rest about them in the Nomu's brain again. He noticed how the monster already was regenerating his eyes quickly, which made Izuku form a new method. He dodged an arm swipe from the Nomu to stick a taser directly into the frontal lobe of the monster's brain. The Nomu twitched, their arms stopping for a moment. At that moment, Izuku used another prototype bomb from Mei, the last sticky one he had. He jumped backward from the Nomu's neck to throw the sticky bomb at the Nomu's arms. It would not hold for very long at all, but at least the monster was off his uncle. He stabbed his knives through the Nomu's brain again just to slow his descent to the ground. He twisted the blade before pulling them out harshly with no hesitance. Izuku stumbled when he landed on the ground, noticing how the regeneration took a longer time to heal his brain. He glanced towards Tsuyu and Hagakure, who were swimming away from their spot so the villain wouldn't see them. Izuku turned to Shigaraki with his knife still slick from the fluids of the Nomu's brain. His eyes traveled down to his shoes and his expression changed. Time to manipulate the villain. Wow! Izuku commented with a happy tone. He walked up to him, stopping at the side of Eraserhead. This would be the first time I have seen quirkless villains make a move. I have heard of a few quirkless vigilantes or villains, but not one of them has even tried to break into a hero school. Consider me impressed. Shigaraki looked back at his Nomu that was still regenerating and then shot back to stare at the smiling teenager that just stabbed it. He blinked behind the hand in confusion once he realized what the teen had said. What? Izuku tilted his head innocently. Oh, are you not quirkless? Of course not. Have you not paid attention to your teacher's elbow? Ah. Izuku looked down at his teacher's elbow. The skin looked like it chipped off. So you shoes don't they feel cramped? No, Shigaraki glared at him. Aizawa twisted his head from the ground, grunting in pain to make sure that the villain was in his eyesight just in case he reached out towards his nephew. Stop distracting me, NPC. Izuku raised a brow like he was challenging him. Then why do you have a quirk? What? Shigaraki asked. He looked confused while flexing his fingers. He fixed his eyes on the Nomu who was awaiting his order silently, his arms cracking the sticky substance holding their arms behind their back. I mean, it might just be your feet like a special case. Or that the whole extra toe joint thing is just a chance instead of an actual diagnosis. But people with quirks almost always have a black sole while the quirkless have white soles on their shoes, Izuku said, gesturing down at the soles on his shoes. I was simply asking because of those circumstances. Shigaraki glanced down at his shoes, noting the white. What are you getting at? The soles of your shoes, they are the same as mine, Izuku smiled knowingly, sticking out his foot to show his shoe more clearly to him. The soles made specifically for quirkless people to point them out of a crowd. Ha, even same color as well. Wait, you're quirkless? How the hell did you even get in here? Shigaraki questioned with wide red eyes behind the disembodied hand on his face. Ah, don't tell me you are discriminatory, Izuku said. He shook his head. Now that won't do. To answer your question, through hard work with training my body and mind. All of this talk about making a society without heroes for people like you and others to not suffer anymore. Yet you are being discriminatory towards me. That wasn't. Shigaraki interjected then groaned. Ugh, stop distracting me. So quirkless people are only a distraction? Wow, I have never met someone so open. It's mostly snide comments toward the quirkless in public without them knowing that I am one of them. Izuku looked down at his nail like the conversation bored him. What a shame. That's what you think, that a quirkless person couldn't be someone that saves another person's life? That they're just worthless? Shigaraki sneered at him. He decided to change the topic since he didn't want to face down the villain's quirk. It seemed to be some sort of destruction quirk. Maybe disintegration just from the look on his uncle's elbow. Izuku clasped his hands together calmly. Okay, let's change the subject back to why you can fit in those shoes. How come you have a quirk when your feet dictate that you shouldn't have one? Did someone give you their quirk? He noticed how Shigaraki's hand paused at his neck. Izuku's pupils widened when he saw the shift in body language. I heard you mention a sensei when you were busy letting your Nomu fight for you. Was he capable of giving you a quirk, or did he know someone in the underground that could? What the hell? Shigaraki, correct? That is your name, correct, or at least your villain name? Izuku questioned. Villain name? What are you on about? Shigaraki rasped. Well, you see, I do get bored a lot of times and end up scrolling through the public database of quirks to practice my analysis skill. But each time I ended up in the S, there was no mention of any Shigaraki. Izuku hummed to himself. He could easily distract the villain more to give everyone more time, especially give time to his uncle to avoid being hurt any further by the Nomu. That's why I refer to it as your villain name. Because if I were a villain, I would not want anyone to know my name and everything beforehand. So of course you have to make a villain persona for yourself. Now a fake name. The easiest way is to use the same initials. So your real name could be something like ST. The hand-covered villain stared at him. How do you know so much? Did you max out your intelligence skill? Yes. Extra experience points. You might want to level up your intelligence if this event was your plan. Quantity does not equal quality. Has no one told you that? Your team of players didn't stand a chance against any of us, Izuku said, gesturing his hand towards the injured or unconscious bodies that Aizawa had taken out in no time. Shigaraki scratched at his neck furiously. Even you as a gamer should know that. Nomu. Shigaraki called out, alerting the Nomu to step forward. Izuku glanced back to see if the Nomu would try and hurt his uncle again. Now, your Nomu is a decent antagonist. And what is with them exactly? Do they have multiple quirks or something? Izuku asked while he moved around the hand-covered villain. He moved past him to block the villain's view from Eraserhead and keep his gaze on the Nomu. It was made to defeat All Might once and for all, Shigaraki laughed. He had a very creepy laugh that was mostly weird-sounding giggles. It has enough quirks to kill the symbol of peace. Izuku hummed, I'm guessing one of them is regeneration. Since their eyes seem to heal already. The other might be something like shock absorption just to combat All Might's superpowered punches. You are one of the smartest NPCs here, the villain replied like it was a compliment of some kind. Thank you, Izuku took that answer with grace. You know, with your whole outlook on the society. I'm just going to assume that society has done you wrong in some way. Tamura's eyes flashed with fury, but he stayed silent. Izuku wouldn't let the desperation show on his face. He had to keep the villain talking somehow. Someone didn't save you, did they? The villain froze where he was standing. Eraserhead groaned, trying to ignore the pain in his arms. Get out of here. Izuku frowned, clenching his teeth as he analyzed how the villain reacted. I'm right, aren't I? No one was there for you when you needed them. You don't understand, you little brat. You are too brainwashed by this DMN hero society to ever look at the bigger picture. The hand-covered villain stated like it was obvious. Oh, I don't. Okay, let me know if I get close to your reasoning. What I know from you right now is that you have a destruction quirk of some kind. Possibly a decay quirk from the way the gate was destroyed and how Eraserhead's elbow looks currently. You hate Hero Society, specifically All Might, since he is the symbol in society. Izuku analyzed, his eyes darting everywhere on the villain to watch his body language. How his eyes narrowed, his fists clenched, and how his breathing pattern changed. He softened his expression to show his empathy towards the villain. I'm guessing from your decay quirk that something must have terrible happened when your quirk manifested. If I were to guess, the hands on your body aren't fake, aren't they? You went out into society for help. But no one helped you, right? Izuku replied sympathetically. They just left it for the heroes to take care of it. Something similar to the bystander effect when they can't do anything but watch instead of taking action. No one called the police since they assumed that people were already on the way. They didn't call heroes because they thought they would help you eventually. Civilians didn't look at you twice before going on with their daily lives. That is probably when your sensei took you in to groom you into becoming a villain to end All Might. Am I getting close? Izuku fixed his gaze directly into the red eyes that he saw through the air vent grate a day before. Nomu! Shigaraki shouted towards the inhuman creation behind him. He glared hard at Izuku, his eyes filled with fury. Kill this brat. Don't worry. I am here. All Might shouted proudly with a serious look on his face instead of the huge smile he normally wore. Kurojairi turned around before immediately moving himself to Shigaraki's side. 13 let out a breath of relief at the appearance of help. Izuku's eyes brightened further when he noticed his friend Ida coming up from behind All Might. He stopped short of the stairs to avoid falling. Ida yelled with a chop of his arm through the air, "SOMI." Nomu screeches into the air as it starts to launch itself towards Izuku. He ran backward to avoid an incoming attack from the Nomu. His hands flew to his capture weapon while he searched for any sort of weak point. Maybe he could pull on the Nomu's brain using the weapon to dislodge it? Before he could do anything to the inhuman villain, a surge of ice came from behind him that froze the Nomu from the tip of their huge feet to their right shoulder. I am also here, Shoto deadpanned behind him, cracking his knuckles as he walked up to his friend. He could see some of their classmates coming up from behind Shoto. Kirishima and Bakugo were the only ones missing from what Izuku saw. The other half of the class should still be near the entrance. The Nomu struggled in the ice right before All Might sprinted forward to punch the villain into the water. Nomu! End the symbol of peace. Kill All Might! Shigaraki ordered with Kurojairi now at his side. He snickered, wondering how long it will take for the hero to fall. Finally he arrives. But who was that brat with him? It would seem a hero student escaped to call for help. I apologize, young Tamura. Shigaraki took in a deep breath. No matter. All Might shall meet his match today. Izuku put his hands around his mouth to shout at Uncle Might. Hey! It has regeneration and I think shock absorption. Keep punching it. It must have a limit. Good job, my boy. I'll take it from here. All Might proudly announced. The Nomu regenerated in the water, trying to jump at All Might when he was distracted. All Might easily caught the Nomu's fist, making him stumble back a step before delivering his punch to the exposed brain. All Might's smile wavered a tiny bit at the corner of his mouth. Yuck. He plucked a metal pipe off of one of the unconscious villains at his feet that Eraserhead knocked out. Izuku whispered, pushing Shoto's shoulder, "Where were you?" "Landslide zone," Shoto answers back. "I checked all the zones to see which one you ended up in. While I was there, I saved the others, so now the villains are all tied up at the moment." "Where were you?" "Shipwreck zone," Izuku answered as Ida ran right up to them. Ida practically slid across the ground, leaving long tracks in the dirt. "Tenya. I got reinforcements. More teachers should be here soon to help," Ida told them stiffly, keeping his voice low enough so that the leader would not hear them. "All right." Kaminari cheered. Shinso raised an eyebrow, "So what do we do until then?" "All right. I think the first thing we have to do is get Uncle Aizawa to safety and come back to help All Might until the other teachers arrive," Izuku explained. Izuku turned to see Hagakure and Tsuyu already heading towards Aizawa since the villains were distracted. Uraraka was running towards them to help them transfer Aizawa away from the fight that was going on. "They have it covered, it seems. So we just have to make sure that the Nomu is defeated and that the villains left are apprehended. To get rid of Kurojairi, we have to aim for the metal brace. The rest of him is gas, so we can't hit that part of him," Izuku summarized. "Die!" Bakugo yelled out. Kirishima charged ahead with his hardened arms. "What he said?" They all watched as Bakugo sailed through the air using his explosions like a rocket aimed straight towards Kurojairi. Kirishima ran straight at the Warp Gate villain to distract him from the ground. Kurojairi tried to make a portal to use against Kirishima while Bakugo sailed through the air straight towards him. He opened 2 portals to block their attacks, but Bakugo changed his trajectory midway through to attack Kurojairi's neck brace from the side. Kurojairi fell to the ground with Bakugo's explosive hand against his neck brace with Kirishima standing guard with his hardened arms. Bakugo made small sparks of explosions in his hands, causing Kurojairi's gas to flinch back from the brace. "Make one wrong move and I'll blow you up so bad they'll be piecing you back together for weeks." "Whoa, that doesn't sound very heroic," Kirishima commented with an easygoing smile on his face. Aizawa grunted as he was floated up in the air using Uraraka's quirk. Tsuyu garbed his ankles to guide him towards the entrance while Hagakure supported his head. Uraraka had one of her hands on his stomach and his back to keep him from floating away. "So muscled," Uraraka mumbled as she looked back at All Might currently engaged in combat against the huge monster. "Oh, welp," Izuku swung the pipe in his hands. "Shoto, can you freeze Shigaraki's hands really quick?" Shoto raised his right hand automatically. "All right." "Why?" Ida sighed, already knowing what was to come because he knew both of his friends very well. "Just a little revenge," Izuku started, grabbing Shoto's arm to run towards the villain without listening to Ida behind them. They could hear Ida's lecturing already as they ran away, knowing full well that he could catch up to them in no time. Shoto and Izuku ran towards the hand-covered villain who was complaining about how All Might wasn't as weak as his sensei said he would be. Shoto quickly froze Shigaraki's hands so that he couldn't use his quirk against anyone for now. Shigaraki stared down at his cold-encased hands through the hand on his face. Shigaraki snarled at Shot, "You brat. This one's for my uncle, you crusty bstrd." Izuku exclaimed, swinging the metal pipe against the back of the villain's kneecap. The villain grabbed onto Izuku's baggie. Hero top, disintegrating it before Izuku swung the pipe down again at his hand. Right when Shigaraki went down, Ida shouted something. Izuku looked up to see the 3 girls had successfully brought Aizawa up to the entrance. He could feel the air on his stomach now that there was a hole in his costume. And the teachers have arrived along with his father riding on one of Ectoplasm's clones. All Might punched the Nomu through the roof of the USJ despite having information that the symbol of peace was weakened. His victorious yell of "Smash" echoed through the entire USJ, ringing through his ears. And just like that, Shigaraki's plan disintegrated before his eyes. Kirishima and Bakugo were momentarily distracted by the teacher coming in that allowed Kurojairi to move. Shigaraki tried to stand up on his good leg only for Snipe to shoot him from where he was standing near the entrance. "Ow!" Shigaraki screeched. Bullets hit through each of his limbs, causing him to fall back on the ground. Kurojairi quickly shielded both of them away right as more teachers were heading straight towards them. Shigaraki clenched his teeth, breathing hard through the pain of being shot several times. 13 stormed ahead with a purpose. They stopped ahead of everyone to aim their finger right at them, which prompted Kurojairi to warp them both before the hero could capture them. 13 lunged after them, but it was already too late. The 2 main villains were gone. The police arrived shortly after the heroes had shown up. They had apprehended the Nomu that All Might had catapulted through the roof. Power Loader made sure each student was accounted for. Ectoplasm and his clones went through each zone with Vlad King and Cementos to apprehend any villains. They handed the lowlife thugs over to the police in no time. A good percentage of the thugs were shivering either from the cold of ice or the cold air against their wet bodies. Midnight checked in with 13 as Hisashi gripped onto Aizawa's hand as Recovery Girl kissed his forehead. Is he okay? Aizawa yawned, looking up to his friend for confirmation. Yeah, the little listener is fine, Hisashi replied with a smile. Aizawa nodded before fading into sleep from Recovery Girl's quirk working. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue. Broken arm and your elbow have a fracture as well as skin damage from decay quirk. He also has face fractures. Izuku bounded up to the pro hero with no hesitance. Uncle Snipe, when will I get to hold an actual gun? You will as soon as you master the paintball gun. When you do that, I'll teach you the ways of actual guns, Snipe replied, ruffling Izuku's hair. It won't be long until you can hold a handgun and then an AK-47. Power Loader approached the two of them while scratching the back of his head. He apologized, sorry kid. I think I made the tracker splash-proof instead of waterproof. Izuku was quick to reassure his uncle Loader that it was okay. Sato glanced around him, making sure that everyone could see what he was watching. He couldn't be the only one who noticed how Izuku was so comfortable by calling the teachers uncle. Is anyone noticing how close Izuku is with the staff? Izuku turned around to face Sato. He replied easily with a smile. It's not that strange to me. I have known them for my whole life. Ectoplasm hid his laughter, knowing what was to come and he couldn't wait to see it. Ooh, is it bet collecting time? Shoto raised his eyebrows towards Ida. Ida returned his look and whispered to him, I said to give it until the end of the week. And I bet that it would take less than a week. It hasn't been the end of the week yet. Shoto retorted, silently enjoying the resigned look on Ida's face. How would you know them for that long? Kirishima questioned. Wah, Kaminari mumbled with his visor over his eyes. Uraraka asked curiously, wait, are you related to a pro hero like Ida-kun? Ooh, which hero? Mina clasped her hands on her cheeks. Nedzu walks over with the smile he always wears. Class 1A stiffens up at the sight of the principal. Everyone except Ida, Shoto, and Shinso was paying attention to how he was walking up to Izuku. Nedzu hummed, grabbing a piece of material that was hanging off the back of his destroyed top, I see you have to replace your hero costume top since it has gotten damaged. It's fine, I was already thinking of redesigning it with a new material, so villains can't grab onto the baggy fabric, Izuku chuckled. I don't get how Uncle Zawa can deal with it when fighting. Uncle Zawa? Shinso whispered to himself. His purple eyes widened since he was putting the pieces together finally. How Uncle Zawa was similar to Aizawa whose costume influenced Izuku's hero costume. How Izuku and Nedzu were just walking together casually the other time. Hold a second. I get the underestimation part of it. It's like manipulating the villains he fights to get a false sense of security because they don't know how trained he is when they see him, Izuku explained, picking at the whole of his hero costume. Nedzu nodded to his rambling with his ears perked up while he listened to every word. Maybe Kevlar is the way to go for the redesign to make it fit more to my skin and give more protection. Nedzu sobered for a moment. I was alarmed when the tracker went offline all of a sudden. I sent All Might ahead of us, so he could get here as soon as he could to help. Luckily we made it here on time. That villain better pray that Nedzu doesn't find him, Vlad King stated with his arms crossed. No one can mess with Izuku when Nedzu is there. Izuku-kun? Dude, Kirishima raised his head to get the green-haired kid's attention. Izuku stopped talking with the principal to look over at his peer. Yes, Kirishima-kun? What is it? Izuku questioned. Kirishima glanced back at the class behind him. Even Bakugo was glancing over at the scene with hidden interest. I think I say for most everyone in the class that we don't exactly understand what's going on. I believe an official introduction is in order. Nedzu clasped his paws together. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog? Just kidding. I'm the principal. Izuku mirrored his father's smile. Am I a teacher's son, a runaway middle schooler, or a secret pile of mice in a human disguise? Just kidding. I'm the principal's son. Just call me Izuku. What? Class 1A shouted in shock. Ectoplasm and Snipe laughed at their reaction very hard while Cementos stood there with a grin. Safe to say, everyone's reaction was varied. Izuku could see Ida digging into his hero costume to get out a 500 yen bill to hand over to Shoto who looked smug. Shinso's mouth had dropped open. Bakugo had frozen in place, now realizing that his parents had to meet Nedzu. Uraraka unknowingly started to float. Tsuyu grabbed onto Uraraka's foot to keep her from floating up, remaining mostly unaffected by the news. Yaoyorozu had her hand over her mouth in surprise. Jiro's eyes have widened to a point of being comical. Kirishima had a nervous smile frozen on his face. Kaminari and Shiro dramatically looked over at each other with matching looks of surprise on their faces. Mina had a calm smile on her face, rapidly blinking her eyes as she could believe what she was seeing. Hagakure's gloves were pointing back and forth from the small stature of the principal to Izuku. Sato and Koda remained silent with shocked looks on their faces with gaping mouths. Shoji and Tokoyami raised their eyebrows at the news, already suspecting something like this since Izuku had shown up the first day through the vents. Aoyama stared hard at the sight before fainting backward with sparkles around him when the information finally registered in his head. Thankfully, Ojiro extended his tail to catch him before he hit the ground. Ojiro's tail had fuzzed up at the news, but despite that had no other reaction like the rest of the class. After the USJ incident, Nedzu did a formal apology to his class after Izuku was reintroduced as the principal's son. Because of the attacks, UA declared a day off for the students before everyone went back to school for the second week. Many students were spending it to do many things. Izuku was spending the start of his day off in the car with his father as they drove to the hospital where Aizawa was being treated. Izuku was clutching onto a bouquet of mixed flowers for his uncle to get better soon and return to good health. Nedzu had apologized to his son directly for almost getting him and his class hurt from the attack. And Izuku forgave his father easily since it wasn't his fault. Currently, both of them were talking about what the future can hold for the school. Nedzu pressed down on an elongated pedal to move past a slow driver. The staff meeting is today. Detective Tsukachi should give his report of what the police have found so far. And I will talk to All Might directly about what you told me of the ringleader of the attack. That's good. I'm just worried since Uncle Might has talked about this big villain before. I know that he said he defeated him, but he also said they never found his body, Izuku replied. The paper wrap of the flowers crinkled when Izuku shifted in the passenger seat. And I know that nobody is found means there is a possibility that he could still be alive. That's what you taught me. I did teach you that. Always make sure that the body is recovered or else it is still out there, Nedzu nodded, speeding past another diver who honked at him angrily. I'm worried about Mirio since if All for One is alive that means that he would have to face him, Izuku said with a worried expression. The upperclassman became like a big brother figure to him and he didn't want to see him get hurt. Well, I was going to bring it up today at the staff meeting to make a final decision about the sports festival. Izuku looked at his father. What about the sports festival? Are you canceling it? Not at all. I was going to decide to move it up for 2 weeks in the future. Ah, I can see the pros and cons to that, Izuku commented, leaning his head back against the seat. Nedzu hummed, elaborate. It shows we are not afraid of them, Izuku stared down at the colors of the flowers. But it also allows them to learn more about our quirks for any future event if they ever come to fight us again. Nedzu gave him a knowing glance while he turned down another street, so that means I will inform my class and the other classes about the possible danger whenever possible to warn them about the potential harm that could be caused, Izuku answered back easily, staring out the window at the building PS they were passing up. The antique store that they were passing by looked very interesting from the display. He continued to ramble, we don't need our weaknesses to be out and about for any villain to use against us. So the best way to work around that is to be aware of said weaknesses and hide them during our fight even if opponents will try to expose them while fighting. Those are excellent points. Just like I knew you would have, Nedzu pulled into the parking lot of the hospital carefully, already beginning to scan the area for a perfect spot. Ah, we're here. I got the get well flowers for Uncle Zawa already, Izuku said proudly, holding up the flowers right as Nedzu pulled into a nearby parking spot. They both walked inside the hospital with ease. Izuku was too busy looking at the plain decoration in the waiting room with magazines on the small tables to notice how some of the nurses stiffened when they realized who exactly walked in. Because no matter what he wore, Nedzu was always recognizable. A nurse volunteered to guide them to the room after giving a short explanation that Izuku was there to visit his uncle. When they arrived, Nedzu wasn't surprised to see that Yamada was already there by his bedside in one of the chairs. His hair was down around his shoulders as he talked in a quieter tone to his partner. Yamada looked up as soon as they came in, a grin naturally coming onto his face when he noticed who was visiting. Hey, Sho. Guess who came to visit? Uncle Zawa. Izuku greeted happily, running up to his bedside. Aizawa's eyes were the only part of his face visible past the bandages wrapped around his head and torso. The entire hospital room was more dimly lit to keep from straining his eyes. You look like a mummy. Aizawa groans while Yamada laughed loudly at the comment. He covered the laughs with his hand to muffle the sound more. Izuku placed the bouquet on the chair next to Hisashi before taking a seat himself next to his other uncle. Nedzu hopped up into the final chair right by Aizawa's feet. On the small table next to Aizawa's bed, there was a small bag of edible cookie dough bites and nutrition packs that he always drinks. Underneath the table was a duffel bag that Izuku could only assume was a pair of clothes to change into after he was given the green light to go. Yamada noticed his gaze. Nem stopped by earlier to drop him off some snacks and visit. I don't like hospital food, Aizawa complained through the gauze bandages covering his mouth. Sho, you have to eat what the nice nurses give you, Yamada tells his friend as a mother would say to their child. It's good to see that you are doing better, Eraserhead, Nedzu commented, his feet dangling from his seat. Sorry, uncle. I couldn't distract him before he did all of this to you with his weird pet, Izuku apologized, ducking his head. Hizashi was quirked to wrap his arm around the teen, pulling him into a side hug to comfort him. Hey, never apologize for that, Aizawa coughed behind the bandages on his mouth and winced. He continues to talk slower so he couldn't irritate himself even more. I was doing it to protect you and the rest of the class. I would never expect you to get in the way of the villain in any way. I'm just glad that everyone isn't hurt. Hizashi raised an eyebrow and looking directly at his bandaged upper half. Aizawa gave him a look through the white gauze bandages wrapped around his face. The four of them stayed in that room together, just engaged in conversation for an hour. Yamada said that Aizawa is doing better, should be ready to leave in a few days. Yamada also added that Aizawa needed to just focus on recovery by not doing any serious work, which earned him a glare from Aizawa. Izuku brought up how he was going to have his first radio show that night after hanging out with his friends. Nedzu looked at the time. Oh, it looks like I have to go. The staff meeting is starting soon, so I need to head back to the school. Uncle Tensei is coming to pick me up soon, right? Yes, he should be here after picking up Fukuyama. See you later, little mouse. And I wish both of you well, Nedzu waved at the three of them before exiting the hospital room. So where are you and your friends headed? We are meeting halfway so Tenchan can meet in Asakuen. Shoto and I met him during the recommendation exam and he wasn't busy at Shiketsu High, so we plan to meet up at a cafe. I can't wait, Izuku said, practically bouncing in his seat. Yamada grinned at his obvious joy while Aizawa relaxed his head back into the fluffy pillows behind him. Our team as investigators are trying to learn everything we can about this so-called League of Villains. We have made some progress. But we can't find anything on this Shigaraki person so far. We have searched the registry for a male in his 20s or 30s with a quirk like his but have found nothing. It is the same for the Warp Gate villain named Kurojairi. So they aren't citizens or they are using aliases. Hard to find either way. So we don't have anything on them so far? Vlad King asked with his arms crossed. We have to track them down. I shot the ringleader, but once he heals up he'll probably try something like this again. Snipe spoke through his mask. What a pain. He did seem like the type, Midnight commented as she remembered the scene she had waltzed right into. Nedzu glanced over at All Might. Something on your mind? All Might nodded with a narrowed gaze. The attack was too bold. Like they were confident that they would win something out of it. No sane person would follow through with such a big attack like this. The ringleader, Shigaraki, acted like he was about to have a tantrum when things weren't going his way. And he acted like the Nomu was a pet. Tsukachi looked down at the papers in his hands. There were 72 villains arrested in the aftermath. They were all small-time thugs who usually lurked around back alleys. But what worries me is that this ringleader got them all to follow his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader. Criminals are starting to feel more pressure now that the world is steadily being filled with more heroes. Maybe that's why they were so quick to follow the villain as their leader. I guess that makes sense, Vlad King sighed. Snipe leaned back in his chair. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind. So what can we do to stop this? Midnight asked calmly. We will expand our investigation to find more information about this attack, the detective replied. Can you tell us a bit more about the Nomu that you brought into custody? Nedzu questioned. Yes. The Nomu is not able to speak but he follows orders without question, Tsukachi recalled, hiding some information that he would later tell to All Might. He did not try to fight the officers off when we arrested him and now the Nomu is in a guarded prison cell. That's strange, Snipe commented. After that, the detective continued to recall everything that he and his team had found from the USJ attacks, including some testimonies that they acquired from the thugs. After the detective was finished, he left the room and Nedzu gathered everyone's attention. He cleared his throat before gazing at his staff. I will send an email detailing what I am about to explain right now to all of you. I have decided for any future events that involve going off campus to be changed so that it doesn't share the same location. We can never be too careful. As far as the sports festival goes, I am moving it up so it is taking place about 2 weeks from now. Also, we will no longer put your hero name out there so clearly on the schedule. What I mean by that is to say that I will request all of you to have more of a fake name instead of your real or hero name. The reason why this happened is that the villain saw that All Might was scheduled to be at the USJ and took that chance to try and take him down. If anyone has further questions about this situation, speak up now. Nedzu looked at his staff, who slowly began to raise their hands to ask follow-up questions. Smiling, he answered each question anyone had about what he talked about. Eventually, the staff meeting came to an end. Midnight hurried away out the door first, with Snipe and Vlad King following behind her. All Might went to follow everyone else out before Nedzu called out to him. "Wait a moment, All Might," Nedzu interrupted. All Might halted in his steps and slowly turned around to face the principal. Toshinori felt a drop of sweat roll down his face. Yes sir. What do you need to talk with me about?" "I want to tell you some information that my son has gathered from the attack on the USJ," Nedzu sighed. "I don't mean to alarm you, but there is a possibility that All for One is alive." All Might coughed. "All for One? Impossible." Izuku had talked with Shigaraki and gathered information from him. Izuku has confirmed that Shigaraki is his alias. Shigaraki also reacted when Izuku suggested that his initials were somewhere close to ST. "He is still not registered in the quirk registry as far as Detective Tsukachi has told us," Nedzu continued with a plain smile on his face as he explained. "And from his report about the Nomu, there is a chance that it was specifically made to be that way. Which gives me a bad feeling. Even if it might not be the big villain we think it is still horrible that Nomu is being created to follow orders such as killing the symbol of peace. Apart from that upsetting news, I do want to discuss with you about something else." Nedzu clapped his paws together with a more gentle smile. "I must inform you that I will sign you up for teaching lessons." What? All Might tilted his head in confusion. "All Might, you can't just take advice from my son and others to learn how to do your teaching job." All Might laughed awkwardly. Nedzu continued, "It will be a simple thing that can easily fit into your schedule. I have found a site for online learning that will only take up a few hours every day to teach you fully what it takes to be an educator. This is for both of our benefits, especially the students that you are teaching." "I understand." All Might accepted his fate. Nedzu nodded. "Good. One last thing to inform you. I know that I have already hired All Might, but I want to hire Toshinori Yagi as well." "What do you mean by that?" "I know that eventually your quirk will slowly be passed on, and when that happens you will retire. So I want the students to know you in both of your forms." Nedzu coughed into his elbow before explaining further. "As in, I want Toshinori to become a physical education teacher to teach the young hero students. He can help the students with something that Eraserhead can assist in. A combined class of their expertise." "What kind of expertise?" Toshinori questioned. Nedzu's smile grew on his face to a point of being scary. "Quirkless fighting." While the staff meeting went on, Tensei drove all three friends to the cafe that they were meeting at. Tensei took the time to make sure that all of them knew his impeccable taste of music that came directly from his sidekicks that kept introducing him to music. Tensei was a responsible driver from what Izuku noticed, better than Uncle Mike apparently from what Aunt Nem told him. And sooner than later, they all arrived at the cafe. Tensei pulled over to allow all of them to get out safely. He waved to all of them and wished for them all to have a good time. Tenya waved happily goodbye to his brother right as he drove away using his reliable car to his agency to check on his workers. "I hope that I didn't dress incorrectly. I want to make a good impression," Tenya admitted, messing with the top button of his polo, deciding if he should unbutton it to seem more relaxed. "Tenya, you look fine. You are wearing a polo when you first meet him, so you are guaranteed to make an impression on him," Izuku reassured. Shoto nodded along with what Izuku was saying. "He was just wearing a plain black sir with a green and blue button-down shirt over it. He should be waiting inside already, he texted about a few minutes ago. We should head in." Once they got inside, they were immediately greeted by the sight of Yorashi waving them down at a booth. "Over here!" he called out excitedly at seeing his newly made friends. The three of them walked over to the booth. Izuku arrived first and happily moved over to the opposite seat to slide over to the window. Shoto took the seat next to Izuku while Ida calmly sat down next to Inasa. "Hello. It's nice to meet you. My friends have told me a lot about you. My name is Ida Tenya." "Yeah. I'm Yorashi Inasa. Nice to meet you too. They told me a lot about you two over text," Yorashi said, gripping onto Ida sternly to give a firm handshake to the other. "Wow, you're strong." "Thank you. I work hard on my physical strength." Ida chopped his hand through the air. Yorashi watched his hand chop through the air with curious eyes. "What happened to your hair? I remember you having a bit more than that in the recommendation exam," Shoto asked. Izuku was looking at the menu, deciding what they could order. "I shaved it down for Shiketsu," Inasa replied. That is very smart of you since you do have a wind quirk and there would be no need to worry about your hair flowing into your eyes, Ida commented. Yurashi nodded with an excited glint in his eyes. Yeah. That was part of my reason behind it. I could never really have long hair unless I want to be blinded by it during the fighting. When the waitress came by later, they all ordered a milkshake. Izuku got a mint chocolate shake, Shoto requested a strawberry shake, Inasa ordered cookies and cream, and Tenya asked for plain vanilla. They all decided to get a small pastry as well with their sweet treat. So how is your school so far? Why didn't you come to UA? Izuku asked as Shoto focused on eating his Bavarian cream-filled pastry. I did appreciate the recommendation, but I just fell deep into Shiketsu. Plus it was a bit closer to where I live. I'm glad it did because. Yurashi slowly took a sip of his milkshake at the pause. I mean no offense. None was taken, Izuku shrugged, we didn't know that would happen either. Ida nodded with understanding. Hopefully it doesn't become a regular thing. Again. Don't jinx it, Shoto commented before digging his spoon into his strawberry parfait. And now you have public eyes on you sooner than it was supposed to happen. It sounds like a lot of pressure, Inasa said, muffled by the pie crumbles in his mouth. Yes. I genuinely wish it won't last long. I want to be known in the future for my skills as a hero, not for an incident happening in my first year that was beyond anyone's control. Izuku replied honestly. Yurashi paused, choosing his words wisely since he didn't want to be insensitive towards his friends, especially his newest one sitting next to him. Hey, if it's okay if I asked what happened inside? Were any of you scared? It's okay if you don't want to answer since this just looked scary, I have no idea how it was. Izuku places his hands on the table with excitement in his eyes. He flexed his fingers while Inasa felt a sudden dread creeping up from his toes. I'll be delighted to tell you all about it, Izuku said with a grin. Shoto hid his smile into his milkshake glass while Ida got comfortable in his seat for the story that Izuku was about to tell. With that, Izuku launched into the story from the start of the break-in by the press. He made sure to keep his inside voice quiet so none of the other patrons could hear. It helped that there were only a few guests in the cafe and they were placed farther away from the group of 4 teenagers. Now and again, the customers and waitresses would look over to see the exaggerated expressions of the teenagers. The teen with the shaved head paid the most attention to what the other was saying, like he was hanging on to every word while he sipped his milkshake with wide eyes filled with curiosity. The tall teen with a shaved head waved for the waitress to come over. He smiled happily as he asked for another milkshake. The cafe customers were expecting the tall teen to just return to smiling with his friends. And he did. But what they weren't expecting was the tall teen to start choking on his milkshake after taking a huge gulp while the green-haired teen said something. The teen with two-toned hair immediately started chuckling to themselves, clutching onto the arm of the smaller teen. The blue-haired teen started to pat the other on the back as they coughed into their napkin. The tall teen slowly stopped coughing, taking in deep breaths. He swiveled his head to stare at the teen, was eagerly awaiting his reaction. You're the son of who? Present Mike greeted the guest microphone from the guest seat. Izuku perched himself on the host's chair behind the radio setup with the monitor in front of him to pull songs into the queue. Welcome back to Put Your Hands Up Radio. To host his first ever radio show, DJ Mouse. Thank you. Hello, everyone. You can call me DJ Mouse and I will be hosting the entire hour while Present Mike sits in the guest chair, Izuku said into the microphone with his headphones on his ears. I can't wait to see how my first show goes. Alright, Present Mike said with a cheerful tone. If anyone didn't check out the radio's Choral Media, DJ Mouse now has his hour-long radio show each weekend. So you will see a lot more of him from here on out. Yes, I am very excited to connect more to the listeners that are checking in right now, Izuku easily replied into the mic with practiced ease. Present Mike looked on proudly like he taught him everything he knows since he did. So, DJ Mouse, do you have any interesting stories from your first week at high school? How much should I say to them? I want to keep my identity secret after all, Izuku asked with a hesitant expression. Present Mike hummed, I'm sure you can reveal your high school as long as you don't reveal which class you are in. Alright. Well, if anyone wanted to know, I made it into UA. But I won't tell any of you what course I'm in. That is something that everyone has to guess. Izuku leans into the microphone with a glint of something in his green eyes. I can't help but wonder what the fans will come up with. Present Mike stifled a laugh. Speaking of the fans, they have been wondering what your show will be about. Do you want to tell them? Well, if anyone was curious to know, my show will be a variety of things. I'll talk about my school life, the newest hero news, and even directly interact with the fan base. Don't think I haven't read any theories that people have been coming up with, Izuku replied. Mike raised a blonde eyebrow at him. What theories? That is for you to find out next week, Izuku promised with a grin. But for right now, let's talk about some new things happening that I have noticed. Miruko's major fight earlier today was interesting to watch when she took down a team of robbers single-handedly. I must advise the people on social media that are trying to argue about her behavior towards the paparazzi to look at all the facts before commenting about what she did. If anyone was paying close attention, the paparazzi were out of line when trying to ask invasive questions into her personal life while she was busy capturing the villains, DJ Mouse explained with a calm expression on his face like he was just talking to an old friend instead of a microphone. The next news summary is quirk-related. I have to talk about is a certain situation that happened today in Muzurufu. There was a quirk accident situation where a civilian couldn't control their gas-related quirk and didn't want to lose control of the gas. He was taken into custody after a pair of sidekicks stepped in to help get his gas away from nearby civilians, Izuku stated into the microphone as he surveyed the music available to slide into the queue after he finished. I wanted to clearly state that it wasn't the civilians' fault, and this is a sentiment that I discussed with Uncle Mike before I started the show. Present Mike leaned into the guest microphone. That is correct. Right now, there is a bit of argument over wherever or not the civilian should face criminal charges. And I will say that both I and DJ Mouse have signed a petition for them to reconsider their decision to have the civilian face any charges from this accident. The petition will be linked on to Put Your Hands Up social media for any listeners to sign as well. With that, let's have a music break before we continue to discuss some recent quirk and hero-related news. After that, I will tell you a bit about my first week of school. Maybe Izuku bit his lip to keep from laughing. It might not be that interesting to hear. Safe to say, all of Class 1A was freaked out about the revelation of Izuku being the son of the principal. But Bakugo didn't show his true emotions when it was happening. He didn't even tell his parents when he came home that day. But now, Bakugo was looking down at his phone to see the text that was just sent. His eyes widened as he recognized the name from what the nerd had put into his phone when he gave him his number. Nezuku, my papa agreed and said it would be lovely to meet all of you. He looked down at the text before grudgingly got up from his bed. He sat upon his bed and texted out what his mother had drilled into his head to say after he got confirmation. He texted the nerd to tell him their address and invite them over for dinner. He waited a minute or so before the nerd texted back. Nezuku, sounds good. Is Thursday okay for everyone? He walked through the house to get downstairs where his parents were watching a show together. His father was softly criticizing the material of the wedding dress while his mother was complaining about the entourage not loving the previous dress that the woman had tried on. Oh, F off. She looked amazing in that second dress. But of course, it's too revealing, Mitsuki complained while doing air quotes in the air with her fingers. What do they want? It a sweetheart neckline and it looks perfect on her. Thank God that I didn't have that big of an entourage. Masaru nodded along with what she was saying. I just wish they stopped putting the same embellished belt over perfectly done lace. It messes with the entire silhouette of the dress and bunches the fabric weirdly. Hey, old hag. Bakugo greeted as he entered the room. Mitsuki looked over to him to give him her full attention. What is it? Nerd texted back. His dad said yes. Is Thursday fine? Bakugo replied quickly with his phone in his hands. Thursday for dinner. Hell yeah, we got nothing planned. He got the address and everything like Mitsuki was interrupted by her son. Yeah, Bakugo rolled his eyes before texting Izuku back, who replied with a quick message. Nezuku, cool. See you then, Bakugo. Smiley face. Bakugo clicked his phone off while rolling his eyes from seeing that response. He turned around to head back upstairs when he heard the noises from the couch. Hold it, brat, Mitsuki called out to him. Bakugo paused in his walk, tilting his head back to his mother. I know about Izuku, but you never told me anything about his father. Do you know something that can give me some sort of hint of what I should make for dinner? Bakugo furrowed his eyebrows. Huh? How the hell am I supposed to know? I don't know what the hell a mouse bear dog eats. Pardon? Masaru looked up. Yeah, the principal. Bakugo stared like it was obvious while his parents had a momentary freak-out over the news. Nedzu? He is Izuku's adoptive father. Masaru questioned with a nervous look on his face. Yeah, Bakugo explained with a bored expression to his father. The DMN nerd announced it after the USJ thing happened by saying he was a pile of mice in a human suit or some shit. I wasn't paying that much attention. Mitsuki blinked. Oh shit. Yeah. And Izuku and he will come here Thursday for dinner, Bakugo repeated with an annoyed tone back at his mother. Is that it? Mitsuki nodded slowly, too stunned to give her attitude back from his reply. Yeah, go ahead, brat. Finally, Bakugo commented before marching back up to his bedroom to start getting ready for bed. Meanwhile, both of his parents were still on the couch, wondering how this meeting will go. What do we do? Mitsuki asked her husband, who was blankly staring as the television played through a commercial with Mount Lady-themed shampoo and conditioner. Masaru gulped, then shrugged back at his wife. Make something with cheese like Alfredo? Or you can make Inko's old recipe for katsudon so we have something to talk about to ease the conversation. Honey, Mitsuki started with a grin. She wrapped her arm around her husband and began to play with his hair at the back of his head. Masaru hummed while her fingers scratched his scalp. Yes, dear. Have I ever told you that I hit the jackpot? Mitsuki smirked, red eyes gleaming with triumph. Masaru had a tiny smile grow on his face, many times. Izuku knew there were going to be questions when he walked into the classroom after the break, but he didn't quite account for how many his classmates would ask. Dude, did Nedzu teach you when you were growing up with him? Is Nedzu scary to you at all? Do you know if Nedzu is a dog, mouse, or a bear? Yes, he did teach me. No, he has never been frightening towards me, but he was to anyone who has wronged him in some way like many others would react, Izuku replied with ease. Although he paused dramatically on the third question only to answer, no, my papa is the principal. Hello, friend, Ida greeted with a chop of his hand. He could only imagine what kind of questions they will have when they find out he is quirkless. He is holding that truth bomb for the sports fest. Hey, is it true that you just laughed at the villains to throw them off while Hagakure threw grenades at them? Mina asked. Of course. It was the best course of action, Izuku responded while thinking to himself, well, it was the best course of action for that plan. I had another plan in the waiting if it didn't work out. Hagakure's uniform's arm was waving in the air at Mina. I already told you. It was so funny watching them get confused from the way he was acting. He probably had a better evil laugh than all of them combined. Stop, you'll make me blush, Izuku waved his hands at the two girls with a delighted grin on his face. Some of them giggled at his reaction. Speaking of villains, I have been wondering where Fukuyama came from when he went to get us, Ojiro wondered out loud, looking towards the split-haired boy. I was in the landslide zone, Shoto answered easily. Ojiro tail-palmed his cheek when he remembered that the zone was covered in snow. It made the answer so obvious already. Bakugo and I took care of a lot of bad guys in the ruins? I think. We were in a building that looked abandoned with broken windows. Fukuyama showed up after we fought most of the villains there. We were in the mountain zone, Jairu replied. Momo created this sheet and Kaminari electrocuted all the villains around us. I made it insulated so we wouldn't be affected by any of the electricity that was discharged, Yayorozu explained with a kind smile. But then this villain with an electric quirk tried to hold Kaminari hostage. I believe he might have been the one that was jamming the signal. And then Fukuyama comes in with his ice and wrecked the guy. Thanks again, man. Kaminari leaned back in his chair to tilt his head towards the half-hot and half-cold teen. Shoto nodded back at him, no need. It was the right thing to do. I was in the fire zone fighting against the villains. Thankfully, his ice made the fight heat much more quickly than I guessed it would be when he showed up, Ojiro stated. Tokoyami hummed. It was quite dark in the raining zone where Kota and I were transported. We both fought valiantly together against our opponents. Dark Shadow and Kota nodded. Whoa, that must have been one hell of an experience. The rest of us were with 13 near the front, Sato commented. Zero knocked his hand against his forehead like he just remembered something. Wait, I almost forgot. Class Prez? Yes? What is it you need? Ida asked, ready to provide. You're the one who got help from the teachers, right? Zero grinned. That was super cool. I would comment that it was a more heroic of a decision since you went out to get help for all of us, Shoji added in. Oh, it was nothing. I was doing what anyone would do to help my fellow peers. Ida cast a glance over at Izuku who was giving him a thumbs up. Izuku-kun was the one who told me to run in the first place. I was following his judgment. Okay, enough socializing, Aizawa's voice commanded them into silence. Each of them sat up straight in their seats as Aizawa made his way to his desk. His upper half was covered in bandages, but his legs were completely fine. Izuku didn't disguise his narrowed gaze when he noticed Aizawa's subtle wince when he relaxed into his desk chair. Are you sure you're okay and don't need another rest day? Izuku asked with a raised brow at his uncle. Aizawa's voice was muffled from bandages covering his mouth. I'm perfectly fine. Aha, Izuku delivered back with a deadpan expression. Shinso stifled a laugh at the doubtful remark that Izuku gave back. Aizawa sighed, the UA Sports Festival is coming up soon. Yeah, let's go kick some butt. Kirishima pumped his fist in the air. Momo raised her hand politely to interject. Is it really smart to hold it so soon after the attack? They could attack again since we are all in the same place, Ojiro added. Administration wants to show that the threat has been handled and our school is safer than ever. UA is getting more security for this event. This is an important showcase that UA can't cancel, Izawa explained. This sports festival is one of the most watched events in the world. This festival allows pro heroes to view how you fight and use your quirks. The pro heroes watching might find interest in one of you and take you in as their intern. If you want to be a pro, this is a chance you won't want to miss. That's all I have to say. Izawa tried to relax into the desk chair. Eventually, it was lunchtime and everyone was still on the edge of their seats in excitement for the upcoming sports festival in 2 weeks. Hagakure paced in front of Ojiro. How am I going to stand out? Should I do a cheer? Possibly. Ojiro's tail swayed slightly behind him. Maybe wearing something shiny? Did someone say shiny? Why, I'm the shiniest out of everyone. Look at me sparkle, Aoyama said while flamboyantly posing. The scouts won't be able to take their eyes off me. What matters is to show the pros how useful we can be during this festival, Shoji clenching his fist. Everyone, let's do our best. Uraraka had a scary determined expression on her face as she pumped her fist into the air. Everyone looked over at her just to see how serious she was. When the class headed for lunch, Uraraka asked the three their opinion on something that no one else in the class knows about yet. For the money? Izuku asked when Uraraka got finished telling them about her situation. And how she wanted to be a pro hero for the money to support her family. I'm sorry if that sounds greedy. I hope you don't think less of me for this. Your goal is to support you and your family's well-being. That's admirable, Ida replies, chopping his arms through the air to reassure her. I get it, Shoto said with a nod. Izuku hums, I can see it, but I do have a follow-up. I don't see it as money as much as I do that you are trying to make sure your family is taken care of. Yeah, that is more of the reason why, Uraraka added. Izuku frowned, but your quirk by itself would help immensely in that type of work. I know. Uraraka threw up her hands, but they want me to follow my dream and not let them drag me down. But I just want to help them out, you know? Perfectly understandable, Ida commented. Shoto nodded at her words as well. The three of them held their family as one of the most important things in their life. I feel like you will be a good hero. And once you do become pro, I feel like you could be an advocate for others like you in a tough situation. Or could be a great rescue hero or one that does a lot of charity work or donated to help those in need like families that struggle. Yeah. Uraraka gains a spark of determination in her brown eyes. Her eyes softened, thank you. Their next class passed by with no problem, possibly from riding on the high of thinking about the upcoming festival. Ojiro was preparing a schedule of his regular yoga and fighting practice for the next 2 weeks to make sure he was ready. Momo was planning on studying through the break to find new things to make like weapons for the fighting portion. Sato was writing down new high-sugar recipes to try out during the 2 weeks to find really good ones to eat before the festival to get his strength up. Kirishima had a plan to punch rocks wherever he could find them. Mina was planning on melting things with her acid to train, using different dancing moves to try and make her moves unique. Bakugo rolled his eyes, great, you know what we look like. Now move it, extras. Don't call people extras. That is extremely rude, Ida shouted out near the back wall of the classroom, which steadily grew louder as he headed over to the blonde in the doorway. The students crowding the doorway saw their class president chopping his arms. Hey, if any of us do well, we can transfer into the hero course no sweat. And then they'll kick any of you out to make it possible. So don't look down on us, a student commented in retaliation. Many other students nodded at his words. Some students in the classroom looked at each other with wary looks. One of them could be kicked out? Most of them thought. Meanwhile, Shinso looked towards the door, thankful for his chance to be in the hero class. But he also wondered how many were like him behind that door. People who didn't get a chance to truly show what they had in store. Hey, we're from Class 1B next door. We heard you fought villains, a guy with silver hair and long silver eyelashes yelled from the crowd of students. Izuku brightened up when he remembered the familiar voice. He poked his head through the door, watching as Bakugo was still scowling at the rest of the crowd who was blocking their way to the cafeteria. Oh hey, Tetsu-kun. Oh. I forgot you were in this class, Izuku, Tetsu replied in a quieter voice, returning the wave sharply. Hi again. One of the students with a strong jaw scoffed, they just look like a bunch of brats that think they are better than the rest of the school because of that attack. Izuku snapped back to attention once he heard those words. He froze the smile on his face and turned his head to face the one who uttered that sentence. Excuse me? Ida moved quickly once. He heard that tone of voice. Shoto, and he rarely hears that voice come out of Izuku unless a lesson was about to be taught. Ida extended his arms to block the rest of his classmates from getting near Izuku as he stalked forward into the crowd of students outside the door. Shoto peeked around Ida to watch and get ready for any sign that meant he had to jump in to stop or join his friend in a fight. Uraraka watched the encounter with wide eyes, waiting to see what would happen as the rest of their peers inside the classroom. Bakugo raised an eyebrow at the green-haired boy who was staring down at the student in the crowd with a terrifying grin. "Can you repeat what you just said?" Izuku commanded from the other student. "Louder this time. I want everyone to hear how idiotic you sound right now." "What? I believe you heard me." Izuku narrowed his eyes with the smile still plastered onto his face. "Go on." He waved his hand in a rolling motion and indicating for the student to continue. "I would love to hear you continue about how you believe that we think we are better because we almost got killed. Come on, I would love to hear your explanation for that." The student wisely kept his mouth shut while Izuku placed a hand behind his ear while he waited for a response. "No? Nothing. Okay. Let me tell you what happened and not what your mind conjured up," Izuku started, clasping his hands together happily with the cold grin on his face. "To sum up to this point, we have only had 2 heroes quirk-focused classes before we had the attack. One class was to just see what our potential was and the other was combat training. The day of the attack was supposed to be rescue training. So do you think any of us expected to be attacked by villains? Did any of you think that once those villains show up that we were excited to fight? I mean..." Izuku let out a humorless chuckle. "You better not say it." One of the girl students in the farther back of the crowd looked away from the green-eyed gaze of the teen. "It's not our fault you guys got attacked." "What? And it's supposed to be our fault?" "It's supposed to be all of our faults that the USJ was broken into. It's our fault that one of the teachers got severely hurt trying to protect us from the villains? Tell me, is that what you were trying to say to us?" "And no." "Good." He stared her down with an unreadable expression. "Because I don't know what to think of another student trying to blame the victims of an attack. Because UA has a strict anti-bullying rule. It would be such a shame if they got a hold of what you said." The girl shut her mouth as Izuku turned to the rest of the speechless crowd. "I want to cut this short so all of us can go to lunch. So I will just tell all of you that you shouldn't make assumptions about my class without knowing what we had to go through during that attack. So what if it got media attention? Media attention won't stop us from having nightmares from the event of what would have happened if we didn't make it out of there. What would have happened if the leader went ahead with their idea of killing some students to drag All Might out faster? Does everyone understand?" Izuku asked with a calm expression. The crowd murmured, backing up as a chilling smile grew on his face. "I'm glad we understand each other." Izuku allowed the crowd to part and watched as Bakugo charged through the clearing to get ahead of everyone in the class. Shoto immediately went up to Izuku with Ida on his other side. Uraraka followed the 2 farther back with Shinso peeking out the door with raised eyebrows. "Whoa," Shinso commented. Uraraka blinked at the aftermath of the confrontation. Double whoa. That was so manly. Kirishima finished with a toothy grin. Uraraka nodded back to the redhead. She snapped her fingers towards him. "Exactly. There is no doubt in my mind anymore about him being Nedzu's son," Ojiro stated with Shoji nodding behind him with 2 of his ears still extended towards the door. After that hallway confrontation, all of the Class 1A students headed to their next class, which was Heroics. Once they got there, they were surprised to find a new face standing next to Aizawa. The new face had a very triangular face and stood very tall next to their teacher. "Hello, class. Today's hero class will be a little different. This is our new teacher named Toshinori Yagi. He is a close friend of All Might, working close next to him." Bakugo narrowed his eyes at the tall man. "All Might hasn't had a new sidekick since Sir Night Eye. Was this extra a secretary of something? Hello. I'm Toshinori Yagi. And I will be your guide to a newly introduced section of hero class." Toshinori let a calm smile grace his triangular face. "Quirkless fighting. Fighting without quirks?" Ojiro raised his eyebrows in surprise from the news. He looked behind him. "I guess that means do the same, but without my tail." "Aha," Hagakure commented. "It's the same for me as well." Izuku looked over to Hagakure. "Hagakure-chan? I'm sorry I haven't taken quite a notice of your hero costume. But, excuse me if I'm being rude or crude, but are you naked with only gloves and shoes on?" "Yep," Hagakure replied, making jazz hands at him. "Remind me to introduce you to my friend in support. I'm positively sure that your hero costume can be improved on," Izuku answered, trying to look ahead and praying that he was looking into her eyes to be respectful. He knew that Mirio's method of adding hair to his costume for his quirk might work well with her. Hagakure made a cooing noise. "Ah. Thanks. That would help out a lot. I will be joining as well in this class, making sure none of you are using your quirk and also teaching you a different style of fighting similar to the one I use," Aizawa told the class. He stared through the bandages wrapped around his face. "Unfortunately, I can't give any hands-on instruction until I get the feeling in my hands back. Until then, I assume Toshinori will give you all the right amount of guidance to fight efficiently." Kaminari hummed, I wonder. Is he an underground hero? I've never heard of him before. Well, he must be really good at fighting if UA brought him in. I wonder what else he can do. Shiro whispered. While the class was filled with whispers and mumbles of curiosity, Toshinori was calmly waiting at the front. All of them were still staring towards the front right as Toshinori caught a ball out of nowhere that was flying towards him in record speed. He didn't even bat an eye and moved his hand to catch it without turning around. They watched as the gentleman threw the ball up into the air to catch it in his hand to see that it was a robot instead of a regular baseball. A support student came running up to him, apologizes for a classmate's baby going out of range, and then scurried back to their class. Sign me the hell up if I can get reflexes like that, Kaminari commented, hair starting to float up in the air from the excess amount of static running through his body because of his excitement. Toshinori put his hands in his hips, alright, right now, I am here to see your fighting skills without using a quirk. This class prepares you for anything, it will help on the field when you can't use your quirks. Whether it be from the environment or who you might be fighting against. Okay, class, Aizawa coughed, making the class look over at him. I will separate everyone into pairs to engage in combat. You will not be able to use your quirks during the fight. If you do, you will automatically lose. The pair of two will step into the square here and fight against each other. The two ways to win is to either push the other out of the squad or to pin them down so they can't get up, Aizawa explained, pointing to the area where they had to fight. The first pair up was Uraraka versus Kirishima. Uraraka ran towards him and aimed for his middle to try and tackle him to the ground. Unfortunately, he saw the move she tried for went to flip her over onto the ground. But that was only a fake move, dodging Kirishima's attempt to punch him in the side and back. Kirishima went low and swung his feet under her legs to tip her over. He pinned her down so she could T-move no matter how long she struggled under his strong grip. Toshinori declared Kirishima the winner. Kirishima extended his hand down to Uraraka with a bright toothy smile. That was an awesome spar. Yeah, it was, Uraraka agreed, taking Kirishima's hands. She thought to herself that she should start trying to train herself in self-defense. Maybe Ojiro had tips. The next pair up to was Shoto fighting against Kaminari. Shoto had plenty of training along with Ida and Izuku because of their teachers that they had when they grew up. Kaminari didn't last that long against him at all. Shoto even allowed Kaminari to make the first move, but he used his extended arm to pin him down quickly and efficiently as Uncle Aizawa had taught them. And since Ida had the same training, his battle had the same outcome with him winning against his sparring partner, Sato. Although Sato put up more of a fight against him because of the similar wide build that had them on more playing fields. Sato was able to knock Ida down once, but Ida ended up overpowering him with his strong legs. Shinso ending up fighting against Tokoyami for the next match. Shinso was prepared to use the techniques that Aizawa had taught him in the most basic fighting lessons he had before every training lesson with the capture scarf. Tokoyami and Shinso went head-to-head with their bare fists, ducking their heads when either of them got too close to landing a good hit. Unfortunately, the fight ended sooner rather than later because Dark Shadow blocked Tokoyami from an incoming punch that was aimed at his neck. Tokoyami immediately lost the fight with Dark Shadow's rushed apology downing out Toshinori's softer voice. Aoyama and Hagakure fought against each other. Hagakure had more clothes on for the match so he could see if her fists were heading towards his face. But even the clothes didn't help because he was too absorbed in what he was doing to notice how Hagakure was steadily pushing him out of the bounds they had set up. Aoyama nervously laughed when he realized he was pushed out of bounds while Hagakure let out an excited whoop with her gloved hands in the air. Jairu and Tsuyu faced against the other next. Jairu started first with Tsuyu running after her fast. Jairu knew a few things that allowed her to start strong with going for a fake punch only to swerve in a different direction to land a hit on Tsuyu's side. Jairu landed another hit by kicking Tsuyu in the butt literally. But the number of years with her younger siblings and older neighbors' kids made Tsuyu familiar with roughhousing. And it was time to use those skills. So Tsuyu let Jairu pin her only to switch their positions with her legs and quickly held Jairu down with all her strength. Tsuyu had won the match with Jairu asking about her leg move and seeing if Tsuyu can teach it to her, which she agreed to. The next match between Shoji and Koda didn't last long because Shoji pushed a struggling Koda out of the square with his strength. Shiro fought with Yaoyorozu as his opponent. Shiro ran towards her with her meeting him mostly halfway only to be met with some attempt of a hug to push her out of the square. Shiro let a squeak when the girl picked him up to set him just behind the line of the square. Ojiro went against Mina next. And it was the longest battle so far because of Mina's experiment with dancing and Ojiro's experience with fighting. They were at an equal athlete with Ojiro attempting to sweep her legs or push her out of the square. He kept his tail behind him at all times while Mina dodged each attempt with grace. Ojiro ended up winning when Mina accidentally had her leg out of bounds when she landed a dance move to avoid another of Ojiro's attempts to land a hit on her. And the final battle was between Izuku and Bakugo. Both of them were staring at each other right on opposite ends of the rectangle. Tashinori did a two-finger whistle to start the battle. Bakugo immediately ran towards him while Izuku marched at him with a collected smile on his face. Izuku kept his smile while he dodged Bakugo's fist to use the momentum to flip him over his shoulder. Bakugo slammed against the mat with a blank expression, coughing from the impact. What the hell? I noticed you lead with from the same hand from the 2 times you aimed at Kurogyri during the attack. Both times you used the same beginning move. I guessed that you might begin like it again during our fight, Izuku grinned, bending down to stare into the angry red eyes of the blonde. And I was correct. Bakugo groaned, leaning further back onto his hands to jump back onto his feet to continue the fight. Izuku watched his movements closely, surveying how Bakugo would move next. Bakugo ran straight towards him with fury in his eyes, which made Izuku back up quickly each time Bakugo moved forward. This only made Bakugo more frustrated since Izuku was just avoiding hits instead of trying to land them. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Nedzu was watching the security camera footage to watch his son fight against Bakugo with a grin. The staff passing by his office might have been able to hear the soft sound his paws made when he clapped for his son when he was overpowering the boy. The fight went on for much longer than the other battles, with neither side weakening in their offense and defense. When each of them landed near the out-of-bounds line, the other seemed to drag the other back into the square to fight longer. It was declared a tie that made Bakugo's hand spark. Bakugo glared at him with a scary amount of determination in his gaze. Sports festival. You and I are going to have a rematch. If it is arranged in that way, then we will, Izuku replied in between deep breaths to catch his breath from all of the fightings. I look forward to it. Throughout the week since Izuku came out with the secret that he is the principal's son, all of his teacher's family members have made it their duty to remind the class that they were there when he was growing up. It was started subtly at first when Aizawa waved slightly to him before leaving the classroom. That should have been his first clue, since his uncle hasn't done that before in front of people. The subtlety didn't last long, since Hisashi threw a huge plush at him during his English class along with smaller ones to Ida and Shoto, so they didn't feel left out. That interaction made a few of his classmates laugh while others smiled. Midnight's history class was more tolerable even with the giant plush between his legs. But then his aunt granted him a sticker right on his forehead from answering a question correctly when everyone else had stickers placed on their hands or placed on their notebooks. Again, it was more tolerable than throwing a plush at his head at the beginning of class. Ectoplasm's class went the same as usual until there was some leftover time before the class bell rang. So he filled the time by talking about how young Izuku was so good at hiding, since he always snuck off into different rooms inside of UA. The bell rang before he could start another story, much to the disappointment of some of his peers. Cementos had a framed picture of younger Izuku on his shoulders placed on his desk. Mina and a few other girls awed at the picture. Izuku calmly turned to Cementos, who returned his questioning look with his signature smile. He only got a break during lunch because of lunch rush, who decided not to embarrass the teen. But he did give head tilt at the large plush attached to his back and the star sticker right in his forehead. His suspicion that the teachers had some sort of competition proved to be true when All Might told a story of when he first met Izuku during hero training class. Day after day, Izuku had attention brought to him by several staff members who had known him since forever. All of that led up to the planned dinner that Nedzu was currently driving to on Thursday night. They were both on their way to the Bakugo's house following directions from Izuku, who mapped out the quickest way to the house using online GPS. Nedzu made sure some of them were dressed nicely to make a good impression towards them. Izuku glanced back in the back seat with 2 separate boxes on the seats. He knew that his father must have plans for any kind of encounter that the night might have. He should know, since he saw his father pack a photo album in one box and a sword disguised as a cane in another. When they pulled up, an older gentleman opened the front door of the house. The man introduced himself. Welcome. I'm Bakugo Masaru. Nedzu smiled while Izuku shook the man's hand. Nedzu said, thank you for inviting us. You can call me Nedzu, and this is my son Izuku. Hello, Izuku greeted warmly. A blonde woman who looked remarkably like his classmate came up behind him, and I'm his wife, Bakugo Mitsuki. And our son, Katsuki. Katsuki gave a sharp nod, which Izuku returned. It's lovely to officially meet you and your family, Bakugo. Katsuki swallowed and nodded silently to the principal. Mitsuki glanced back at the food cooking away in the kitchen. The food isn't ready quite yet. So you boys can go play outside or do whatever while dinner is still cooking. I'll call you both when it's done. Nedzu glanced over at his son and tilted his head towards Katsuki. Izuku smiled back at him before following Katsuki, who was headed towards the backyard. When the sound of a sliding glass door shutting reaches his ears, Nedzu recognizes this as a chance to talk about the situation. That is probably why Miss Bakugo sent them away. So I'm sure you have questions for me like I have for you. So let's start with that while our children play. Nedzu started with a reassuring smile as he sat down on the couch. I think I should start with why you invited me and Izuku for dinner. I got a small amount of information from my son who said that you both know about his mother. Right. Yes, we both knew Inko. I was her friend and I introduced her to Masaru when we first started dating. We were close, almost like sisters. We got PRGNNT around the same time as each other, only a few months apart. We planned out future play dates and all that kind of shit. Mitsuki glanced around the room, and all those plans didn't really unfold the way life wanted it to. As to why I invited you, I don't really know how to pinpoint the reason. When my son told me about a boy that looked just like Inko and was the same age that Inko's boy should be, I wanted to meet him. I wanted to see how her son grew up and learn who raised him after that a-hole just left him. Mitsuki stated. He watched as she gazed at a photo of the two parents with a happy green-haired woman in a picture frame. I'm just happy to know that he has been taken care of. I knew that's what she wanted for him, to be loved and treated well. And I can see that you seem to be treating him very nicely, Mitsuki said, walking over to the kitchen to check on the food. She turned back to him with a stern look on her face, but if I suspect or find anything proving otherwise, I will have a bone to pick with you. Same to you, Nedzu replied. I took down Endeavor and I can take down any smaller case of civilians as well. I once took down an entire school for the way they treated my son on his first day. Was it that one around this area? We heard about that on the news when that happened, Masaru said. He paused to test the spiciness of the dish and nodded to himself. Our son wasn't enrolled there, but his teacher did become more strict on him and others, which was kind of what he needed honestly. Good to know that you're protective over your son, Mitsuki commented as she lowered the heat on the stove. I get that way over Katsuki, but it's more like chewing out the people in charge. But I like your style and the way you handle things. So you approve of the way I have been raising Izuku? Nedzu asked with his teacup raised in the air. You're not going to try and do anything to jeopardize that? Mitsuki shook her head as Masaru placed the dinner plates down on the dining table. I'm not one to judge someone's parental skills. And from what I've seen, you have been doing great. Good. You fell into the first line of action, Nedzu remarked with a smile. He murmured into his tea. I would have hated to ruin my cast iron pan. Masaru and Mitsuki turned back to him from their place in the kitchen area. What? Nedzu ignored both of their confused looks as he clasped his paws together. I would have hated to waste the opportunity to show you Izuku's baby photos. I have them in my car just in case this night is going to go smoothly. When Nedzu walked out of the front door, Mitsuki turned to her husband. Did he say cast iron? It's better not to question it and just pretend we heard nothing, Masaru retorted. While the adults talked in the living room, Bakugo sparred with Izuku outside to pass the time. Izuku's button-down shirt was neatly folded on a chair on the patio. Bakugo's backyard was what Izuku assumes that every kid and parent dreamed of. There was a nicely decorated patio with a grill nearby for gatherings. The big tree had a small treehouse nestled in the branches. And there was a sitting area around a pile of wood for a bonfire to take place. Wow, I'm covered in grass stains. Izuku looked down at himself before pointing at his opponent with a smirk. Oh, look, so are you. Yeah, no shit. That's what happens when you fight on grass, nerd, Bakugo retorted, swiping at his pants. Ready for round 2? Izuku nodded right before the blonde launched at him with force, taking him aback. He used the tree behind him as a diversion by drawing Bakugo into hitting the tree bark and attempting to climb onto the tree branch quickly. But Bakugo had the upper hand since he has been climbing this tree for most of his childhood to get fit for UA, so he easily pulled Izuku down. When the second round ended with Bakugo as the victor, Izuku looked down at his hands. I have been wondering why you invited me. Bakugo looked over at him in the middle of his stretching. Not even that part. Izuku stretched his hands to take hold of his foot and stretched out his body. The fact that you narrowed down that my last name is Midoriya and invited me to this whole dinner. I figured it out when you dumb face reminds me of the photos my mother has of my aunt, her old friend. Bakugo waved his hand in the air. She always told me about my Auntie Inko and how I would have been friends with her son. I just figured it out since your family name started with M and how you look just like her. Izuku blinked back at him. I look just like her? Well, I think you got the curly hair and freckles from your deadbeat dad. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. You look like a spotted piece of broccoli. Huh? I have been compared to a strawberry before, but not a piece of broccoli yet. Izuku commented. But broccoli does make more sense since it's more green. Boys, dinner is ready. The two teenage boys looked at each other before racing to the sliding glass door to see who would get to the food first. Bakugo won only because he had familiarity with the area. Bakugo stopped short of celebrating his small victory to pause at the scene that was happening before him. Izuku padded up to him quietly, watching the expression that Bakugo had on his face that was a tie between embarrassment, confusion, and a bit of anger. Izuku peeked around the corner to see the truly horrific sight happening before him. It was only their first meeting and both of their parents were sharing baby photos of each of them towards each other. You fool, Bakugo ran his hands down his face to censor himself because Izuku's dad was the principal of the school he went to. Kidding me? Hey, brat. Nice of you two to show up. We were just comparing photo albums here. Yes, I can clearly see that, Izuku remarked as politely as he could while glancing down to see one of his Halloween costumes as a sheet ghost. Masaru came from the kitchen right on time before Katsuki blew up something. Masaru helped Katsuki calm down away from the sight of the photos while Mitsuki guided Izuku and Nedzu to the dining table. Masaru came back with Katsuki right as Mitsuki finished putting down all the plates of food onto the table. All of them said thanks for the meal before digging right into the home-cooked meal. The two main servings were a chicken Alfredo and katsudon. Nedzu couldn't help himself to a second serving of the Alfredo, a fact that Masaru took note of. After dinner, there was a long talk over tea where Katsuki didn't talk much, but Izuku noticed that he did pay close attention. Nedzu recounted the story of finding Izuku, along with providing a photo from that day. Mitsuki talked about a story of the making of the treehouse in the backyard, which was apparently a father and son project that lasted a long time because his father had to convince him that they couldn't attach cannons to the railings. The conversation lasted a good amount of hours, which ended up in Izuku claiming them as family since they technically counted as maternal side. Before they left, Mitsuki stops them with a lavender-colored binder in her arms. Wait, before you leave, I wanted to give this to you. She would have wanted you to have this. Izuku numbly nodded, taking the large binder from his auntie right before she messed up the curls on his hair with a grin on her face. You two can come over anytime, just give a heads up. All right, auntie, he remarked with his arms wrapped around the binder. With a quick glance at the inside, he could see several pieces of color paper and edges of photos peeking up from the contents inside. Nedzu took off into the night, letting some driving advice slip when he drove back home. Back in his room, Izuku opened the binder after he changed into his pajamas. His father was probably taking care of his fur before going to bed from the sounds of the water running. The first page was a title made of letter stickers which spelled out Inko and Izuku. Izuku turned the page to see the first picture was a green-haired woman holding a PRGNNCY test stick in her hands while rivers of tears poured from her eyes. The second picture was Auntie Mitsuki holding her while looking over to the camera with a look that read, "I told you so," like she was betting on something. The next set that covered a few pages were LTRSND pictures that depicted black and white imagery of what he looked like when he was the size of a grape until he grew bigger and bigger in each picture. A bunch of pictures that followed were Mitsuki and his mother shopping for baby clothes with Masaru in the background. Both of them had PRGNNT bellies, with Auntie's being a little bit bigger in size. His throat suddenly tightened when he deduced who was probably behind the camera since Masaru was in the background. The next multiple pages were filled with captured moments from his baby shower with his PRGNNT mother sitting amongst all the gifts. The picture shows her laughing face as she played with water balloons in the grass or watching Masaru eat with a baby bib around his neck. There was even a photo of her cutting into a light yellow cake to reveal a light blue inside. Although in the baby shower section, he did notice a lot of post-it notes and stickers covering the photos in certain ways that framed the photos well. The next photos were taken at random moments, with Inko sitting by Mitsuki's side while she was holding her own infant son in her arms. His mother held a baby Bakugo in her arms who looked fussy while he drank from a bottle. Again, he noticed a lot of stickers and other decorations around the pictures that primarily showed his mother and her PRGNNT belly. There was another section with a post-it note telling him that Masaru hired one of his photographer friends to do a maternity shoot. And for 6 pages straight, he viewed a picture of his PRGNNT mother in different dresses, all looking lovingly down at her stomach. Why was his throat so dry? He reached over to grab a sip of water from his nightstand before continuing with the binder. The next photo was of his birth. Photos of his mother in the bed with Kitsuki next to her at certain points. Pictures of him, looking like a red potato raisin hybrid since he was a newborn. And the last picture in the section was his mother holding him skin to skin with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face as she looked down at his scrunched up face. The rest of the binder was filled with notebook pages from Mitsuki. They were dated about 14 years ago, writing directly to him that spanned the rest of the binder. He flipped pages, skimming certain words in the letters personalized for him to receive. If I ever get the chance to see you again, I want to tell you all about her. And give you this binder that we made together, he read out loud from the last notebook page in the scrapbook binder. He turned the last page to see something that surprised him. On the last page was a picture of a gravestone next to an elegantly drawn map of Mizurufu Cemetery where the gravestone is located. The date was fairly new, like it was added recently compared to other entries. The location of his mother's grave, a mother he never got to know. Midori peered down at the grave photo before flipping through the earlier pages to see exactly what his mom looked like. Bakugo wasn't kidding about the resemblance. Maybe he could visit the graveyard one day to visit her. Near the end of the week, the teachers pulled back from embarrassing Izuku and to a lesser extent Tenya and Shoto. They might just be holding back for a later date. But for now everything calmed down. At least that's what he thought until the intercoms came on during lunchtime. "Hello, students. It is I, Principal Nedzu, with a fun announcement." "Oh no," Izuku mumbled. He had a bad feeling about what announcement would be fun for every student in UA to hear. "Oh yes," Shoto's eyes lit up with a teasing glint as he swirled his cold soba noodles in the bowl. "I was wondering how long it would take him to join in." Ida commented with his hand pointed towards the intercom speaker. "I was expecting this to happen sometime sooner though, since he would have found out about the competition earlier on." Uraraka glanced up at the speaker and back to Izuku's face. "Is he gonna?" Nedzu's voice crackled through the speaker. "Several of the staff made a competition to draw attention to my own son during different times. But they should have known who exactly would win in this battle, so I waited until the perfect time." Izuku subtly started to slide down in his seat to hide under the table while his two childhood friends were not trying hard to hide their amused expressions. At least Uraraka and Tsuyu looked apologetic for what was about to happen. Well, Uraraka did. Tsuyu was listening intently while staring right up at the intercom speaker near the top of the wall. "And that's why I decided to tell a short story from my little mouse's time at UA when he was still young. He used to join me on the intercom for announcements when he was younger," Nedzu said. He could hear the flipping of paper over the speaker. He could just imagine his father looking at the photos from that day. "After a deep dive into all the stories I could possibly tell, I have decided to recount the missing octopus plush that happened exactly 10 years ago." Izuku slowly rose into his seat to see Bakugo fumbling with his phone in his pocket, no doubt recording the interaction. He caught the other's gaze, which made Bakugo smirk at him evilly. No doubt it was payback because of how many embarrassing stories Auntie Mitsuki spilled the night before at dinner. Izuku held his chin up with his hand as he quickly started to eat to try and avoid the knowing looks of his class. Aoyama shot him a glance when Nedzu started to talk about how he liked his sparkly shoes the most at that time. Some of his classmates gave him apologetic looks of pity since his father was recounting an embarrassing story of him, while others grinned at every detail that his father said. Shoji glanced down at his own arms. Monoma looked over at his table for a moment to see how quickly Izuku was shoveling food into his mouth. He turned his attention back to his own class to see that Hananuki was translating in bits and pieces to Tsunatori. He had to admit that whoever Nedzu's son was must be feeling really embarrassed right now. Mirio was grinning brightly at his table with Hato while Tamaki ate his lunch calmly. They all listened to the story, with Mirio being the most excited to hear the story and being the most loud in laughter as Nedzu recounted how Izuku ran after anything resembling his toy while covered in foam and glitter from passing by the support class. The third and second years hid their smiles in their food while looking away from the first year section, so they wouldn't give any hints to who the little mouse was. Right as Nedzu finished the story, Izuku finished his last bite of his food with Bakugo still secrecy recording until right after the intercom clicked off with a cheerful, "Have a good day, students." "You too, little mouse." Aoyama slowly came up to his table as Izuku tried not to blush so no one else would know who he was. He politely smiled to everyone at the table before sitting down with his lunch of red liquid in a thermos that Izuku expected to be red wine of some sort, the amount of cheese he saw on Aoyama's plate. "Would you like some?" Aoyama offered with his signature grin with his purple eyes sparkling. Izuku looked up to see the genuine sincerity in his face instead of a teasing expression. It would be so easy to make a joke about cheese and him being the little mouse. But he could tell that Aoyama wasn't doing that at all. Izuku looked down at his plate with a relieved sigh. He stared down at the selection of cheeses he had before spotting a recognizable one he liked. "May I have some of your Humboldt fog?" Aoyama smiled happily before sliding a piece of cheese over to him on a smaller plate as everyone continued with their lunch. He could hear Bakugo's unholy snort when he saw that Izuku was eating cheese, no doubt connecting the obvious joke in his head. He glared at him and stuck out his tongue at the blonde who was trying to get control of his unhinged laughter that he was muffling behind his hand. He ignored him and instead listened to the conversation going on around him at the table, with Aoyama telling everyone about the cheese he had brought with him to lunch. He noticed how Aoyama proudly showed off his knowledge like how Ida was when he talked about something that sparked his interest. Tsuyu attempted to cheer him up by stating, "If my parents worked here, they would be doing the same kind of stuff." Karo. Uraraka enthusiastically nodded, imagining what her parents would do if they ever had jobs at UA. She spent her time, nibbling on cheddar cubes while she listened to Aoyama talk about gourmet cheeses he had tasted before. I think that parents have a specific blackmail folder for their kids when they grow up just to embarrass them. Sometimes it's a photo album and other times you wished it was only a picture. After lunch, Izuku and his friends walked back to the classroom with Shoto having an amused glint in his eyes while Ida pushed his glasses up his nose. Well, at least the week is over. Maybe it will lessen from now on, Ida tried to reassure them when they made their way to their desks. It's funny how you think this is over. The staff is just getting started. Aizawa's head jerked up when the three of them passed his desk. Shoto's eyebrows shot up. Huh? The rest of the teachers here have been planning for this moment for a long time. Did you really think it would just be over in 1 week? Plus, we haven't even gotten started on Ida and Fukuyama yet. Aizawa explained, pulling himself further into his sleeping bag. Right as All Might's voice was heard from the hallway, Aizawa grinned, "Have fun." Oh no, Shoto breathed out while Ida was frantically trying to remember how many stories that the staff members had on him. Izuku's smile returned as he slowly turned to his two oldest friends. Oh yes. And like Aizawa said, Tenya and Shoto had their embarrassing spotlight the week that followed. It started bright and early on Monday when Aizawa had put a pottery project that Shoto had made when he was younger on his desk. It was a small and simple vase object that had red paint all over it with white splashes to resemble something like flowers. And everyone could tell he did it because of the obvious carving of his name in kanji on the side. And that was only the beginning. Cementos changed his background for his computer projected on the wall to all three of them as kids, which was more heartwarming than humiliating. He could still see Tenya drag a hand down his face as he started to write his notes. He glanced at Mina to see that she kept looking back up at the photo to look at the young faces of her classmates. Shinso grinned in the back while Midnight started to recount a story about how Shoto thought that fairy tale creatures were from actual history. She went into detail much to the delight of the girls when she recalled how Shoto ventured into the forest to try and lure unicorns to him. When I asked why they would be lured, he said that they would like his colors, Midnight added, gesturing towards Shoto's hair and eyes. Shoto pouted with his arms crossed as some of the girls giggled in their seats. I had to tell him that they were from the West and that Japan didn't have creatures like he read about. Shoto groaned as they were waiting for another class to start while Tenya pushed his glasses up. It could have been worse? Between classes, Snipe passed by the trio and ruffled all of their hair as he walked without stopping towards his classroom. Izuku smiled as Tenya tried to flatten out his hair while Shoto didn't bother reaching up to fix his hairstyle. He stifled a laugh at the bedhead look that Shoto was sprouting since his white and red hair strands were mixing together. Present mix class went normally until near the end when Mike paused in his lesson to pull up an example video. Izuku looked over to his friends to see how tense they were, waiting for the surprise to happen. I found this video when looking for good examples to show you, Mike began as he tapped on the keyboard of his laptop. The projector was already on and the class was watching as he dragged the mouse over to the video player in his files. Thankfully, I had this video stored on my personal computer, so I switched it over to my work laptop to show all of you. This should help with your pronunciation from hearing it directly. Personal computer, Shoto pointed out quietly. That can't mean anything good. Tenya's eyes darted to the screen to see what Mick's mouse was pointed to. His eyes widened when he saw the title simply labeled, V-Room. He shut his eyes and sunk his head into his palms to try and hide. He mumbled through his palms as the video started, "Oh no." The class watched as the video began with a young man sitting in front of the camera. This is my good friend, Ida Tensei. You all may recognize him as the pro hero, Ingenium and Ida's older brother. By now, everyone in class was either watching the screen intensely or glancing back at Ida for his reaction. Because the class has already learned from the past 2 weeks that the teachers are actively trying to embarrass 3 specific people from their class. They all watched as Tensei began to practice his English on video with Mike guiding him through what he wanted him to say. This seems so silly, Tensei laughed. He looks cute, Hagakure whispered. Brother. Mina, awed at the screen when the young version of Tenya ran up to his brother's side. Oh my god. Look at him. You look so small, dude, Kirishima stated. Tenya turned his face from smashing against his hands to answer, we are all small at the age. He turned his head and tried to hide behind his arms. Young Tenya asked, what are you doing with Uncle Yamada? We are practicing our English, Tensei answered back with a smile, ruffling his little brother's hair in the video. And you can help if you want. I can help? Tenya asked with little stars in his eyes at the idea of aiding his brother and his uncle. Tensei turned his gaze behind the camera. Yamada. Of course you can. Mike confirmed loudly, pointing the camera right at the young child. Okay, buddy. Can you act like a car? But all in English. Tenya tilted his head like a confused puppy. So a talking car? Yes. Exactly, little listener, Yamada. Izuku suggested to his embarrassed friend, I feel like he was recording in case something like this happened. I think it was for a project he was working on back then, Tenya said. At least that's what I understood. But now, I'm not so sure it was for a project at all. Try not to crash into anything, Tenya, Tensei warned gently, giving a half-hearted glare towards Mike behind the camera. Tenya stiffly nodded and everyone watched as he jogged in place for a few seconds like he was hyping himself up for the role. Present Tenya was cursing his younger self by allowing his uncle to video the entire memory. Alright, ready? Mike said on the video in English. Just remember what I taught you. Tenya straightened up, the light reflecting off his glasses in the video. Ida peeked up from the arm wall he made to hide. In broken English, young Tenya yelled out, I'm a motor vehicle. Mike smiled at Tenya who was trying to remain sitting up straight while hiding his face into his arms and not succeeding. He compromised by sitting up straight and looking anywhere but the screen. When Mike caught his gaze, he narrowed them right at his uncle. Vroom! The young child shouted before taking off running to the couches to run across the cushions. And then ceremoniously falling over the side of it. Be careful. Tensei loudly recalled while Mike cackled in the background. Shiro tried to stifle his chuckle to try and be respectful while Kaminari was howling with silent laughter. Kirishima bit into his fists to stop himself from laughing out loud. Young Tenya continued by starting to use his engines to run faster. Vroom! Shinso snickered in the back, hiding behind his uniform sleeves. Dark Shadow was laughing while Tokoyami stared at the screen with wide eyes. Shoji was grateful for the mask so no one could see how far the edges of his mouth came up in a gigantic grin. VROOOWW, young Tenya ran straight into the coat closet door. Kirishima finally broke and unleashed the laughter he was holding back. Sato slammed his fist down on his desk as he tried to hold back his chuckles from becoming too loud but ended up choking a bit. Koda put his hand over his mouth while Ojiro winced when he saw the child slam into the door. Tsuyu put her hand to her chest as she reflected back on heartfelt memories of her younger siblings that took care of. While Uraraka was pushing back her laughter behind her hand, trying not to look back at her newfound friend since she felt bad for laughing. Young Tenya mumbled against the door just audible enough for the camera to pick up, ow. The video ended with Tensei rushing over to his younger brother to check on him. One day during lunch, Izuku visits Mei to help her and talk with her. They allow support course students to use their creations as long as they get permission. And I have no doubt in my mind that my babies won't fail me, Mei rambled as she looked down at her invention with her steampunk goggles on. Red handle screwdriver. I need to get permission as well. I plan on using an extending staff to help out with any fights, Izuku said as he handed Hatsum the correct tool. Hatsum tightened the screw and banged it with the handle to make sure it would stay. You sure? It was buried in the rulebook. It was sort of a loophole since the extending staff I have was made as a support item, but it just doesn't have the bells and whistles it was supposed to have in the original blueprint. So when I brought it up to my dad, he laughed. He laughed? Hatsum moved her goggles up to push back her dirty pink hair. Is that good or bad? Izuku explained with a smile as he started to talk about his father, that means he approves since I looked really hard into the rules where no one would really pay attention. He likes it when I find loopholes. So he laughs because he approves? He has different kinds of laughs, Izuku retorted. When you grow up with him, you learn how to differentiate between the laughs to see what kind it is. So when he laughed that way, I knew it was because he approved of what I did. Have you ever heard his mad laugh? Hatsum asked, using her quirk to slightly zoom into the inner workings of her invention to see if anything needed rewiring. I know what it sounds like. But he never used it against me, Izuku clarified. He hasn't really gotten angry at me before. Like the kind of real anger that makes him laugh like that. Wow, Hatsum whispered as she tightened one screw of one of her inventions. It was a bit bigger than Izuku's jetpack that power loader made. But it didn't look like it functioned as a jetpack. Your dad sounds cool. Izuku nodded before his eyes wandered below the invention to see the metal rods poking out from the bottom. He pointed at the metal rods with a mildly confused expression. What is that? You'll see at the sports festival, Mei hugged the jetpack invention baby to her chest only to receive a plume of ash directly to her cheek. I'll make sure my babies get the spotlight they deserve. Izuku chuckled, I can't wait to see them in action. Wait a second. I almost forgot, Hatsum paused in what she was doing to turn to Izuku with a grin. I made a baby. I haven't tested it out yet. Izuku returned the crazed grin. Where is it? Hawks wasn't entirely sure why the commission sent him for something any other worker could check on. But he would only guess it was because of how the Hero Commission viewed the Chimera principal. He made his way down the halls during midday when the students would be having lunch. He only came to get some information on the attack since they needed more detail. But Hawks knew that it wasn't the real reason. The real reason would be the hacker that managed to brush by the commission's firewall security. The hacker had enough time to download a few files before exiting out of the server within 3 minutes. And no matter where anyone looked, the commission wasn't sure what the hacker was looking for. They didn't try and go into the highly secured files or any of the major hero information that they had in the database as far as they could tell. But all that really mattered was the words the hacker left behind. Reform is inevitable. Those words led to the commission secretly freaking out about what the hacker was planning. And the Hero Commission was on edge since Nedzu seemed to know about the hacker. They would think anything of it since he was one of the most intelligent creatures alive. But they still felt a chill down their backs like the Chimera was hiding something from them. Or someone. Hawks ran his gloved hand over his mouth as he continued to walk through the halls of the infamous UA, wondering where the principal's office was. And right as he was about to pass the support class, his feathers sensed something happening within the room. Hawks looked closely at the large classroom door only to see it bang open for a student with green hair to come silent through metal wings attached to his back. Metal wings that were too small for his body, but still held up his weight relatively nicely. Great! It hasn't exploded yet. A girl yelled out as she ran through the door. Hawks' eyebrows raised at the statement before he heard a sharp intake of breath from the green-haired big in the air. Do you feel anything breaking? I can hear squeaking. The boy called out before his green eyes landed on Hawks, who was standing on the other side of the open door. Oh, hello. He noticed how the girl followed the other student's gaze to land right on the number 3 hero. Hatsum stared openly while her friend was bouncing onto the sides of the walls since that's where the metal wings were leading him to. The boy asked loudly from the ceiling, how do I control this? You don't. They are just designed to take you off the ground to get you away from any trouble. Like an emergency getaway, she replied. Heya, Hawks greeted warmly with a 2-finger saluting wave. He glanced up at the other student. Have you designed anything to get him down? She paused and hummed to herself, thinking about her invention. She snapped her fingers. Nope. Not yet. Hawks nodded to himself before sending some of his red feathers to gently help the boy escape from banging against the wall again. Once the boy was safely on the ground, he took off the wings to give back to the girl with goggles on her head. Next time, Hatsum, you might want to have some sort of exit strategy even for a prototype, the boy advised before sighing in relief. I'm just glad we tested this inside instead of outdoors. Yeah, the girl looked back at the hero while the wings kept trying to flap even with her gloved hand restricting the movements. Say, do you need any support items? Hawks waved off her offer politely. I am in no need of any support items as of right now. But thank you for the offer. Right. I'll get back to that girl's costume. I should be done with it right before the sports festival. Thank you again, Hatsum. The boy said before the girl closed the door behind her. So what brings you to UA? Do you need to talk with one of the teachers? Close. I need to talk with the principal. I wanted to know a bit more about the attack, Hawks replied. Would you know where the office is? I spent my education at Shiketsu, so I'm unfamiliar with this school layout. I know where his office is. I can take you there, the green-haired student offered. You sure, kid? Hawks questioned, his feathers picking up the vibrations of talking from the lunch hall where the other students were talking and eating with their classmates. I have time, the boy replied. I had a light lunch today, so there's no need to worry if I'm missing lunch or anything. What's your name, kid? Hawks asked as the student started to lead the way down the hall towards the stairwell. Izuku, Izuku said with a pause, Midoriya Izuku. Hawks took notice of how long the pause. All right, kid, show the way. Izuku nodded back at him, leading the way up the stairs. Hawks noticed how different he carried himself while walking up the stairs. Back at his own high school, many students were afraid of walking to the principal's office even when they weren't in trouble. Or how lost first-year students would get. But Izuku didn't look uncomfortable or lost at all. He walked with the confidence of someone who had been at the school for years. And he didn't know what to think of it. Hawks followed after him until they passed by the faculty room with the principal's office right down the hall. Izuku continued to walk with him until they got to the door. Izuku politely knocked on the door before Hawks could stop him. Hello? Principal Nedzu? Hawks has come to the UA to speak with you. Ah, I've been waiting, Nedzu called out from inside. Hawks could only guess that Nedzu had been watching him from the security cameras since he came on campus. Which meant that he could have easily sent a faculty member to point him in the right direction. Izuku opened the door and gestured for Hawks to walk inside. He smiled at the hero. "I'll go back to my friends. I hope you have a good day, Hawks." "See ya, kid," Hawks waved at the friendly student before making his way into the office where the Chimera principal was waiting for him at his desk with a teacup in his paws. Nedzu sipped his tea, setting it down with a soft clink on his desk. Hawks smiled and stiffened as Nedzu's own soft smile grew on his face. "Would you like some refreshments?" The next day, Ectoplasm had a little cartoon car-themed frame on his desk with Ida's childish scrawl on the bottom corner. During lunch, Izuku was sitting beside his friends who were just trying to eat their lunch in peace. Izuku finished a bit more quickly than everyone else so he could check on Mei. When he was throwing away his trash in the bin, he felt someone approach him from behind. "Hello," Monoma said, "I would like to talk with you about something with you." "Sure," Izuku started, glancing up at the clock to check the time. "I have time to talk." "What is it?" "Not here. I rather we do this a bit more away from people." Izuku glanced around before gesturing towards the halls where not too many people would visit, but enough of the lunchroom chatter would cover their talk. "We can talk over there if you want." Monoma looks towards the spot before nodding. "That looks good enough." When Izuku caught the attention of his friends, he waved off their worry as he followed Monoma to the empty halls. The lunchroom chatter was enough to provide some noise in the background to not make the hall sound empty. "So what did you want to talk about?" Monoma sighed, ping his head back. "I was there with Tetsu on that day after you guys recovered from the attack. I heard what you said to the rest of the people in the hallway who were crowding around the door." Monoma paused for an amount of time like he was trying to gather his words, which made Izuku blink back at him, and "I'm not going to lie to you," Monoma said honestly. "I thought that at least some of your class was looking down at Class 1B and the rest because you got your names out there to be recognized more quickly, leaving the rest of us in the dust. I thought the entirety of your class was going to be rubbing it in others' faces about how you survived an attack. Now I know that wasn't the case by your brief speech that day. I genuinely thought that your hero class was going to brag about how much attention you brought to yourselves and how it would affect your upcoming hero careers in a few years. Since everyone will remember the infamous class that survived a big villain break-in before they were in their first year." "What made you think we were like that?" Izuku asked with a mildly understanding expression as Monoma spoke his feelings. "That I was like that? Well, I didn't feel that you were like that. I have talked with you before and it didn't really seem like you were like that at all," Monoma glanced over with pursed lips. "But it didn't stop me from assuming the worst of your class. Look, I have been exposed to a lot of arrogant people in my past who would act like that. If they were involved or close to a villain attack, they would act like they were the heroes even if they did nothing. I'm not above to admit that I was previously wrong for my way of thinking at that moment." His cocky smirk returned briefly, "And even if you got the attention of the media first, I will make sure my class doesn't get left behind in the shadows. Everyone will know Class 1B of UA. And I don't doubt that all of you will succeed." Izuku smiled warmly. He extended his hand towards the blonde who looked down at his palm with a slight smile on his lips. "I can't wait for the sports festival for all of us to show the world what we all have in store." "As do I." Monoma shook his hand with Izuku's own strongly and firmly like they were confirming the promise by the strength of their grip. "I'll see you on the field." "As will I," Izuku promised. That night at home was the weekly movie night that his father had planned for a long time to have bonding time no matter how much work his father had during the week. Tonight's movie list was old superhero movies that came from comic books inspired by older comics during the pre-Quirk era. The movies were filled with superheroes that had powers that were gifted to them or they were born with. There was a hero that had technology that allowed them to fight evil with a powered suit, and there was another who was trained to be an assassin but chose the good side when they grew up. Heroes that got powers from radioactive waste, from lightning, or from dying and being reborn with regeneration powers. It intrigued Izuku a lot since the first time he encountered it was when he was around 9 years old. That is what made Power Loader decide to make him a jetpack for his birthday a few years ago. When the movie hit the rising point, Izuku looked excitedly at the multiple suits that the character had in his own lab that he made himself. All of them were different prototypes with similar builds that looked either slightly different from the original suit or like an entirely new design. Maybe Hatsum can make something like that for a hero costume prototype, Izuku thought to himself as the hero communicated to the suit's virtual assistant. By the sound of it, she will be more than happy to start blueprints on how to make a high-powered tech suit just like that. Izuku tilted his head. I wonder if Tenchan would wear something like that in the future. Nedzu focused his attention on the screen. Young Ida would never wear something with too much tech such as the full-body prototype suit. But he might possibly have a powered-up tech upgrade to the bottom half of his suit. Except his engine ports, because I think Uncle Tensei said something about upgrading them in a certain way that can't be replicated through machinery and technology. Ah, I do believe I heard something similar from him before. About how the Ida family has been doing it for years when they are ready to upgrade their speed, Nedzu added on to his son's statement. I believe it involved ripping out the ports to allow new ones to grow that are stronger. That sounds like it would hurt, Izuku commented with a frown. He didn't want his friend to be in so much pain. I'm sure he won't try to do that kind of upgrade anytime soon. If he did, I believe he would tell you. Nedzu turned his head upwards to look at his son. You two have been very close since you were young. If that happens, I want to be there to comfort him, Izuku replied with clenched fists. Back at his one home, Ida Tenya sneezed and looked around his room like the problem was that his room probably had too much dust even though he cleaned up his room daily to keep it tidy. Man, why couldn't we just wear our costumes? Mina asked while messing with the zipper of her gym uniform. All of Class 1A was currently getting ready in their designated waiting room. We have to keep everything fair, Ojiro swished his tail behind him. Izuku nodded at his remark. Many hero costumes have some sort of support gear that would help with that specific person's quirk. And that wouldn't be fair to anyone, especially if they aren't in the hero courses. Shoto walked up next to Izuku with a hum, but I do wonder why they can't make an exception for Mirio. Izuku paused and looked up in the corner of the ceiling as he thought about it. It would help them on the censoring budget. But again, it wouldn't be fair overall. Shiro looked over at Izuku with a grateful smile. By the way, thank you for your notes on my form. It helped when I was practicing. No problem, Izuku replied with ease. Izuku had made notes on each of his classmates from the first week on noticing how they fight and how they utilize their quirks. He used the second week at school to edit and add to the notes to make sure he didn't miss anything. And before the sports festival, he gave some of the main notes back to his classmates so they could use them for the incoming event. Your advice helped me a lot, Kirishima stated. I can't believe you had all of that in your notebook. I analyzed quirks in general since they have interested me since I was little. I have over 20 notebooks for heroes and villains quirks I have analyzed, Izuku said while Shoto messed with the zipper of his uniform. Hagakure gasped in awe. Whoa. You must have analyzed a lot of quirks if you have 20 of them. Not just quirks, I look at their fighting styles and techniques as well to see how well they are, Izuku explained. Like some people know how to fight without using their quirk while others only depend on their quirk. The more I analyzed, the more I began to notice similarities in fighting styles between someone who relied on their quirk versus someone who didn't. That sounds dope, Mina commented with a bright grin on her face. I wonder what the first round will be. Rikito wondered out loud with a thoughtful look on his face as his gaze traveled upwards. Shoji shrugged with all 6 of his arm-like appendages. Tokoyami crossed his arms. No matter what comes, we will face it. Kaminari leaned onto his elbows on one of the tables in the waiting room. Hey, Izuku dude. Do you know anything about the games and stuff? Izuku raised an eyebrow calmly. Are you assuming that just because I'm the principal's son that I know everything that is scheduled for the sports festival? No, Kaminari stretched his O's which made his voice crack at the end. Some other classmates glanced over at hearing Izuku's demeanor change. I do know some vague things, but not the entire plan for the festival. But I wouldn't be much help since the rounds are all random either way for each year, so it's not like I could warn you of any specific games since I don't honestly know which ones we will face. Izuku replied kindly to his stressed classmate. He breathed out when he realized that the Kaminari was still a bit tense with worry. Okay, Izuku sighed before looking Kaminari directly into his eyes. Can you run? Kaminari hesitated. Yes? Can you jump? Yes. Can you use your quirk? Kaminari nodded like it was an obvious answer. Yes. You'll be fine. Izuku clapped his hands together like a magician did after showing off his tricks. The door opened to the 2 Class 1A representatives waiting outside the room with a shared determined look in their eyes. Is everyone ready? Ida asked loudly to everyone in the waiting room. Yaoyorozu had an excited gleam in her eyes but a serious look on her face. We will be entering soon. Izuku glanced back at Shoto who stared right back at him. Shoto walked up to him as everyone started to pass through the door. Ready for it? You know it, Izuku answered back. Hey, pay attention, audience. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin, everybody. Yeah. Are you ready? Present Mike questioned loudly to the roaring crowd who was on the edge of their seats. Eraserhead was right next to him in a wheelchair covered in bandages as his co-host. It's time for the first-year students to enter the stage. The stadium played music as the students walked down the dark tunnel into the bright light of the huge stadium waiting for them. The crowd cheered as fireworks burst into the sky in celebration. One by one, Present Mike continued to hype up the crowd before giving introductions to all of the first-year students walking out from the tunnel. The famous hero course, Class 1A. The talented hero course, Class 1B. The great general studies classes C, D, and E. The amazing support course, classes F, G, and H. And the intelligent business course class, I, J, and K. Why so many adjectives? Eraserhead asked, his voice slightly muffled by the bandages. Present Mike cheered, I'm being supportive as the student's favorite English teacher. Aizawa had one of his bandages rise up with his eyebrow, you are the only English teacher at UA. Exactly. Present Mike yelped back in English. Will your dad be around here for the games? Shoto questioned. No, he is acting as the third year's umpire, Izuku replied back, gesturing over to where the third year's stadium would be if any of them could see over the stadium walls. But he has everything set to record the events today for each of the years. So I'm sure he won't miss out on anything. Wait, so who's the first year's umpire? Uraraka asked after a brief pause. Her question was very quickly answered by the sound of heels clicking across the stage as Midnight, the R-rated hero, strutted to the mic podium. Whoa, Kaminari whispered to himself as a faint blush grew on his cheeks along with some other male classmates as the famous R-rated hero walked in front of them. Quiet, everyone. Midnight cracked the whip to gain attention and silence anyone speaking. Before we get started, we will hear a speech from the first-year representative. Representing the first-year students is Fukuyama Shoto from Class 1A. Shoto took a double take to process what Midnight had announced while all of his classmates' attention turned towards him. Wait, what? How? Ida answered, I'm guessing it is because you finished first in the entrance exam, that's how. Shoto looks back at his two friends with confusion written across his face. I was supposed to prepare a speech? I heard nothing about doing a speech. We have watched the games before. Together. And the representative that wins the most points gives the speech. It is a tradition, Ida answered Shoto, who was steadily looking around like he was either looking for someone else to do it or to find a good hiding spot. Izuku waved him towards the stage with his hand. Just speak from your heart and let the words flow out into something encouraging. Shoto glanced back at him as he was lightly pushed towards the stage. He mumbled back at him before he disappeared into the crowd of students, easy for you to say. Shoto skipped up the stairs of the stage and walked up to the podium that Midnight was standing by. Without a single word, he heard a single cry from the crowd. Whoa! Natsuo's voice came up from the crowd in an isolated shout that made Shoto immediately look towards him. He could see him, Fuyumi, and Rei in the stands supporting him. They each had little homemade flags in their hands with red and white colors on them with designs he couldn't see from far away. Tuya must have snuck in some tickets. Or Nedzu. Tuya was supposed to be patrolling around Hosu, but he promised that he would be watching or listening in some way to keep up with what happened. He gave his family a small smile for their support while a few good-natured laughs rose up from the crowd by the sudden shout. He turned back to the microphone in front of him to follow his friend's advice. Just keep it short, simple, and encouraging. Honestly, I didn't know I had to have a speech prepared, Shoto began, which made a few people from the crowd either nod in sympathy or laugh. Besides that, I plan to do my best and I want everyone to do their best as well. So we all can show what we are capable of. Plus Ultra, Shoto announced, making the crowd and students repeat the motto. Plus Ultra. Many voices came together in a yell. In return, Shoto nodded and walked back down the stairs off the stage to rejoin his classmates. That was a good speech, Fukuyama, Shiro complimented. Thank you, Shoto replied. Rikito said, how did you come up with that on the spot? Shoto opened his mouth for a moment before closing his lips tightly together. He shrugged, I just said something that sounded mildly encouraging. With the speech out of the way, now it's time for the games to begin. The first game is the qualifier, Midnight announced as a screen behind her started to spin with all the possible choices. The students watched the options spin on the screen with different expressions on their face ranging from curiosity, boredom, impatience, or worry. This year's qualifying round is an obstacle course race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. And the course is the outer circumference of the stadium, which is about 4 kilometers. Midnight liked her lips, as long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places everyone. All 11 classes started to pile up near the thin exit leading to the outside of the stadium with lights adorning the top that will tell them when to start. Izuku gazed up at the lights of the door, I'm guessing this is the unofficial first obstacle. Ida pushed up his glasses, from the width of the exit and the amount of students, I would say you are correct. It would be narrowing down numbers right off the bat, Momo added from off to the side where most of the hero students were crowding around the exit. Tsuyu was looking at the walls of the exit while Shoji was looking around students' heads. Monoma brushed past Shoto as he moved to stand next to Tetsu, who was anxiously staring at the lights. Bakugo was staring down the students with a fierce look in his eyes. The students watched as the red lights turned to yellow slowly, making everyone in the stands wait on the edge of their seats from anticipation. Until finally the lights turned green. As soon as the green lights came on, the students charged forward, pushing at each other to get through the exit. Most of the business students were piled at the back, not really caring enough to run since they knew that they wouldn't make it in. Except one purple ball-haired student who was pushing at the very back to catch up. He was throwing ball at people's feet to make them stuck as he passed by with only a few problems. Shoto started off by freezing almost everyone's feet to the ground to make him gain ahead of anyone who was in front of him. The hero course students followed closely behind him. Momo hurriedly made a pole with her hand to wrench herself free of a piece of ice covering her feet and vaulting over the frozen students. Aoyama turned around to blast himself over the students, but when he landed he grabbed his stomach harshly. Bakugo blasted forward with his explosions while Ojiro followed by using his tail as a pogo stick. Mina slid through the ice using her corrosive acid to glide across. Tokoyami jumped up and allowed Dark Shadow to practically carry him into the air to catch up with the rest of his classmates. Ida sprinted across the ice while Izuku skated across the ice more gracefully than other students who were slipping because of the years of practicing. Izuku looked behind him to see a familiar purple-haired teen using 3 other boys as a throne. He stifled a small laugh when Shinso saw him and gave him a regal wave from his position before fanning himself with his open hand. Shinso gave Izuku his own tired grin in his direction before focusing his attention on guiding the hypnotized students ahead. The foot race was stopped short from tall shadows that were covering the students in darkness. They all looked up to see giant robots looking down at them. The ones who took the hero exam already recognized the familiar appearance of the robots. Present mic crackled through the speakers, first barrier. Robo Inferno. Izuku looked up to see the same robots that were in the entrance exam for the hero course students. No one else has seen them besides the people trying out for the hero course at UA. The hero course has to fight those things? There are too many obstacles already. I can't get through this. Giant robots? Sometimes I wonder how UA has the budget for stuff like this, Momo commented as her gaze pointed upwards at the gigantic robots looking down at the group of students. Me too, Uraraka commented. Tsuyu pressed a finger to her chin, Karo. I've done this once before. And I can do it again, Shoto said, pressing his hand down to the ground in front of him dramatically to make ice start forming. He waited until the robots were somewhat stable before making his next move. Sweeping his hand up through the air, he made a huge ice wave aimed straight towards the robots that was as high as the robots themselves. The icy fog cleared the reveal of the robots frozen in place while Shoto ran ahead under the legs of the huge robot in front of them. Shoto had frozen them completely. Izuku caught Ida's eyes for a brief moment. I got this covered. You go on ahead. Ida paused. Are you absolutely sure? Just don't be upset when I end up beating you despite the head start. Izuku smiled, which made Ida return his grin. Ida gave a short wave to him before running straight through the robot's legs while everyone was still stunned by the epic power move that Shoto did in front of them. Bakugo launched into the air using his explosions to guide himself straight through the leg opening of the robot. Izuku makes it through with several other classmates before the giant robot starts to lean to the side, slowly falling over. When it hit the ground, there were no students that were hit by the falling robot. Pieces of robot chunks fly off the robot and towards them. Izuku picks up a small piece the size of a surfboard and takes it, never knowing what is going to happen next. Thank God, it already loose wires which made it easier to tie it to his back. Thankfully, it was not that heavy. He guesses it must have been near the head since the more dense metal made up the body. Behind him, he could hear the simultaneous yells of Kirishima and Tetsu. He looked behind him to see both of them popped out of the metal of the fallen robots. Our quirks are almost the same, Kirishima pointed out loudly as he began to climb over the robot arm. Tetsu climbed up after him and argued back, really? I haven't noticed. Izuku kept glancing back as he ran to the new obstacle waiting for everyone. He could see Shiro using his tape to swing over the robots and Tokoyami being carried by Dark Shadow right behind him. Behind him, many students were fighting the smaller robots. He could see Monoma using an ice quirk to freeze more robots for more of his class to pass through more easier. Monoma caught him looking at him and gave him a lazy salute before freezing the floor so the other students behind them would slow down. Jiro was amplifying the sounds of heartbeat towards the robots. Kaminari was electrocuting ones that came too close to him. Kendo was slapping them away with her big hands. Uraraka was causing them to float up by letting her fingertips touch them before making them fall back down after she passed by each of them. Ojiro was slapping them away with his tail while Rikido was punching through them. Momo blasted them away with a cannon that she made quickly, making most of the robot debris disappear, which made more room for the other classes to catch up to the hero course classes pulling ahead. Everyone kept running until they could see a crowd of students waiting at the next obstacle. When Izuku arrived, he could see why most students were not moving. The next battle they had to face was tall pillars that had white ropes connecting to other pillars which led to the other side. But underneath the ropes was utter darkness with no visible net to catch anyone who fell. The first barrier was easy. But the next? Present Mike announced as others started to arrive at the second obstacle. It's the fall. If you fall, you're out. Karo. Tsuyu exclaimed as she jumped straight towards the tied rope between the large pillars. Thankfully, she made it safely on the ropes. She started to crawl forward on the strong rope before commenting, "Wow. It's like a glorified tightrope with no net." "Wow. Amazing," Tsunatori added as she looked down at the darkness underneath the large pillars and ropes connecting them. "Is there some kind of safety net down there?" one of the students asked, looking queasy at the barrier. Izuku looked ahead to see Ida wobbling on the ropes as he used one of his engines to propel himself while he crossed his legs to stay on. He could almost see the figure of his friend freezing the ropes and flashes of orange explosions. His green eyes caught sight of pink hair and he immediately traveled closer to see what Mei was going to show off. "They must have one," Ojiro chimed in. "No one could survive a fall like that without one, quirk or not. Ah, my chance to show off has finally arrived. It's time for my babies to be in the limelight," Mei said to herself as an excited grin grew on her face. She strengthened the straps of her inventions on the outside of her uniform, making her gain attention from the students. Izuku's expression brightened when he realized the familiar inventions that he only caught glimpses of through blueprints and separate pieces in the support lab. "Wait, how come you get to use all those items?" Mina asked curiously as Uraraka continued to watch Tsuyu crawl quickly over the ropes. Izuku watched, wondering how he was going to get across efficiently. The hero course undergoes combat training regularly. To keep it fair, the support course allowed any items and costumes as long as they made it themselves, Mei answered smugly. Mei looked around her audience and spotted the familiar green curls of Izuku. "And this is the perfect opportunity to show what my inventions have in store for the future of the pro-hero world." Mei reaches out towards him dramatically with her arm. Now knowing what else to do, Izuku walked forward to join his friend only for her to yank him into a stronghold where she was practically hugging him from behind. "And this is the time to test my invention's weight capacity. Perfect for rescue missions, my baby is designed to hold up to 4 people." Mei fixed the goggles on her face with one hand while handing Izuku straps under his arm to fasten. Izuku hurriedly fastened the straps because he knew what was about to happen next. He moved the robot metal surfboard piece to his side. He hoped the weighted metal wouldn't slow down Mei too much. Mei clicked a button which made the belt shoot wires that whizzed past Izuku's waist with a sharp sound to attach itself on the tall pillar. Mei fans up behind him which made Izuku kickstarts into running. Mei wrapped her arms around him from behind and jumped off the edge which made him briefly shriek from shock while most of his classmates watched from the cliffside. As they fell, the wired clutch kept its hold on the pillar before the wire tightened which made them fall sideways into the pillar. Izuku braced himself while Mei stuck out her boots from underneath his legs. And right as they were about to crash into the pillar, Mei's boots hovered right above the surface. Mei pressed another button which made the wire reel them in quickly while her boots continued to hover over the side of the pillar. Izuku hung in tightly to the straps that Mei had placed on him as they shot directly up the side of the pillar. And suddenly, Mei's boots weren't touching the pillar anymore. They were both up high in the sky, feet not touching any ground or rope below them. Izuku clutched the robot piece with one hand as Mei hung on tight to him with only one of her arms. Izuku laughed softly right as both of them landed on the pillar safely. "Hey, the extra weight capacity wasn't on your blueprints when I checked them over with you," Izuku brought up when Mei jumped off the pillar with the wire swinging them in between the other tall pillars. Before them, Izuku glanced to see some students already making their way on the ropes after getting motivated by Mei's support gear-fueled move. "By the way, thanks for the ride." "Hey, I gotta keep some things from you," Mei replied with a smile as she hovered up the pillar. "Or else there wouldn't be any surprises like this. Although I wasn't expecting you to have a random piece of robot with you." "Oh, this old thing?" Izuku asked, holding the piece of robot tightly to his chest, using the loose straps that originally kept it in place to hang on tightly. "Is it messing with the invention? It's not slowing us down or anything?" "Nope," Mei said as they launched into the air for the 3rd time already. "I almost perfected this baby." Izuku glanced behind him to stare into the dark lenses of Mei's goggles. "Almost? Don't worry. I tested it. We won't fall into the abyss," Mei reassured him. Another moment passed before she added, "Hopefully." The whooshing of the air didn't mask a small creaking sound coming from the wire belt around Mei's waist. Hatsum-chan, Izuku mumbled back towards her. She leaned close to whisper yell while they fell towards the next pillar. Don't focus on it. Well, despite that worrying noise, I'm impressed with how it's holding both of us. It would be good for rescuing civilians, Izuku complimented as they shot upwards through the air again. Well, I had to crunch on time, especially with the amount of my babies that I need to show off to the companies watching. Mei stared ahead with determination in her pupils as her sight zoomed in on the 3 leads heading towards the 3rd obstacle ahead of them. I just need them to recognize my talent and see how powerful and helpful my babies are. And then I became the best support gear inventor in Japan. I have no doubt in my mind that you will be very successful based on the ideas you have shared with me already, Izuku said honestly through the harsh wind blowing when they sailed down again with the wire belt around her waist. He clung onto her waist as they finally made it to the last pillar of the entire 2nd obstacle. With one more move, they were both on the other side of the 2nd barrier. Hatsum continued on her way by running with Izuku to the next stage, with Izuku pulling ahead because of all his previous training. He looked back to see some of his classmates still at the ropes, but steadily gaining on them. Yes. I can't wait for the offers to buy some of my inventions. I can almost hear them now, Hatsum cheered, throwing up her fists into the air. Izuku smiled and played along by imitating a ringing noise as he ran a few steps ahead of her. He extended his pointer finger and pinky finger out and placed it against the side of his head. Hello? Oh, you're looking for Hatsum Mei, support gear specialist? So sorry, she is already filled up with requests. Hatsum laughed wholeheartedly at the secretary's impression that Izuku was portraying. Izuku glanced back at her before talking into his pinky finger like it was a phone. I can fill you in on. Izuku trailed off to flip through an imaginary schedule, liking one of his fingers to flip through it. He pointed down and said, 2 months from now on a Wednesday. Hatsum continued laughing while Izuku mimed scheduling the appointment before hanging up on his own hand. Hatsum cheered briefly as he sprinted ahead of her towards the next obstacle. Not too long after separating from Hatsum, Izuku found himself at the final obstacle, which was an empty field with dark circles all over the ground. The last barrier is the minefield. Present Mike shouted over the speakers. His voice was accompanied by a small explosion of pink smoke caused by Tsuyu, who went off to the side from the impact. The field is filled with landmines that will cause explosions once they are stepped on. These explosions will not cause any harm to the students, but they will make a great spectacle for the viewers watching. Izuku's eyes traveled to an explosion further down the field. The smoke cleared to show Ida, who was struggling to run through the landmines without getting caught in the explosions. He squinted to see Shoto and Bakugo walking carefully through the mines far ahead. But it looked like they were fighting each other as they moved past the buried explosives, if the pushing was any indication. He looked back down at the landmines in front of him and started to go over plans on how he could pass the field quickly. Maybe if he ran fast enough along the outskirts. Boom! His eyes caught Ida's form again as his childhood friend had their blue hair slightly sticking up from the recent explosion. The first plan was already out the window before he even finished the thought of it. Second and most obvious plan was to just avoid the landmines while he walked through it. But from the large field and how many of the students were already on the field, he knew he wouldn't be able to pass them on foot. With only another second of pondering, a plan came to his mind right as another hush of pink smoke launched into the air with a strong sound. Shinso freed his mind-controlled posse from his quirk by slapping them on their backs. Aoyama and Rikido gazed at each other and around them with confused looks as the purple-haired boy wandered ahead. And that is how Shinso found Izuku digging up mines using a large piece of green metal that he recognized from the first obstacle. Shinso walked up behind him, which made Izuku turn his attention towards his classmate. Hey, can you help me dig out some of these mines? If you do, I can guarantee you that you will make it through. Qualifications. Shinso raised an eyebrow before shrugging and beginning to dig out with his hand some of the landmines carefully before slowly adding them to the pile. Izuku continued to dig like a madman using the piece of metal in his arms until a large pile of landmines were gathered. So what's next? Shinso asked as he started to think about what he agreed to. And by the looks of Izuku looking back and forth between the landmines and the metal, he had a bad feeling and started to crawl its way up from his stomach. First things first, do you trust me? Sure, Shinso replied with a worried tone. Good, Izuku stuck the piece of metal into the ground with a grin. Now what's going to happen is basically an amateur reenactment of the Titanic if the icy water was landmines and the door was a piece of metal just big enough to fit 2 people. I don't like where this is going, Shinso said as he glanced back down at the amount of landmines. Regretting the fact that he didn't just walk across the field carefully like everyone else. Don't be worried. The landmines won't hurt us, Izuku reassured, pulling Shinso towards him. He adjusted Shinso's grip on the straps of the robot piece to double loop around his wrist to make sure it didn't slip from his fingers. Izuku adjusted his own grip while moving the metal piece into position. But the potential fall will. Now hold on. Too late. Izuku shouted, dragging Shinso into his side and falling down onto the landmines happily with the robot metal. For a brief moment, Shinso's life flashed before his eyes before he got shot into the clouds like a rocket. Ida gritted his teeth as he skillfully played hopscotch across the minefield, trying his best to avoid the landmines underneath the ground. But right as he dodged another, a huge explosion happened right behind him. He turned around to see that the massive explosion came from the beginning of the field. Ida's gaze turned upwards when he saw two figures riding on something solid as it sailed through the pink smoke clouds into the sky. He could hear one of them screeching as the pair soared past him while the other one was laughing. And there was no doubt in his mind that he knew that one that was laughing from the familiar tone even from high in the air. In fact, Izuku's laughter has become more like his father's the more he grows up. Ida pushed up his glasses and turned his gaze back on the landmines before him. If I push myself, I might be able to make it through. Can't use the recipro burst now or else I'll stall before I hit the finish line. But if I can just kick it up a notch, Ida said, gearing up his engines. I'll just drink more orange juice during the break to refuel. With that, Ida took off onto the rest of the field while igniting explosions behind him. Unfortunately, he got caught up in one or two along the way that slowed his progress. But his running made it possible for some girl students to follow his path by running on the path he left behind with no more landmines. Momo was leading some of the hero course girls down the path with her at the front to guide them through. Hatsum looks up from where she was hovering over the landmines to see her friend sailing above her with someone screaming behind him clutching onto the edge for dear life. She threw her fist in the air to silently cheer him on while she continued to float, unbothered by the landmines beneath her hover boots. Behind everyone else, Monoma and other Class 1B students had just shown up at the field when the explosion went off in front of them. Present Mike sputtered over the microphone, "Eraserhead? What are you teaching your kids?" "I did not teach him that," Eraserhead defended himself. And somewhere in the third-year arena while the third-year students were embarking in their first game, Nedzu looked down at his own personal screen just in time to see his son drag his unsuspecting classmate into the air via landmine's explosion. The audience was left to wonder while frozen in their seats why Nedzu suddenly laughed while the third years were in the middle of their second and third obstacle. "Why did I agree to this?" Shinso yelled into the air while hunched over the piece of metal, scared that if he moved he would fall into more landmines below. Izuku laughed loudly, "I don't know." The two sailed over the other students who were trying to tiptoe their way past the field. Shinso's fingers were white from the amount of strength he was using to clench onto the chunk of robot. Slowly, they started to fall towards the ground since they were losing momentum, which made Shinso cry out again since the ground was steadily approaching fast. Izuku narrowed his eyes, forming a plan in his head when he spotted Bakugo and Shoto in the lead, pushing at each other to try and make each other fall onto the landmines. "Hold on to me," Izuku demanded, which made Shinso follow orders because he didn't know what would happen if he didn't. While the ground steadily approached, Izuku looped Shinso's limbs into a form of a piggyback position before grabbing hold of one side of the metal piece. "Excuse us," Izuku politely shouted, which made both of them look up to see two very differing expressions on Izuku and Shinso's faces. He slammed the robot piece between the two teens in the lead. Boom! With another small blast, the two of them were hot forward into the air once again while Shoto and Bakugo were caught in the blast. Damn it! Shinso clung tight to anything he could get his hands on so he wouldn't plummet to his death on the second launch while Izuku continued to look forward to plan their landing. With the ground coming close fast, Izuku prepared to flip the metal to allow them both to roll onto the ground. But suddenly his plans were interrupted by a small pile of ice and snow forming a ramp from underneath them. Izuku and Shinso braced for impact as the robot metal acted as a sled board. And in a marvelous heroic act from Fukuyama, the ice slide he made broke the fall of both Shinso and Midoriya. Present Mike yelled out over the speakers. Izuku hurriedly got to his feet while Shinso stumbled to find his footing. He looked back to see Shoto with his arms outstretched still in the landmines field. His gaze shifted down to see the long line of ice leading up to the big sliding ramp that broke their fall. Izuku waved back quickly, "Thanks Sho-chan." He didn't wait to hear a response if Shoto even heard him before grabbing onto Shinso and dragging him behind him towards the finish line. Shinso stops. Before Izuku can drag him any further, "Just go on from here. I'll catch up with you after I feel like I'm not going to die." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked. "Positive." Izuku nodded firmly before taking off sprinting away, glancing back to see that Shinso was taking a much-needed break behind him to catch his breath. He doesn't blame him. One would have that kind of reaction from being blown up to the sky and having to sprint right afterwards. Good. He didn't get hurt, Shoto commented, grateful he helped out his friend before he hit the ground. He knew that Izuku must have had a plan for the landing, but he wanted to make sure that he landed with no trouble. Shoto took a deep breath to ground himself as he warmed himself up from the extensive use of ice he had done so far. He could see Bakugo getting up, which motivated him to freeze his feet to the floor to slow him down. What the? Bakugo shouted out in outrage. Icy hot. Shoto steadied himself before taking off running while he formed an ice path under his feet to protect himself from the landmines. He glanced behind him to see students already looking towards his forming path like it was a shortcut through the minefield. He could hear Bakugo's fiery explosion and the crack of his ice behind him before being drowned out by another explosion of pink smoke. Shinso wheezed as he tried to catch his breath, not paying attention to the icy wind brushing past him or the explosions propelling past him. Wow! Exactly what I needed, Shinso weakly protested. Explosions to further the incoming headache. He paused between breaths, or nausea. Is that nausea? Shinso looked behind him to spot a familiar pink-haired girl that cleared the second barrier using her support items. He could see the crowd of students running towards him, or more accurately to what was waiting behind him. The finish line. Shinso turned back around and started to run again right as the class president from his own class passed right by him using his engines. He pushed himself until he was finally met with the bright lights at the end of the tunnel. Ida Tenya brings up the rear and fourth, followed by Shinso Hitoshi. Oh, thank the gods, Shinso mumbled, moving out of the way of the entrance to catch his breath. He barely cared about who made it afterwards, since all he wanted to do was to get the stadium to stop being blurry. Next time, I won't agree to team up with Izuku, Shinso thought to himself while breathing deeply as other students ran past him. After 40 students passed the finish line, the next event was announced by midnight. Shinso was just calming down when Izuku walked up to him with a grin. So are we teaming up for the cavalry race? What the hell? And the first place winner of the obstacle course round is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku looked up at the use of his full name while the stadium cheered with confetti raining down onto the field. He felt a cold chill hit his back while he immediately noticed the sharp sounds of explosions breeze right past him. Fukuyama Shoto in second place and Bakugo Katsuki in third. Present Mike announced through the giant speakers of the arena. Ida Tenya brings up the rear in fourth, followed by Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku basked in the white noise of the crowd's cheers as he watched everyone rush through the door. All of his classmates made it through along with many from Class 1B. He wasn't surprised to see Hatsume rushing through the doors cackling as she jumped high into the air in celebration. Midnight introduced the next round. Next, everyone that made it past the qualifying rounds will face each other in the cavalry race. So are we teaming up for the cavalry race? It will make things so much easier for the later half of the festival, Izuku said as he walked up to the out-of-breath student who was still trying to recover from being launched into the air with little to no warning. You okay there? Shinso stared up at him for a moment like his mind was trying to catch up to whatever was happening while Midnight was still going over the rules of the second round. I have never met anyone quite like you. Why thank you, Midoriya tucked a hair strand behind his ear with a teasing smile on his face. I don't know if you mean it in a bad or good way. But either way is flattering to me. Shinso stared back at him blankly, not quite knowing what to say next. Both of them started to listen more intently at the rules of the second round and how there needed to be a certain number of team members and how the main objective was to capture their headband for points. Midnight added at the end of the rules for the cavalry race, the person that won first place in the previous round has 10 million points. Izuku could feel the sheer amount of gazes that snapped to him right when the amount of points he had were announced. Shinso gazed back at him with a winced expression. Ah, of course. I expected something like this to be the outcome, Izuku said out loud with a calm smile. Now let's just hope the pros outweigh the cons of having this advantage. Izuku-kun, Ida said as he walked up with Shoto at his side, who was looking around as everyone started to find teams away from Izuku. Before I hear anything from you two, yes, I knew the consequences and yes, I would like you to be on my team because I have a great plan that guarantees success, Izuku says before his friends could say anything in return. Shoto shrugs. Well, that answered all of my incoming questions. Mine as well. So, to recap, there is a minimum of 3 players and maximum of 5 players. Hopefully it will end up being even at the end, so it will be better for matchups, Ida explained as he pushed up his glasses. What happens if it's odd? Shoto asked. Izuku answered with a grin. Oh, they will probably drop 1 or add 1 depending on points left over or something like that. Hatsume appeared from seemingly out of nowhere with a bright smile. Hey Greenie. Hatsume-chan. Izuku greeted before gesturing over to his friend and back to her. Quick introduction since I don't think you have met her yet. Hatsum, these are my friends, Ida Tenya, Fuyukwama Shoto, and Shinso Hitoshi. This is Hatsum Mei and she is from the support course. She makes a lot of cool inventions and I talk to her about dominating the world a lot. Say what now? Shinso thought to himself for a brief moment while the other two just nodded like that's what they expected to hear. Hatsum laughed wholeheartedly as Izuku looked proud of himself that he found an ally in denomination and destruction. Is this a normal thing? Shinso still looked thrown off for a minute as Hatsum started to ramble with Izuku about the inventions she had at her disposal. Can I snag that final position on the team? You and I both know I need to show off my babies, Hatsum asked with an easygoing grin. That depends what kind of babies you are showing off this round? Hatsum tilted her head before throwing down a suitcase right in front of him out of nowhere. Well, I made this based on the pro hero, Air Jet's backpack, adding my own original spin on it. Izuku hummed to himself and nodded, yes. It would work quite well with my plan. And what exactly is your plan? Shinso asked despite the voice in his head telling him to form his own team. Izuku turned his attention towards the teen he shot through the air. I am so glad you asked. Shinso couldn't help but feel a creeping sensation of dread climbing up his spine even though Izuku's expression read to everyone else as innocent. Don't worry, Izuku gestured with his hands. I will make each of you stand out for the sponsors and heroes watching. What? Shinso asked with a confused tilt of his head. Shoto informed him. Oh, that's just the way he is. He'll find some way to make sure we stand out. But wouldn't that make him stand out less, which is the exact opposite of what you are supposed to do here? If you think he will fade into the background, then you just haven't seen what he is capable of. The first round was only a hint, Ida told him as he pushed up his glasses. All the teams have been formed with the minimum of 3 and maximum of 5 being reached. Each team has their headbands with the points from what they earned in the previous match, Midnight reiterated to the crowd as the camera panned from each team of students. Each team has one rider with multiple people holding them up. Izuku was proudly watching the area with Hitoshi on top of all of their shoulders. Izuku was stationed in the back with Mei while Tenya and Shoto were both in front. Hitoshi was sitting down with all of his headbands around his neck. Izuku could see Bakugo had chosen Kirishima, Ashido, Kaminari and Shiro for his team. He could spot Monoma on top of Tetsu, Tsuburaba, Kaibara. Uraraka had Tokoyami, Ojiro, and Yayuruzu on her team. And there were many more who were eagerly awaiting for Midnight to start the round. And he also noticed how a lot of groups were staring right at his team. He met their gazes strongly, enjoying himself when he could see one of them flinch back from his unblinking stare. Present Mike counted down from the booth, 3. 2.1. Izuku tightened his hold on Shinso's pant leg, watching as Shoto's ice started to frost over his right hand. Start! Midnight exclaimed. And just like that, multiple UA students were running towards the 10 million point team. Shinso cursed right as Shoto slammed his foot down, creating a huge ice circle around them. The ice walls shot upwards until it formed an igloo structure with a hole at the very top. This should gain us some time while either they head for breaking the ice or go to face against each other. Shoto glanced back at him. Just like your plan. Shinso blinked and turned around to see that they accidentally trapped a cameraman into their igloo. Oh. I think we accidentally got one of the cameraman. Izuku looked back at a man who didn't look surprised to be trapped in ice. He smiled and waved at the camera. Hi Papa. They wait for several moments before hearing the sounds of sizzling from one side accompanied by the sounds of explosions. I think that's our countdown. As soon as they start forming a hole, we shoot up like the plan, Izuku explained as his gaze bounced at different areas of the ice wall. All we have to do is keep our hands on the 10 million points and we will be good. As expected, Bakugo was making a hole on the northeastern side of the wall, blowing a huge hole in the ice to go through. Shinso looked back at the two behind him. Now's the time. Mei hit the button, making the backpack on Shinso start to lift them in the air. Mei and Izuku's boots revved up and blasted into the air so the entire team was floating. But it was due to the grip that everyone had on each other that allowed them to float up with almost no problem. Ida revved his engines as Shoto made an impromptu ice ramp. So as soon as Bakugo's team was heading for them, Ida ran up the ramp with the team. They could hear Bakugo's yell as they made their escape through the hole of the igloo easier. Shinso breathed out like he had been holding his breath forever. I can't believe that worked. Start believing fast, Izuku remarked back to him as they hurriedly slid down the side of the icy igloo with everyone still distracted. They started to run away from the teams who had not noticed that their team had escaped yet. It lasted longer than they thought as they made it halfway past the field before the other groups turned to see where they had escaped to since they were no longer in the ice walls. Jiro tried to shoot out her earphone jacks when she got close enough only for Izuku and Hatsum to float up to get a bigger distance. Ida chopped his hands at both of the earphone jacks with Shoto starting to approach the jacks with his left hand before Jiro retreated from the small fires of Shoto's hand. Izuku spun, making the team turn around to survey the area for any new challengers. "This baby has some excellent mobility," Izuku replied to his friend. Mei grinned excitedly, "That's good." Barely 3 minutes have passed, and all the teams are setting their sights on new goals, Present Mike announced. "What happened to my headband?" Hagekyu's shout could be heard from where Shinso's team was. Izuku turned around only to quickly look back after realizing she must be naked on the shoulders of Kota and Sato. All of a sudden they heard the approaching sounds of explosions and turned around to find Bakugo evading straight for them with his explosion blasts guiding him. Shoto intercepted him with an ice wall before he could even reach Shinso. Bakugo sliced down the ice wall with Zero's tape coming up from behind him to yank him back to the team. Present Mike questioned loudly from the booth, "Was that a risky move?" Midnight interjects by adding in, "Bakugo Katsuki's move was a technicality, so it is allowed. But if he were to touch the ground, it would be a disqualification." Alright, moving on, let's check out the points. Whoa, it looks like not many Class 1A teams have that many points beside Shinso's team. Bakugo felt a hand swiped right past him, taking the headband off his head with it. He whipped his head around to find a blonde extra looking smug at the fact he has stolen the cloth away from him. He got the headband. Mina pointed out quickly, spotting the headband in Monoma's grip. "Give that back or I'll kill your butt," Bakugo threatened. Since Midnight said it was the first game, it would not make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, Monoma said, rather than engage directly to the Class 1A team. Bakugo paused for a moment, a curious and confused expression briefly taking over his features. "Assuming they keep about 40 people for the next stage, my team and I just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran. I observed from the back in the qualifying round to see just your quirks and your personalities to really understand you all as our rival," Monoma covered his laugh. "At least that's better than going after the temporary lead like a child going after the last ice cream." Monoma tapped his chin before suddenly looking like he remembered something out of nowhere. "Oh, and while I'm here, I heard you are famous from that little sludge villain incident? Could you tell me about your experience sometime? Dude, how about we stop antagonizing the boom bomb guy?" Tetsu suggested from under Monoma. "Kirishima, change of plans." Bakugo had a feral grin on his face as he tightened his hands on Kirishima's shoulders. "Let's kill all of these extras, especially that blonde guy." And just like that, Bakugo's team headed straight for Monoma's group while yelling the entire time. Bakugo aimed an explosion right at Monoma's face that he dodged like he expected the arm to come at him. Monoma gripped onto his arm before using his opposite hand to send an explosion right at the back of Bakugo's head. "Wow, what a cool quirk you got there," Monoma stated as his palms sparked. Bakugo glared at him, temporarily put off by the fact that his own quirk was used against him. Kirishima gasped, "Bakugo, there's someone who has the same quirk as you too? I thought I was the only one." "DMNU." Bakugo gritted his teeth, the words coming out like a hiss. He ordered his team forward again, sprinting at their team. Bakugo went to attack with an ever bigger explosion, making a huge cloud of ashy smoke erupt from the impact. The smoke cleared to show Monoma with hardened skin exactly like Kirishima's quirk. "Nice quirk," Monoma commented, grinning sharply as he blocked the explosion. He looked straight up at the spiky-haired teen. "I would argue that mine is better though." "This guy copies quirk," Bakugo said, glancing at his palms. His eyes flickered over to Monoma's hardened skin. Monoma smirked in return, "Good to know even an idiot can figure it out." Bakugo snarled right as a wave of a weird substance arched between the two teams, falling over Kirishima's side. "Bondo, you're joining the fight?" Monoma greeted his fellow classmate. Bondo didn't say anything as he backed up under his rider's orders to avoid the incoming fight to try and attempt to grab at the 10 million points that was passing by. "Monoma, we just have to keep away from them. We have enough points to make it to the top 4, Tsuburaba advised. So let's just go before we lose what we have." Monoma nodded his head before instructing his team to leave Bakugo's team behind. Bakugo glared at him, making the blonde glance back at them with a hand raised over his shoulder. "Don't hold a grudge or anything about this, okay?" Monoma called back cheerfully as his neck was adorned with headbands stolen from them and other teams. His hand sparked up with a small explosion to show off. Bakugo growled, "Go after them." "I can't," Kirishima replied honestly, trying to yank his leg free from the quirk that the Class 1B student used. "I'm stuck. I'll melt it." "Hold still," Mina started before using her own acid to melt the glue substance that was holding her teammates still. Teenagers were relentless. No matter which way they went to avoid the teams, another would be waiting to strike. Hatsum and Izuku were using the hover boots to softly ascend from the ground to make avoiding the grabbing hands easier. When they softly landed on the ground away from most of the teams, Jiro spotted them and took the only chance she had to strike them while they were vulnerable. Now, Kaminari. Kaminari let loose with his electricity from the direct order of Jiru, who was waiting for it. He grinned before unleashing a huge shocking attack on all the teams nearby, inducing Shinso's team. The only team mostly unaffected was Uraraka's team because Momo made an insulation blanket right on time. 6 minutes left, Shoto stated while freezing the teams in place once again to gain time. But most of them saw it coming and were already making their way out using their quirks. We can't stop now. The backpack's acting up, Izuku pointed out, making Shinso glances back at them. Oh baby, Hatsum frowned. Still looks like there is room for improvement. Just then, Uraraka's team was heading towards them with dark shadows slithering their way. Shinso called out to Tokoyami with a somber expression, when I was a young boy. My father, Tokoyami tried to return before cutting himself off. Attack the team next to you. Shinso ordered. Ida took the lead to get themselves away from the grabbing hands. Tokoyami made Dark Shadow swipe a headband off another team who immediately went after Uraraka's team to take it back. Momo created a shield to protect her teammates from the attacks made by Tsunatori's team. Uraraka was doing relatively well as a group leader given the fact she has never had a leadership role in her life. But she knew that her parents were watching her back home. She couldn't let them see her chicken out in the second round by not getting enough points. Tokoyami, come on, Uraraka sighed, nudging Tokoyami on his shoulder from where she sat. Tokoyami blinked. Excuse me, what happened? Ojiro piped up from behind Tokoyami. It was Shinso's quirk. But good news, you stole a headband and got us even more points. How many points do we have so far? Yayuruzu asked, glancing up at Uraraka who was tightening the headbands around her neck and forehead. Over 500, Uraraka commented, her eyes flashing up at the scoreboard. Not enough, we are in 6th place. So we have to get more. Uraraka surveyed the area, noticing how Bakugo and another blonde looked like they were about to have some soft or altercation. Quick! Go near Bakugo. We can steal a headband from the other guy since he will have his attention somewhere else. Good eyes, Yayuruzu commented, changing forward with Tokoyami. Right as Bakugo started to yell, the other blonde's attention was drawn to him. And that's when they tri-key, taking one of their headbands from around the blonde's neck. Ojiro hits his tail into the metal guy to stop him from attacking their team. But right after they got another headband, other Class 1B teams started to head towards them to get points. Kendo reacted with her team, reaching out with her big hand to try to rip the headband off her forehead. Dark Shadow reacted to her hand by pulling at it and biting at her fingers to keep her from trying again. Momo sliced through Shizuzaki's vines with a created knife she pulled out from the exposed skin of her neck. Uraraka can still hear Bakugo even from her position, which gave her an idea from one of his previous attacks. She touched her hand against her head and started to float herself up. Cover me! Ojiro swiped his tail against a ways as Uraraka successfully floated towards Kendo to attempt to steal more points. Dark Shadow helped her block any attempts to knock her back with Kendo's hand or Shizuzaki's vines. Uraraka quickly gripped onto Kendo's headband around her forehead before propelling her body back over her team. Release! She called, her team catching her carefully. The team ran away from Kendo's team immediately while Kendo called out after them. Whoa! Now that was fun. Uraraka looked up to the scoreboard to see that they had climbed up to 4th place. Ojiro's tail fuzzed up as he noticed more teams closing in. Alright, let's just keep it there. Wow, we are really pulling ahead. We even got 2nd place, Monoma commented, happy that it was going great for him and his team. Everything is really falling into place for Class 1B. Tsuburaba pouted, don't jinx it. Hey, you blonde extra. Never mind. Too late, Kaibara said, his dark eyes looking back to see the fiery red gaze of Bakugo and his team running after them. Bakugo launched himself from his team and took to the air again to attack them, his hands blasting off explosions to propel himself like a rocket towards them. Don't act on your own, Bakugo. Shiro called out, running towards the angered blonde with the rest of the team members. Mina laughed as soon as she saw the scared expression on Monoma's face. Tsuburaba. Monoma called out as Bakugo got too close. Got it. Tsuburaba blew into the air, turning it solid just as Bakugo went crashing into it. His face smashed against the invisible wall made of air. Bakugo raised his hand back and smashed through the solid air with his explosions, making the air break like glass. Monoma's eyes widened as Bakugo stole back the headband he stole from them. Bakugo breaks through walls and yanks on headbands. Shiro immediately wrapped Bakugo in his tail before he could hit the ground and dragged him back. I told you to tell me ahead of time when you are going to jump. And what do you do? Shiro shouted, yanking Bakugo back to his team with his tape. We got our points back, Bakugo argued back instead of answering Shiro directly. Now let's head for 10 million points. Monoma cursed himself for allowing 2 people from Class 1A to steal headbands from him. He barely had enough to finish in the top 4. They needed to get more and more quickly. Run! He shouted at his teammates to run faster to get away from the Raging Blonde's team behind them. He looked behind him to see Bakugo had chosen to go after the leading team. But his worries weren't over yet when opposing teams made up of his Class 1B teammates were heading straight for him, desperate to get any points because they didn't have much. Tsubarba saw them coming and blocked Tsunatori's horn attack aimed at them. Monoma blew away Bondo before he could use his quirk to stick them into one place. Monoma quickly used Tsubarba's Sold Air Quick to block a quick attempt by another team who was reaching to grab onto Kaibara's shirt. Monoma swiftly stole another headband which read 295 points to add to the pile around his neck. He stole a glance up to the scoreboard to check what they had. Focus on evading from now on. The time is running out, so the other teams are getting desperate. Gee, you think? Kaibara sassed, sweeping the leg of a classmate who got too close. Tetsu charged forward, launching a steel fist to pound into Bondo's face who tried to steal one of their headbands again. We got this. Shinso called out to one of the boys on a team acting as the horse of the rider on top. Hey, just curious, ever heard the mockingbird sing? Sato looked taken aback. What? Stop in your tracks, Shinso called out as a command, making Sato stop fully, which made Hagakure call out to him since she almost slipped from his shoulders. Almost got it. Only 2 minutes left, Izuku called out encouragingly. Shinso smiled back at him, guiding the team over to Shoto's previous ice igloo that had multiple cracks and holes in the walls from teams making their way inside. Come here you, nerds. Bakugo called out, his team charging at them. Shoto glanced back at the rest of the team. Any plans? Izuku, switch places with me. I have a move that I have been practicing, Ida says with confidence. Izuku switched places with his friend hurriedly right as he heard Uraraka's battle cry from not that far away from their position. Alright, everyone hang on to me. It's going to be fast, Ida states, gearing up his engines. With teams fast approaching, everyone shot their arms forward to grip onto Ida's shirt with Shinso's being the strongest. Shoto shot his left arm out to melt the remaining igloo walls while Ida revved his engines. Bakugo shot forward again much to Shiro's displeasure right as Ida used his engines to shoot himself and his team far away from their grabbing hands. It all happened so fast that no one had time to shout. They could only hang tight to his shirt, no matter how awkward it was for the two in front to navigate their arms behind their backs. Izuku looked behind him to see a long trail of dirt clouds from the running special move that Ida just did. He slowly turned back to stare directly at the blue-haired teen who was catching his breath. Wow! Izuku complimented, eyes shining with admiration. That was amazing, Tenchan. Tenya smiled back at his old friend. Thanks, it makes me stall. Afterwards, so I was saving it for the right time. Shoto tilted his head back to address his friend. How long have you been working on it? For a while on my own. I never got to show it off before now, Ida replied. Right as the timer hit 0, everything stopped. Bakugo face planted on the ground from his failed attempt to get the headband. Uraraka slowly retracted her hand back from swiping another headband off of Monoma's team. Time's up. Yeah. Present Mike called right as the timer hit 0. Eraserhead leaned the opposite way from Mike as he shouted, his bandages shifting sound with the movement. The crowd went wild as the scoreboard started to tally up the final scores. Most looked up with hope while others shrugged since they had no headbands with points to count. Present Mike cheered from the announcer's booth as a stream of confetti burst out from the speakers below the booth. First place goes to Shinso's team. With over 10 million points. Wow! We did it. We actually did it, Shinso said almost to himself as he gazed at the cheering stands. Whoa! My babies got their spotlight. Hatsum pumped both her fists in their air repeatedly. Ida grabbed both of his friends in a group hug to celebrate their win. Izuku's laughter filled the nearby air, making Shinso look up just in time to see Hatsum grab him to lift him off the air in a hug. He made a choked noise from being lifted in the air by a surprisingly strong girl accompanied by the cheers of their team. Second place is Bakugo Katsuki's team. We did it. Bakugo squatted and hit the ground with a controlled explosion in his fist. Shiro asked with a grin, are you alright? We weren't number 1. Bakugo answered loudly with a grumpy expression, angry at himself for not getting the 10 million headband before the time ran out. It's close enough for me, Mina added. As long as we get to show off our stuff to the heroes, who cares? Third place is Monoma Nito's team. Tetsu pumped his fists in the air while Tsuburaba high-fived Kaibara. Monoma smirked to himself, proud of the chance that Class 1B was making their mark. The rest of their classmates clapped for their achievement. Kendo clapped her big hand against Monoma's back, throwing him forward from the sheer force. Fourth place is Uraraka Ochiko's team. Ojiro jumped in the air by bouncing off his tail while Uraraka almost floated herself away because she wasn't paying attention to how she placed all her fingers to her face out of the shock that they had made it through. Dark Shadow grabbed her before she floated off while Yayuruzu clapped gracefully from their shared win. Ojiro high-fived Uraraka, almost floating off himself before Yayuruzu created a piece of rope and captured him before he flew up too far. And Kaminari Denki has been added by the number of individual points he has to even out the battle numbers. Yes. Kaminari cheered happily, little static shocks lighting up in his hair from his excitement. To give the staff time to prepare the round for the battle stage, everyone may take a break for the halftime, Midnight announced with an inviting smile. Get some snacks while you wait and enjoy the entertaining games you can participate in during this time. Nedzu continued to watch from a small screen to overview his son's second round, swinging his feet as he watched his son's team win. He clapped his paws together as he watched over the third year's second round, which was the equivalent of an overpowered version of tug-of-war. One of the cameramen swiveled the camera away to avoid the overly happy gaze of the principal on film. Izuku didn't know how he ended up in a random hallway far from the lunch area with a smoothie and Shinso. Well, he did know. Shinso had told him that they needed to talk before dragging him to an empty area. So why did you drag me over here? Izuku asked while sipping on a large smoothie that he had just got before Shinso pulled him away from the others. Why are you being so nice to me? Shinso questioned. Pardon? Izuku asked, confused, pulling away from the straw. Shinso opened and closed his fists as he continued to stare at the other teen. Is it because you are the principal's kid and you want me on your side for some reason? Izuku's expression still looked confused as he stared at Shinso. Why would you think that? Look, I have been through a lot to recognize that when a student is being too overly friendly or nice to me that it's not a good thing. I don't know what your plan is, but I won't be your scapegoat or tester, Shinso ranted. I've seen it before where I think someone is trying to be a friend to me only to find out they are just going to throw me under the bus or blame me for something they did. So you don't think I'm being genuine? No? Yes? Shinso shook his head before placing his hand on his forehead. I'm conflicted since I don't really know how to read you. You seek me out in the classroom more than the other classmates we have. Then I get shot through the sky with little warning. And then I got invited into your team and we worked really well together. And I want to believe that it's all real this time. But I just can't. So I want to know now once and for all. Just don't lie to me and tell me honestly. Because I have been through situations like this before, Shinso replied, thinking back to the rough times in middle school before he got to UA. Everything goes great until one moment where it all changes. Shinso, Izuku said, staring right into Shinso's eyes and not directing his gaze anywhere else. I am being completely honest when I say that I want you to be my friend. If you need to confirm further, you can use your quirk on me like a lie detector to see if I am being truthful. Shinso looked like he was considering it while Izuku continued to explain his side. I didn't have that many growing up except Shochan and Tenchan, Izuku said, eyes trailing the hallway. He paused and looked at the corner like someone was waiting there before turning back to him. And I was homeschooled, so I didn't have that many people my age to interact with. So I wanted to make new friends with all of my classmates. But what about outside of school? Well, I did make one friend my age who went to another hero school from the entrance exams. But other than that, no, Izuku shrugged, looking down at his hands. Because when you find out just how many people are still against quirkless people even after so long, you stop hoping to make new friends that way. Shinso's eyes widened. What? Izuku looked back up. I'm quirkless. But, Shinso blinked hard, like he was still comprehending what was going on. How? When I was born, I got an extra bone in my foot. Shinso waved him off. No, not that. Just what? Why are you telling me this? I am going to tell the class sooner or later. But when you were going off on discrimination, I just wanted to set the record straight that we are on a mostly level playing field, Izuku answered, moving the straw up and down absent-mindedly. He gestured with his hand between the both of them. You got bullied for having a villain quirk. And I got discriminated against for being quirkless. How many people know about you being quirkless? No one else really knows besides my family, the staff, and my close friends, Izuku answered with a small sad smile. And everyone in the school except the first years only knows that I am the principal's son. But most of them just assume I have an intelligence quirk because of my analysis. They don't even know me that well to know I am quirkless. Shinso thought back to how close he looked with the other team member from the support course, the support girl? Hatsum-chan? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I told her that offhandedly when she wanted to fit me for rocket-powered shoes. But I had to inform her about how she had to get them custom-fitted or use a specific brand because you know. The extra toe joint. Yep. When she realized why, our friendship didn't change, Izuku smiled, deep in thought, and how grateful he was that her attitude towards him didn't change in the slightest. It was like he was stating the weather to her when he told her the truth. She accepted him wholeheartedly before going off on a tangent about her new babies. In fact, I think I just gave her more ideas of what support items she can make. How did it work out with your dad being Nedzu and all that? Like your experience with school must have been even worse than mine. Not really, Izuku shook his head. On my first day of elementary school he pulled me out when they started to bully me. And he started to homeschool me from then on. Wait, I almost forgot that your dad is the principal. You were homeschooled. Izuku nodded as he scked up his strawberry smoothie up the straw. He mumbled to himself, ooh, I'm so glad I got the strawberry. By Nedzu, the most intelligent animal alive. Yep. Okay. I think that answers some other questions. Shinso scratched the back of his head. So what happened after that? Oh, Izuku started to think about the consequences, counting off from the fingers on one of his hands. He reformed the school, got the teachers fired, and got restraining orders against the kids. Shinso looked taken aback. Say what? Yeah, Izuku smiled before taking another long sip for his smoothie. He is a little protective over me. No kidding, Shinso agreed. Restraining orders? I mean, they should be over legally by now unless I need to review the laws again. But they never really got renewed since the problem was solved and everything. And the reform actually helped a lot of schools harden down on the bullying act. Shinso commented, not with mine. I could guess from what you told me. Izuku took a sip before sobering up. His sharp gaze turned towards Shinso. So what's the name of the school again? What? Shinso asked, looking up to see an unfamiliar expression on Izuku's face that made him look scary from how blank his face was. Izuku shook his head, the blank expression fading into a relaxed smile. Never mind, I'll look into it. It's probably on your file anyway. You don't need to do that, Shinso waved him off. I'm here now and that's all that matters. Izuku didn't look that reassured before he glanced up above Shinso's head for a brief moment. Izuku looked at Shinso and said, I will take your word on it for now. Shinso breathed out, too relieved to notice how the security camera lens above him focused in on their interaction for a brief moment. Good. But hey, why would you have access to student files? Do you have permission to use it? Izuku shook his head. I don't have steady access to it unless a specific student asked me to do analysis on them or another time when it's time to bring in new students. Even then I would still ask permission to view specific profiles from Papa. You mean you have access during the entrance exam time? Shinso asked. Izuku tilted his head. Who do you think was in charge of the second chance program? You? Shinso's eyes widened. His mouth opened and closed for a brief moment where he didn't know what to say before he gestured at him with his hand. You are responsible for me getting in here? Yes, Izuku replied easily before he sighed. Well, technically I recommend students that have been overlooked and the staff decides to see if you have potential from there. Although it has worked out most of the time. I pick really good potential hero students, so they find no reason to reject them. Shinso looked at him after a pause with an astonished expression. And you just come up to them and say that? If they ask who chose them, then yes, Izuku held up a finger as he slurped from his smoothie. If they don't ask, there is no need for me to come out and say it. But this time was a bit different. I hope that tidbit of information doesn't make you feel like you need to make up for it or anything. No. But it doesn't mean that I'm not thankful for it. Without that program, I would have just been in general education, probably fighting for the spot during this festival, Shinso answered as he looked up at the ceiling. But I wouldn't let that information influence my choice. I already knew when we started this talk about what my decision would be when I found out the truth. Izuku hesitated before asking the purple-haired teen across from him. He stretched out his hand towards the boy. So, are we friends? Yeah, Shinso grinned back at him, stretching out his own hand to grasp Izuku's in a strong handshake. Why not? Izuku looked up at the camera briefly before realizing how much time should have passed by now. Oh, see you later. I need to go talk with my uncle before the battles begin. Shinso raised an eyebrow. See you at the battles then? Let's hope they don't pit us against each other, Izuku smiled. You should be worried if that were the case. Bakugo stopped leaning against the wall and started to quietly walk away from the conversation. He looked around the hall and stared directly into a camera that appeared. Trained on him for a moment before continuing to pan down the hall. Bakugo continued to travel back to the lunch area to find something spicy, glancing back at the area where they were talking. Who knew that when you were trying to find the bathroom, you would end up overhearing somebody's trauma? Present Mike tapped into his microphone, HEY. All viewers and listeners, I would like to present my surprise guest, DJ Mouse. Hey listeners, viewers, and headshakers. It is I, DJ Mouse, Izuku greeted. He had shoved a black hoodie on top of his uniform. The hood was pulled over his signature green curls and a spare face mask from Recovery Girl. And he had on surgical gloves as well to hide from the cameras looking into the booth. Present Mike let him borrow a pair of his sunglasses to hide his eyes from the world just in case people looked into who exactly had green eyes in the contestants. Ooh, working on an intro I see, Mike commented, throwing up his eyebrows at his nephew. Don't get used to it, DJ Mouse pulled his mask to make sure it covered his nose. It's only because it's a special occasion and that occasion is the UA Sports Festival. That is correct. Present Mike replied with a more toned-down voice. So you want to tell the listeners what you are here for? Well, I'm just here to go over the highlights of the last 2 rounds during this lovely halftime. And possibly provide some commentary for the halftime games that the students are doing right now. Did you know the people in the audience and watching at home can see you now for the first time? Present Mike said, gesturing over to the outside of the booth window. Ah yes, my debut while I am still costumed, DJ Mouse replied, tugging at the long black hoodie over his sports uniform. He waved out the window to where a camera was pointing directly into the booth. Hello, world. So let's start by reviewing some of the highlights. First up is the obstacle course of the first round. Present Mike announced as a screen in front of them played through some of the clips from the first round. What do you think, DJ Mouse? Mouse laughed. It was very entertaining to watch how the students were trying to navigate through the obstacles. Especially through the first one. The robots? No. I'm talking about the narrow door at the very beginning of it, DJ Mouse replied. I would consider that the real first obstacle because of how hard it was to pass through it when you had such a large amount of people blocking it. How about those robots? Present Mike asked as a clip played with the students using their quirks to fight their way through. They were the same models used for the hero course entrance exam. I do love how everyone reacted to them. DJ Mouse tightened his gloves by pulling them further up his wrist. The hero course students just started to move while everyone else was freaking out about the giant robots like they were dropped into a horror and science fiction movie. Present Mike laughed at that, looking back at the paused clip to show the shocked faces of the gathered students. I enjoyed it from the booth with my lively announcing partner who is currently on lunch right now. Because you forced him out to get lunch, DJ Mouse added with a grin under his mask. He would have slurped up juice packets if I didn't, Present Mike quipped back. He slurped up the smoothie that Izuku had stopped on his way to get for him. I can't argue with that because I knew he would, DJ Mouse replied knowingly. Anyway, what did you think of that dangerous-looking second round? Mike threw his head back, tilting his head while his chair spun around to look back at the television. Ooh, it had me almost worried for the participants from how high those pillars were. I could see a lot of students struggling with that one from the amount of time it took to cross each rope to the next pillar. I would say that it was only enjoyable to watch when people passing through used other methods besides the rope. Like for Azuitsuyu hopping from each pillar onto the rope before crawling forward. Or when Hatsum Mei from the support course to show off her inventions, DJ Mouse commented as the video rolled back of the footage from that stage. I liked it when others seemed to follow suit in that regard by using their own quirks or teaming with others to get across more efficiently than just crawling over the rope. He could see Momo making a cannon just for her to crawl inside and shoot herself over a few pillars. And right before she landed, she made a parachute to land safely onto the pillars. Excellent landing, DJ Mouse added as the video moved on to the last obstacle of the first round. And the landmines are next. Mike sent a knowing look towards him, thinking back to his nephew's surprise stunt to get past the landmines. DJ Mouse, would you say this was your favorite obstacle? Yes. It was interesting to watch the students try to navigate the landmines field especially with their quirk, DJ Mouse commented as he watched the recap with Uncle Mike. Tenya Ida was struggling a bit at first until he found the speed he needed to avoid most of the explosions. Earlier, he was getting covered in the pink smoke with almost every attempt. I think the move I didn't see coming was directly from 2 Class 1A students using the explosions as a launching pad, Present Mike said, looking at him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Speaking of that move, DJ Mouse smiled, pulling out his phone. Let me just point out that people have already started to make the short video a meme on social media. Present Mike's grin grew, leaning forward away from the microphone to check out what his nephew was about to show them. Are you serious, DJ Mouse? I am not kidding, Mike. DJ Mouse scrolled down on his phone with the sports festival tag that was currently trending. I'll just read from the Sports Festival trending tag with a post that reposted a screenshot of the video from the obstacle course alternate ending of Rose pulling Jack onto the door and blasting through the icy water. Mike burst out into laughter when Izuku tilted his phone at the hero. Or this one that has reposted the video with the song quote, "I can show you the world." Oh yeah. This is my kind of humor, Mike added loudly. What have you got to say about the second round, the Calvary race? Oh, that was a real nail-biter. I could barely keep track of who had their headbands still. Everything went by so fast, oh but it was so thrilling to watch it go down, Mouse responded, gesturing wildly with his hands as he pointed around the booth. Groups going this way, people flying that way. Headbands were just bouncing between teams at some point. I can only imagine with your view of it. I was all the way up in the booth and I still couldn't completely track all the movements, Mike said. DJ Mouse held up his hands as he stated his opinion. I have got to say that the move Monoma Nito pulled was a very smart play. I completely agree, Present Mike nodded with a smile. With everyone distracted on the big prize, no one would pay attention to the team sneaking their points away. Exactly, DJ Mouse added. Anything to say about the little halftime games that are currently going on down below? Present Mike asked, gesturing down to the small games going in below. I wished I could have taken part of the scavenger hunt because I love to hunt, DJ Mouse sighed. Was it a riddle of just a list of items? Just items, no riddle given. Ah, I was always given riddles when I did scavenger hunt games. Let's review some of the items they had to find. DJ Mouse watched as Monoma was dragged by Kendo. Oh, it looks like Monoma Nito was one of the answers to the list. Not exactly. It just said on the list to find a male classmate. And he was the closest one who wasn't already participating, Present Mike replied easily, viewing the students who were. Well, there is only some time left before they finish setting up the battles, Present Mike announced while looking at the clock. Unfortunately, we must bid you adieu for now, DJ Mouse. Thank you for joining me during the halftime break. Thank you for inviting me. DJ Mouse rose out of his seat and waved to the booth window. See you later, listeners. UA Sports Festival 20XX Live First Year Stage. Comments. Murden Dabiat, did no one notice how Nedzu was acting in the third year stage? Dontwike winking at Murden Dabiat, what are you doing watching the third year students? Gang Orca Underthesia, yeah, the first year students has that one infamous class from that attack. Unicorn Cat flying away, why are you guys putting more attention on the high school students that literally got attacked within the first week of school? Getting the Bakwani baby, they are in the hero course, if anything that was practice for what they are getting into. Reposted by All My Clapping Cheeks. GIF, two boys on a piece of metal skyrocketing through the air. One looked like they were on a magic carpet ride while the other looked like he was on a roller coaster to his doom. An explosion of pink smoke behind them as they sailed through a blue sky. Me when I drag my friend on my favorite ride at the park. Hawk's number on a kick contender, me avoiding school with my bestie. Reposted by Besgenus Gothim Applebuttiam Jeans. Image of two boys on top of a piece of metal sailing through air with a pink explosion behind them. Words written on pink explosions that spelled out responsibilities. Gaming written over the green-haired boy's face while the purple-haired boy had me written on his face. Me but with cartoons instead of gaming. Stressed fourth dress. Screenshot of the inside of the announcer booth. Present Mike sitting next to a disguised DJ Mouse. DJ Mouse had his hood pulled up, face mask, and gloves. God, I can only imagine what DJ Mouse looks like. Comments. MT Ladypulstapon, he is smaller than I thought. I wonder how tall he is. Presentation Michi, I think he just said on one of his shows that he was just average height. So he isn't like 6 feet tall yet. Octopus hugs are the best, yeah. He is still like a teen. So he still has room to grow. Intruder in your house, how tall will he grow? Him. I see shaved baby. Screenshot of flat screen television of green-haired boy being picked up by a pink-haired girl and sailing over tall pillars over a dark abyss. This is hashtag friendship goals right here. Being able to carry your bestie across an abyss. I would do it for my bestie who is also my roommate. Sleep asseverated, they were roommates? I see shaved baby. Oh my god, they were roommates 0.0. DJ Mouse is the only mouse I stand posted. Reminder to all my friends and followers, I will only be talking about DJ Mouse's appearance at the sports festival. Thread. To start off, his first appearance other than over the radio. I did not expect it to happen but I have been waiting for it. Love the commentary. Make him comment with Present Mike on everything. I would order an audiobook of both of them just commentating on the book instead of actually reading the book out loud. Official request to have his official hero name be DJ Mouse since he already has fan base around it. To all the followers, you should know how DJ Mouse has already said that he is in UA and is a first year. So I can only assume he went there for hero course, so I will try and find them during this sports festival. And if I don't, then waff. I said what I said. So if he finds me and wants me to stop, I will. Simply because I feel like he has a lot of connections. Shocked. After the little break with his uncle, Izuku headed out to get a drink before making his way to the stadium for the battles beginning soon. He had dumped his disguise for DJ Mouse into the room where Eraserhead was resting. His gaze landed on 3 pro heroes that were undoubtedly called in for the extra security. But when he saw exactly who they were, he was reminded of the day he had first met Bakugo. During the sludge villain attack while those 3 were limited in helping him. He smiled as he walked up enjoying his Kamui Woods, and Death Arms slowly turned in his direction and froze when they saw him. Mount Lady waved her hand in front of their faces before turning to see the teenager walking towards them. He didn't place much blame on Mount Lady since she was controlling the crowd at the time, but the other 2 were still on his watch list. "Why hello," Izuku said with a smile, watching how 2 of the pro heroes tensed once they saw him. Death Arms waved with one hand stiffly while Kamui Woods let out a choked greeting that sounded like his throat became hardwood. Mount Lady waved a bit to greet him with a clear greeting. Mount Lady looked like she didn't recognize him. "Hi, kid. What are you doing back here? Battle round is about to start." "Oh yes, that's why I was coming back. I was just checking on some people I know," Izuku said in return. "And what brings you all here today?" "We are acting as needed security since this is a huge event and all that." "Ah, I see. Well, I'm glad you got called in. I've been watching since your debut. And might I just say, I think you are doing quite well," Izuku said with a kind smile. Mount Lady listened with interest while the 2 others slowly backed away from his view. "If there was anything that happened, I'm sure you would have it solved with your expertise in no time." Mount Lady placed a hand on her chest. "Why thank you. That's the first time anyone has really said that. Mostly I just get comments about my uniform." Izuku paused for a moment then shrugged. "Well, I like the color of your hero costume." Mount Lady chuckled. "Thank you. Anyway, you should really start heading to the field since I think they are about to announce it soon." "Thank you for your help," Izuku said honestly before walking quickly past the pro hero. Kamui Woods and Death Arms didn't relax until he was fully out of sight. "Ah, he was so sweet. He was such a little gentleman," Mount Lady said with a posed hand under her chin. She turned around to see both of the male heroes that were teamed with her hiding behind a pillar. "Why are you hiding behind the pillar? I can still see you, so it's pointless." Kamui Woods poked his head out from behind the pillar. "No reason." "Come on, what's got you so worked up?" Mount Lady asked, hands on her hip from how difficult they were being. "Do you not remember?" Death Arms stressed. "That was Nedzu's kid." "Oh," Mount Lady said before her eyes widened from recognition of who was talking with her just a moment ago. "Oh. We're in trouble," Kamui Woods commented, pressing himself against the cold wall. "No, you're in trouble," Mount Lady replied, pointing a finger at them before gesturing to herself. "I think he likes me." "Sure, whatever you say," Death Arms responded with a blank stare while Kamui simultaneously tried to make himself become more of a tree to hide. "What?" Mount Lady out her hand on her hips. "Do you think I'm unlikable?" "No, never," Kamui Woods said, looking at the time. "Let's get to our seats though." It all happened when Izuku was only 7 years old. Nedzu had scheduled out the entire night of Halloween for the children to trick and treat safely just like normally. Izuku had decided to dress up as his father for Halloween since he found it funny just how so many people were scared of his father. Shoto was dressed in a Peter Pan costume complete with a green cap on red and white hair. Ida had a cardboard box around him with multiple colored buttons drawn in marker. Fuyumi was dressed as a fairy with fake wings and pastel-colored dress that flowed to her ankles. Natsuo had just drawn a pair of whiskers on his cat and put a cat ear headband on. He was dressed in all gray to pretend he was a gray tabby cat. Tuya has drawn scales along his face and had leathery-like black wings. He told everyone he was dressed as a dragon. Nedzu was guiding them on their regular trick-or-treating route when Izuku had accidentally bumped into someone. When suddenly a bright flash from the small impact consumed the trick-and-treating group. Nedzu blinked and watched as the teens started to run after he bumped into them. He turned back around only to feel his fur standing on edge at seeing what happened to the group. The teens' quirk wasn't some random light, it turned the group into what they were dressed as. Tuya stood over all of them, taller than a house on 4 legs. His scaled snout looked around in a frenzy with smoke leaking out his nostrils. Tuya growled in the air, making a lot of the children around them scared. A cat meowed by Nedzu's feet. He looked down to see a familiar-looking gray tabby and simultaneously noticed how Natsuo wasn't around. "Tuya? Natsuo? What's happening?" A high-pitched sound questioned. Fuyumi appeared in his sight except she was as small as a hummingbird with wings fluttering behind her. I do not appreciate this, Ida's voice said with a robotic undertone to his words. Ida looked like a silver robot from space with colored buttons on his chest. He stiffly walked forward like he had no flexibility in his joints. Nedzu looked down to see that he still had his engines on his calf. Peter Pan Shoto turned in the air to see his shadow trying to run away from him. Oh no. My shadow. It's escaping. Ida waddled towards him to attempt and help his friend keep his shadow under control. Natsuo trotted up to them and launched himself on Shoto's back to grab onto the living shadow. Papa? Nedzu's eyes furrowed at the weird tone that sounded very familiar to his own voice. Slowly, he looked towards his own son to see himself staring back at him, except his clone's fur was a light green that matched his son's hair. I think we might need some help. Nedzu nodded back at his son, surveying him from head to toe. The quirk really turned his son into a version of him. He pulled out his phone and called someone he knew would come as quickly as they could. Eraserhead? Yes, I need your assistance with something, Nedzu said into the cell phone. The children have been turned into their costumes from a quirk. Hello, Uncle Eraser. Izuku said using Nedzu's familiar tone of voice. Yes, that was Izuku. Indeed, he was dressed like me when the quirk hit him. Yes. Ah, see you then, Nedzu replied with a smile. He turned to the transformed children. He'll be here right away. Tuya exhaled another plume of smoke from his nose, causing Fuyumi to shriek as her tiny form was covered in ash. Eraserhead arrived shortly after to help, freezing at the sight of two Nedzas staring back at him. His attention was briefly on Natsuo since he was a cat before calling in the police to help track down the person responsible. Luckily, officers were on duty for Halloween night for any tricks that anyone could pull. So within half an hour, the teen responsible was captured and brought to Eraserhead so they could deactivate the quirk. Before they did though, Nedzu made Eraserhead take a picture of all of them transformed to remember the infamous night. The teen got in trouble of course, but not for anything major since they didn't mean any harm to the trick they pulled, since the transformation was only temporary and didn't cause any damage to them at all. With Eraserhead's stare, the children were back to their human forms. Tuya was on all fours when the smoke cleared, making him shoot straight up. Fuyumi sighed in relief once her wings became fake again. Natsuo yawned and scratched his head. Finally back to my old self. Izuku tilted his head when he noticed his friend clenching onto the sides of his box. Ida? Are you okay? I don't want to be a robot anymore. Ida looked sadly down at the box around him. Shoto patted his back to comfort him while Izuku frowned down at the robot costume. Swiftly, Tuya pulled out a Sharpie out of his jacket, which drew the attention of his siblings towards him. I can fix that, Tuya added. Tuya, Fuyumi raised her brow. Why do you have a marker on you? Tuya held a finger to his lips. That's a secret. Must be for marker mustaches, Natsuo whispered to his sister. Shut it or else you are getting the first one of the night, Tuya threatens quietly before walking up to the blue-haired boy with his marker. Tuya flipped the box around and started to draw on the box. How about a race car since you go so fast? That sound good? Ida nodded with a grin while Tuya got to work changing his costume while Shoto kept turning around to look at his own shadow to make sure it was still there. Thank you, Uncle Zawa, Izuku thanked the pro hero, who turned around to face his nephew. He was dressed in his regular hero costume except his pants were gray instead of the regular black shade he wore. He must have been in a rush once he heard what had happened. No problem, kid. I better get back soon, Aizawa replied, ruffling his hand through Izuku's normal curls. He waved goodbye to the group. Have a fun night. Bye, Uncle Zawa. Shoto, Izuku and Ida yelled back in tandem as Tuya finished up the new look on the cardboard box. With a last flick of the marker, Tuya capped it. Tada. Now you are a race car. Ingenium Racing, number 002, Shoto read aloud as Ida admired the drawn artwork on his new and improved costume. It had two circle headlights on either side with lines indicating the front of the car. It even had a bumper drawn near the bottom. Ida's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. Thank you. No need to thank me, Tuya said, messing up Ida's combed hair with his hand. Ida protested his hair being tangled up while Tuya stood up. Now then, back to the candy. Nedzu walked back from the policeman who took his statement. Yes, now thanks over with. We can continue our night of pleasantries. Yes. Natsuo cheered with both of his hands moved into the air. I want to get more popcorn ball. Fuyumi turned to her brother, the sparkles and gems on her face sparkling in the nighttime lights. You know you can have mine, Natsuo. Yeah, but I crave more, Yumi, Natsuo pouted as they began to walk behind Nedzu once again with the smaller children in front of them. Rocklock was happy about being a new dad, but he wasn't exactly happy about having to go to the office to pick up some paperwork while his wife was home with their newborn. She reassured him that she had it all handled and that he was free to go get the needed paperwork. She kissed him goodbye at the door before he left and raised their little son's hand to wave him goodbye. He was still off on paternity leave for at least another month until he could get his family settled down enough for him to come back full-time. So all he had to do was get in, get the paperwork, and get out to go back home. Maybe he could pick up some of his wife's favorite fast food on the way back. Rocklock thought about the good soba place around the corner while he walked into his own pro-hero office. It wasn't as big as the more popular heroes, but it was a relatively good place to house his sidekicks and his business workers. The walls were painted with murals that were different from any cream walls or dark colors that other pro-heroes had in their agency. "Oh sir. You're back." One of the sidekicks spoke out, making more eyes turn to him. He walked past their cubicles that were decorated in their own style. One of his favorites was one decorated with black, orange and red colors. "You're back too early. I just came to pick up some paperwork, that's all," Rocklock replied, raising a hand to wave at the workers before heading inside his office. He walked into his office with a determined expression on his face to get the paperwork on his desk and get out. Only for his eyes to widen at the sight of a large gift basket waiting on his desk. He passed by the signed album of his favorite band on the faded yellow walls to walk up to his natural wooden desk. The gift basket was sat right next to the pile of paperwork that he needed to look through. The gift basket had onesies, a pair of pacifiers, 2 packs of small socks for the baby's feet, a stuffed teddy bear, and several bottles of baby soap. His lips lifted up into a smile at the gift basket. His office had already gotten one for him before his paternity leave. But it was thoughtful of them to give even more. Rocklock walked into the office area with the basket under his arm. "You know you guys didn't have to get me another basket, right?" "Sir, we didn't give you another gift basket," one of the ladies spoke up from her cubicle that was dressed in shades of purple. "That one was dropped off at the office actually. Fat Gum delivered it." "Fat Gum? That was nice of him. Maybe I'll pay for his takoyaki next time," Rocklock responded, prying around the basket until he found the little note tag. But instead of being the bigger note with Fat Gum's personal emoticon that he likes to draw, it was a more simple style of kanji. Rocklock's eyebrows furrowed as he laid the gift basket down on one of the long tables right outside his office door. He flipped the note open more to see a little message. "Dear Pro Hero Rocklock, I heard about your little bundle of joy through the grapevine. I wish you a peaceful transition into fatherhood. Word of advice, get as much sleep as you can. Signed, N. N? Who is that? Are they a pro hero?" Rocklock asked out loud. "Does anyone know who sent this?" Fat Gum said it was from Nedzu, a sidekick with glasses added, while some sidekicks behind her reacted to the news. Some of the sidekicks reacted more strongly than others. "Nedzu?" The sidekick continued, pushing up her glasses. "I think Fat Gum said it was because he thought out and wanted to give you some advice or something similar." "Oh, right," Rocklock sighed. He dragged his hands down his face. "I forgot he had a son. Fat Gum told me about him before." "He has a son?" one of the other sidekicks asked, stunned by the news. "Really? I thought that was just a myth." Nedzu sneezed into a pocket square from his vest. Recovery Girl glanced over at the principal. "Are you getting a cold?" No. I don't normally get sick at all," Nedzu responded calmly. "Rocklock must have just received his present from me after all." "Ah," Recovery Girl nodded, like that was the most obvious answer as she organized the vitamin gummy candies she had. "Did you catch Izuku's performance while you were looking at the third-year stage?" "Indeed. I have a screen in my personal area just so I can catch up with how he's doing. So far, he has been using his skills nicely. I'm sure you are very proud of him, Recovery Girl." Nedzu nodded to himself, as proud as a father should be. Recovery Girl smiled at him before turning to her bandage cabinet to recheck her stock before the battles began. She would have a lot of work to do once the students started fighting. Nedzu pulled out his phone to check the online news for any activity happening near his school before his eyes rested on an article title about the Hero Commission. His eyes darkened once he started to read the full article on the screen, hoping that the commission isn't stupid enough to be considering what this article is insinuating. Hero Commission is considering giving second chances. Hero Commission mentions getting more firepower to defeat rising threats. Nedzu hit the power button on his phone before hopping back onto the tiles of the nurse's office. He marched ahead back to the third-year stage with a blank smile on his face, not letting anyone see what kind of emotions are broiling underneath. If the commission brings him back, Nedzu will put him back where he belongs. One way or another. "Hey! Welcome to the third round of the UA Sports Festival. The pairs have been selected during the break," Midnight announced as a large screen behind her displayed the incoming rounds. "The pairs will go up against each other in battle until one is victorious. If they are pushed out of bounds, surrender, or can no longer fight, they lose the battle and their opponent will win." The screen displayed all the students that made it through paired up against random students. Who the hell is Uraraka? Bakugo said out loud, mostly to himself while gazing at the screen with an irritated and confused look on his face. And Izuku could pinpoint the exact time to the second of how fast Uraraka whipped her head around to stare at him. Hey, Izuku! Hatsum jogged up from behind him while everyone was still staring at the screen above them. Since we are up against each other, would you mind wearing some of my support items? You know, to level out the playing field? Izuku raised his eyebrow, thinking about what she could gain from their battle if he wore the items she made. Then he asked, do you want me to show off your support items to the investors? Of course I do, Hatsum smiled, confirming what he was thinking. The first round is Hatsum Mei and Midoriya Izuku, Midnight announced, gesturing at the board. The round will begin in a few minutes. Until then, all opponents will return to the designated waiting rooms until it is their time to battle. Well then, Izuku grinned. I'll be happy to be your model. With an explosive introduction in the obstacle course, he draws everyone's attention. From the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. And with an amazing show of talent during the obstacle course, she will draw in everyone's need for support items. From the support course, Hatsum Mei. As Izuku walked out in braces around his legs, Midnight called out loudly from her spot in the middle of the battle area, those who must use equipment need to petition beforehand. And that is not your requested equipment. Yes, I know. Hatsum requested for me to put on this for the round. I am just doing what she told me, Izuku answered back her with an honest smile. She wants to have an equal fair fight since she will be using equipment as well. Is that alright? Alright, I'll allow it. Midnight announced, pointing her whip at him. Izuku uses this time to look back at Mei, who is pulling down a microphone to her mouth. He takes his K and started running as soon as Midnight started the round. As far as he can remember from what she told him about the inventions, he just needs to model them right to show off their functions. The leg part should help him run and keep him from falling. See how fast you're moving, Green? Those leg parts one designed are helping the wearer's movements along. Just like I thought. Izuku rushed towards her as the leg brace item increased his speed. And I can. Hatsum paused and watched as he raced towards her with an added boost of speed from the leg parts, adding stability to his run. She dodged out of the way from two long attachments extended out from her jetpack. Easily evade with my hydraulic attachments. While in the air, Izuku went out of his way to try and fall, only for his movements to be improved to a point where he could not fall down casually. As you can see before you, the Upado balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. It will be sure to keep the wearer from falling unless the wearer wants to. Hatsum narrated as Izuku continued to show off the balancer by running and leaning to the side only to never fall to the side. Izuku did every dramatic move he could do, which made the audience clap at his eccentric movements. He launched himself forward, forcing Hatsum to use her next item against him, capturing him inside a red rope net. He struggled against the rope, showing off the toughness of the rope to the audience. And this wonderful display showcases a capture gun to use against villains to encase them in a strong rope net that will limit their movements. This continued on for what seemed to be 10 minutes. During that time, Izuku was doing his best to showboat and truly act like a villain waiting to be captured. He is pretty sure he saw a hero's face in the stands go white when he started to maniacally laugh while acting his part. He shot up in the air at a different moment, showing off a new attachment that Hatuzum put on the braces that allowed him to jump high in the sky like a rabbit. When it was all quiet, Hatsum ran out of inventions that she could show off. Thank you. I have nothing left to say, Hatsum said after she showed off all she could. She tucked the microphone away from her mouth before looking back to Izuku. Thanks for helping me out. Izuku happily waved back at her as she crossed over the white line while Midnight announced that she had surrendered the round to Izuku. He carefully shed the items off of his body before jogging over to her so she could collect them from him. I'm glad I got to help you out. I'm happy too. Your modeling skills weren't half bad, Hatsum grinned. When I run my own company, I can make you the model of my babies. I would be delighted, Izuku commented before he turned around with a smile on his face. He ran back to his own side while Hatsum exited the arena with her items in her arms. Izuku walked through the dark tunnel leading into the main hallway that would guide him back to the waiting rooms. As soon as he got back to the main waiting room, he was greeted at the door instantly by a grinning redhead with Sharo teeth. Aren't you mad that you didn't get to fight? Kirishima asked Izuku as soon as he walked into the waiting room with all the other students waiting for their match to be announced. Fight? For a moment Izuku looked confused before his eyes widened. Oh, not at all. She told me about her plan beforehand so I could help her gain attention on her support items. And it looks like it worked very well from the audience's reactions, Izuku explained, gesturing over to the whispering audience of pro heroes. He pointed up towards the top seats where the support companies were sitting. She only got to show off 2 of her inventions so far in the past rounds, so I wanted to help her show off all the stuff she wanted to. Kaminari hummed, and there is the advantage that you didn't need to fight, so the round was basically a freebie. Izuku blinked. Well, I guess so. But the round went to something more useful since now her inventions have been shown to whoever was watching. The only downside is you being used as a guinea pig, Shinso commented, leaning back against the chair. I don't think of it like that, Izuku frowned. I was more of a clumsy model trying to show off her goods. Anyway, who's next again? Shiro asked, relaxing back into his seat since he didn't need to fight yet. I know I go up in the 5th round. But I forgot who goes before that. Me and Fukuyama. Mina raised her fists, pumping it into the air. I'm super pumped for it. And after that, Ida and I will face each other, Ojiro added from the back, swinging his tail. Speaking of that, Mina, shouldn't you be heading to the designated area? Oh. You're right. Thanks, Ojiro. Mina hooped up from her seat and took off towards the door. She pulled it open strongly and called out over her shoulder with a bright grin, see you guys after the battle. Speaking of designated areas, Izuku excuses himself to the bathroom only to make his way to the other side of the waiting rooms that Shoto would be waiting in. Not waiting to knock, he opens the tall door to peek his head inside to see the white and red hair of his friend. Hey, Izuku greeted and extended out the last syllable to make it stretch longer than it should have. Shoto glanced up from the table surface that he was continuously staring at. Izuku, what are you doing here? Your battle has already ended. I know, Izuku smiled. I just came to say good luck to you. Shoto smiled gratefully at him, thank you. How are you feeling? Izuku asked, perching himself to sit on top of the table while Shoto remained sitting on the foldable chair. Well, I'm sure Ashido will pack a punch given that her acid will corrode through my ice. And the fact that I have seen her fighting style during Toshinori-sensei's fighting class. It might be close if I fight her with just my ice, Shoto analyzed while making an icicle in his hand. His red hair slowly caught onto a small flame traveling down his arm into his other palm. Although if I use my fire, I wouldn't know how it will turn out. Izuku grinned as his head filled with ideas about how this kind of battle will turn out. He might have to bring a notebook up to the stands while he watches to make note of Mina's dancing style more and see how it will be affected by Shoto's flames. Are you saying you aren't just going to use both sides right at the beginning? No? Shoto asked, confused. Because there's no fun in it if it's over too quickly? Izuku offered an answer. Well, yeah, Shoto hummed for a moment, shrugging. Whenever we fought it was more fun to prolong it since it was a way of spending time together. Shoto frowned as his thought train continued, but also the pro heroes will get a chance to see how well she does. Since we both know from previous experience how this kind of stuff works out. Izuku knew very well considering he witnessed students never get an opportunity to study with a pro hero because they either don't get the chance to show them what they have or they get overshadowed by the more flashy quirks. I know all too well. So it's nice you are giving her the chance to shine, but don't go too easy on her. Oh, I never would. It would be a shame to insult her skill like that, Shoto replied easily. So what are you going to do after the match? Since Ida is up after you. Shoto thought about it and hummed, well, I want to watch him. But afterwards, I want to go check in with my family up in the stands. But I probably need to wear a hat. I have one of the long hoodies somewhere around here, Izuku brought up. I think I stuffed it into one of the lockers. You could borrow that so you won't be held up by any other heroes that want to talk with you. Thanks for that, Izuku. Right as his name was announced to start heading toward the fighting area. Oh, looks like I'm up, Shoto stated the obvious, brushing down his uniform as Izuku gave him a thumbs up. I'll be rooting for you with Ida in the stands, Izuku said as they both exited the room with Shoto walking towards the arena and Izuku heading back to the stands to watch one of his friends fight. Shoto marched up to the battle area from his tunnel with present mic announcing his name. From the hero course, the first place winner of the entrance exams. Fukuyama Shoto. Ashido Mina was walking up to the area with a skip in her step while Mike announced her to the audience watching. And also from the hero course, she's light in her feet and quick to the punch. Ashido Mina. Midnight raised her arm in the air while counting down from 5. As soon as she hit 5, she called out, start. Shoto moved quickly right as Ashido started running when she said start. He bent to the ground and froze the area around him with ice, extending it towards her side. But she saw it coming. Mike away since she remembered the move from the obstacle course. She jumped in the air as soon as the ice reached her and started to move on it using the acid that coated her shoes. You have to try better than that, Icy. Ashido yelled out to him, skating like an ice skater on his ice. But instead of skates, she used her acid to move gracefully on the ice. Shoto watched as she did a jump in the air, already creating ice obstacles around him and a wall behind him so she couldn't get directly to him and push him out of bounds. Multiple ice obstacles formed from the ice floor with tall crossing towers in front of him. Ashido skated her way towards one of his obstacles, narrowing her eyes at the ice before leaping over it. While she jumped over it, she threw an arc of acid down at it. When she landed, she quickly spun around to see her acid bubbling away at the ice obstacle, making it melt under the corrosive liquid. She looked down at her hand before turning her attention to the ice obstacles with a grin. Shoto watched as he jumped over another, touching the tip with her hands to manually turn herself around on it while burning the ice with the acid from her palms. She spun in the air, making the audience shout out at least from their class section from her move. She landed back on the ice, sliding away from him as he watched her. Shoto narrowed his gaze, thinking about when to start to use his fire against her. She melted his ice as she skated, touching her hands against each obstacle while she moved. Shoto felt like a sitting duck as she moved through the defenses he put up. When she moved towards the left to get rid of more obstacles blocking him in, he started to run towards the right, using his own moves to skate with the carefreeness of a professional ice skater. Ashido spotted him as he skated past her, grinning as he finally was in her range to attack. She started to skate after him, watching as the obstacles that were still formed started to melt quickly when he passed them, no doubt using his fire to melt them down quicker to give him more room to move away. She jumped over a melting obstacle and aimed straight at him with her acid onto to have it countered with a flash of ice that wrapped around the acid throw, making it land on the ground before cracking and melting away as Shoto continued to skate away from her grasp. Ashido raced after him while Shoto skated away. Once he had enough space between them, Shoto started to ignite his left side as Ashido paused in his skating. He spun around on the ice, melting the ice back while he put a fire wall around him. Ashido threw her hands over her face at the feeling of the overwhelming warmth. While Shoto dipped his head down, he taunted back at her, "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" Mina laughed, looking even more ready for the incoming fight. "I can handle anything you throw at me, Fukuyama." She skated around the fire wall, trying to throw acid at the wall to soften the flames to attack him more directly. Only for the firewall to remain strong as Shoto blocked each acid attack with his ice to quell down the corrosiveness. He spread his arms out and created a second firewall around him, blocking at least a few more feet between him and Ashido. Mina's balance was thrown off trying to avoid the enlarged firewall that borders came at her quickly. She reached out to try and launch an acid attack at an ice formation that Shoto was making inside of the wall only for her to slip as she was making a turn on her own acid. Shoto's eyes shot towards her, taking the advantage to push her out of bounds. He raced forward and created a small ice wall that he continued to push with his ice, making her roll towards the out-of-bounds line. He stepped out of the flames to push at the ice, watching as she struggled to get back up quickly before she was finally pushed out of bounds. Midnight called the match as soon as Mina crossed the white line border. Ashido Mina is out of bounds. The winner is Fukuyama Shoto. He strolled over to her while she was dusting off her uniform pants. He tilted his head, "You okay?" "Yeah," Ashido gasped, turning her attention to him like a thought just came to her mind. "Fukuyama, you should totally make an ice rink one of these days. That was so awesome. I'll make one if you teach me some of the dance moves you did. I feel like they could be a great use for fighting." "Huh. You got a deal, dude," Mina said, shaking his hand to seal the deal. He looked up to the stands as she walked away to the tunnel and spotted his family waving to him, looking excited. He smiled briefly up at them, waving at their spot before jogging over to his designated tunnel that he came through. After their battle, Cementos had to fix up the area from the fire, ice, and acid damage for the next round. Following Izuku's idea from earlier, Shoto pulled Izuku with him towards the waiting area where Ida was anticipating his match that was coming up next. He knocked at the door, waiting for Ida to swing open the door with a confused look on his face. "What are you two doing here?" Ida questioned, waving his hands through the air sharply. "You two are supposed to be in the main waiting room. Or in the stands." Izuku pouted, "So? We wanted to wish you good luck in your battle," Shoto replied like it was the easiest question to answer. "Oh," Ida paused, looking bashful. "Thank you. That's what friends are for. I believe in both you and Ojiro's fighting ability. But I really want all three of us to continue on so." Izuku clapped a hand onto his shoulder. "Kick his butt, Ida." Language, Ida frowned but still patted Izuku's hand gently, grateful for his support. "Kick his butt," Shoto remedied the curse word. "We'll be waiting for you in the stands when you finish." Ida took a deep breath right as his name was called over the speaker to report to the arena. "Well, see you two after my fight. Good luck." They both yelled after him as he walked confidently towards the tunnel leading to the battle stage. Ida walked forward in strong strides until he reached the arena with the audience waiting and Ojiro silently entering from the other side. Straight from the hero course, UA's young speedster, Ida Tenya. And from the other corner, a martial artist master also from the hero course, Ojiro Mashireo. And STAAARRRTTT. Present mic announced by yelling. Ida took the cue and started to run towards Ojiro with his arms stretched out, intent on pushing him out of bounds. It would be a simple and easy way to take down his opponent in the battle with no unnecessary harm. At least that's what he thought until Ojiro bounced on his tail out of his way. Ida stopped short, turning around to see Ojiro balancing on his tail for a moment, dipping back down to the ground. I'm not going down with a fight, class. President. Ida readies his stance while Ojiro stares at him, waiting for his next move. He rushed towards him again only for Ojiro to flip over him, landing on his feet. He could hear the audience cheer briefly from the aerial move. Ojiro raced towards him, lashing his tail against Ida when he was still distracted. Ida blocked against his tail, feeling the powerful hit push him backwards. Ida threw Ojiro off of him while Ojiro bounced back to land a hit directly into Ida's chest. He dodged as Ojiro went in for another hit, moving to the side as Ojiro moved at him. He tried to push him again only for Ojiro to dodge by ducking down. Ojiro went to sideswipe Ida with his tail only for Ida to grab him by his tail. Ojiro looked shocked as Ida winded up his throw and swung him towards the boundary. Ojiro fell down and rolled out of bounds as Ida ran towards him, stopping short when Ojiro went past the line. And Ojiro Mashireo is out of bounds. Ida Tenya wins this round. Midnight called out as the audience cheered for his victory. Ida walked over the line and extended his hand down to Ojiro, who was still on the ground from the throw. Ida pursed his lips. I apologize if I was too harsh on my throw. I wouldn't want to hurt a fellow classmate like that. Ojiro waves him off with a reassuring smile on his face. Nah, you're okay, Ida. You put up a good fight? You as well, Ida nodded, a glint appearing in his glasses for a moment from the sunlight shining down on the arena. He grinned. I look forward to a rematch after the festival. You're on, Ojiro agreed with a determined expression. He walked away from Ida to the side he walked in through. Good luck in the next matches. He called out over his shoulder. Ida waved back at him before exiting the area with a bright smile on his face. I hope Tensei will see this. After Ida's battle, a new round had begun between two hero course students named Hanashiro and Yayorozu Momo. Fuyumi wondered if both of them were in Shoto's class as they began to fight against each other. The boy lashed out with tape while the girl pulled out a sword from the inside of her shirt to cut any tape that got close to capturing her. Fuyumi hooped along with the rest of the crowd right as her phone buzzed with a notification. She looked down before glancing back at her mother and brother who were focused on the field below them. She dug her hand into her skirt pocket to retrieve her phone and read what the notification said on the lock screen. As soon as she realized what the notification said, she gasped. It was from the news site that she normally got regular news about the area she was teaching in. But now that headline was saying something that she didn't want to take lightly, especially concerning that it might be alluding to Endeavor and the Hero Commission. She quickly started to read the words in the screen, praying that they weren't talking about who she thought it was. While she scrolled down the news site to finish reading the article, Natsuo started to lean towards her space to try and read over her shoulder. She could tell from the addition of warm breath near her shoulder. Natsuo whispered, "What are you reading? Hero stuff?" "Something like that," Fuyumi answered, not wanting to drag much attention to her phone if their mother got too curious. Oh dear, she really didn't want mom to be stressed about what was happening. It finally clicked on the last part of the article. The Hero Commission has neither confirmed or denied the identity of the pro-hero they are considering. But evidence points to the pro-hero being the flame hero, Endeavor. It was at that moment that Natsuo truly read the words on her screen and acknowledged what it meant. Natsuo forced a smile on his face as he turned towards their mother. "Hey mom, Fuyumi and I are going to get some snacks before the next match. Do you want anything?" "Oh, just water would be nice," Rei answered softly to her son with a carefree smile. "Or maybe something with fruit?" "Gotcha. Come on, Fuyumi, can't waste any time before the lines start getting hectic again," Natsuo said, lightly nudging his older sister out of their seats to guide her towards the hallways leading to the food court area. Natsuo came to a stop right when they entered a mostly vacant hall. He kept his voice down, but his tone was edging into confusion and anger. "They are seriously trying to bring him back?" "Yes, that's what the article was saying, but I don't understand," Fuyumi replied, starting to pace back and forth in a semicircle. "They have so many heroes out on the field that can help. Why would they do this?" "Because he's a big flashy pro-hero." Natsuo's frown was icy cold to match his grim expression. Fuyumi wanted to reach out to reassure him like she always did, but he stepped back before she could even reach out her hand. "They'll try to make the USJ the whole reason of bringing him back, probably, trying to get more protection." He used finger quotes in the air to emphasize his point. They probably just want to bring back the bucks they were gaining with him in the top 10. Hell, maybe they are just doing it for fun at this point no matter who they are affecting. Look, it might not be true. It could be just a rumor. Fuyumi tried to reason with the bright side of things. There are many fire quirks in Japan, hell, in all of Asia. Maybe they could be talking about that burnin' girl that used to be at his old agency. Fuyumi dragged her sweater sleeves down her arm when she felt a sudden chill creep up her back. She pouted, wondering if her quirk was acting up because of the emotions she was dealing with. She flexed her fingers, but felt no pull or push of her ice quirk, which was strange. I want to believe that it's just a rumor. But we both know that isn't possible. Not with something like this, Natsuo added, looking downwards. Fuyumi reaches out slowly to wrap her arm around her younger brother in a small show of comfort. If they try to bring that flaming BSTRD back, I don't know what I'll do, Natsuo sighed, pressing his fingers in the space between his eyebrows. He gently pulled back from her embrace after a few more moments. I'll call Tuya and tell him about it. See if he knows or just inform him about what they are trying to do. Why is it cold in here? Natsuo asked with a frown. Is it true? Fuyumi could feel her face drain of color when she recognized the familiar voice. She whipped her head around to see the scarred face of her little brother who was hiding his mismatched hair under a large hoodie that she knew belonged to Izuku. She could tell from the little sewn-on patches on the sleeves with multiple pro-hero symbols. Shoto, Fuyumi gasped. It's not. I don't. Natsuo walked over to Shoto, who was still stunned from whatever he heard. How much did you hear? When Fuyumi was saying something it was a rumor. I didn't know what you both were talking about until you mentioned him, Shoto answered quietly, his breathing changing patterns from what Fuyumi could notice. She approached slowly behind Natsuo as Shoto frantically looked up at her. Who is trying to bring him back? Natsuo sighed. We don't know if it has been actually confirmed or not. But the article says the Hero Commission is thinking about bringing someone like him back for extra firepower. Shoto looked to the ground, breathing in deeply while placing his hand on the wall. His left hand started to steam and his other started to frost over. Fuyumi slowly brings Shoto forward until she could wrap her hand around his own to ground him. Natsuo stayed silent, motioning over Shoto's head that he was going to call Tuya. He cast one glance down to Shoto, patting his head before silently moving away while he calmed down. Fuyumi could still see that Natsuo was upset over the news when she stormed off down the hallway to find somewhere quieter to call their older brother. She cursed at herself for not moving quickly enough to comfort both of her brothers adequately. It's okay, Shoto. We are all safe. All 5 of us, Fuyumi reassured, brushing her hand against his hair right underneath his hood when she heard his breathing steady a little bit. When he did it flying away from her contact in any form, she co-tongued to reassure him. Everything will be all right. I'll protect you, Fuyumi promised as Shoto curled into her embrace. I'll protect everyone in this family. Dabi whistled as he jumped over the rooftops down the street on his patrol. His belt buckles clanged against each other when he landed on the next roof. He was about to run to jump onto the next one when he felt a buzzing in his pockets. It didn't come from his transmitter to track any ongoing crimes. It was coming from his phone. He dug his hand into his pocket to dig up his cellular device to see who was calling him. Tuya slid his finger across the screen to answer the call once he saw his brother's name. Sup? I thought you were. The Hero Commission douchebags are trying to get Endeavor out of jail, Natsuo interrupted his greeting. Tuya could almost feel his eyes bulging out of his head. He could feel some of the flames rising inside of him. They're doing what now? Apparently the Hero Commission is thinking about letting him go free since he is on such good behavior, and that they need a hero like him if something like the attack on UA were to happen again, Natsuo replied with a tense tone in his voice. Tuya forced a laugh out of himself, trying to reason that this was a messed up prank or a fake news article. You are kidding me, right? No, I wish I was, Natsuo admitted with a sigh. He could picture his brother with that twisted up look on his face every time Endeavor is mentioned or remembers him. Fuyumi read the article, and I read more of it when I separated before calling you. And now I'm calling you while Fuyumi is trying to calm Shoto down. Shoto knows? Tuya's eyes widened, looking around like he was expecting his brother to be on the street he was patrolling. Isn't he supposed to be competing? His round was before Ida's win. Shoto was already done with a win under his belt while we were discussing it. He overheard us talking about it, Natsuo responded. So he is probably not doing well right now. God damn it. I don't know why they think this is a good idea in the first place. There are other heroes who can do the job better, Natsuo breathed out, his voice becoming unsteady as he continued all over the phone. They are going to pull that therapy card like how that BSTRD has changed all those years in jail and now he is ready to enter back into the scene. They will sweep everything under the rug. Like we don't fing matter. Tuya shook his head. That's what they do to people like us. Leave us behind in the dust. They probably only want him because of the DMN strength he has. Yeah, they apparently need more firepower even though there are so many other heroes they can ask. Natsuo ranted. Tuya looks down at his own hand and produces a blue flame. Yeah. Firepower. It's not like we have too many heroes on staff, Tuya groaned. He started to talk in an exaggerated tone laced with sarcasm. No. Let's call in the abuser. I don't know how we are going to deal with this, Natsuo stated. Simple. We don't, Natsuo choked over the phone, making Tuya smile at the speechless noise his brother made. We are already safe away from him with the restraining order against him. Plus we have Nedzu on our side. And I know that he won't be stupid enough to try and continue pushing Nedzu's bad side. Natsuo was quiet for a moment, do you think? Of course he already knows. He's Nedzu. He knows everything, Tuya added, wondering why no noise has popped up on his receiver yet. There hasn't been any sort of crime in the last 20 minutes or so. It was getting a little too quiet for his tastes. He is probably forming a plan to kick his butt again. Yeah. I just wasn't to keep this from Mom for now. At least until we get home. I don't want her to find out this while she is supposed to be enjoying watching Shoto, Natsuo replied. Yeah, I don't want her to freak out surrounded by strangers. Tuya held the phone tightly, thinking about his mother who was almost crying over the fact he had brought her favorite flowers to celebrate her last birthday. Wait until tonight to tell her at home since we are safe there more than any of us are in public. And be ready to catch her when she enviably falls. I might be a tad late because of this patrol, but I can probably stop by her favorite place to eat and pick up something to soften the news. Alright. I better head back now, Natsuo said honestly, the background noise crackling with his voice. Be safe on your patrol, bro, love you. Tuya rolled his eyes at the overly exaggerated affection through the phone. Yeah. Love you too, brat. Now back to patrol, Tuya refocused back to the task at hand. He started to jog down the rooftop to observe the street below only to see no other hero other than him around. Isn't Ingenium supposed to be around here? Tuya continued to search with a frown. He knew that Ingenium wouldn't just leave patrol with no warning from the times he had worked with him to take down big villains. In mid-jump over one alley, he heard the unmistakable sound of metal clashing against each other. He narrowed down the area where the sound came from and rushed towards it right as he heard Ingenium yell out. Tuya continued to rush as fast as he could, using Ingenium's last shout to guide himself there to rescue him from whatever was happening to him. Once he got on the scene, all he saw was Ingenium laying on the floor with a pool of blood from underneath him. His helmet lay on the side of him with broken lenses scattered on the cement. And his transmitter to call for help was broken at his feet. His bare face was bruised as his body laid on the ground, not moving even an inch after Dabi had appeared to help. Dabi looked up to see the infamous hero killer with swords poking out from behind his back. The vigilante stared down at him with a sinister grin on his face, a strip of red fabric covering his eyes. Dabi was looking into the eyes of Stain. The man responsible for the reason why Ingenium, Tenya's brother, was lying on the ground with blood all over him. And the winner is Yayuruzu Momo. The hero course girls from both classes cheered at the announcement with the live audience watching. The crowd watched as the two students exited out of the arena. And not too long after they disappeared into their respective doors, the two teens appeared back in the stands where most of their class was waiting. Some of them were still in the waiting rooms watching from the television screens. Woo! Momo, you did great, Hagakure yelled out as the vice class president entered the stands. Mina and Uraraka also called out in support of her win. She waved off the attention to sit down by Jairu who clapped her on the back from her win. Hey, Siro, what happened? Rikito asked as the black-haired teen collapsed onto a seat. You almost had it. Siro threw his head back with a pout. I should have expected it. I fought against her before in Toshinori-sensei's class. She did the same strategy of picking me up and taking me out of bounds. It's just this time, she picked me up by the tape and swung me out of bounds. He scked on his teeth, making a sharp, ticked sound. I should have changed my tactic. Shoji nodded, making one of his limbs into a mouth to respond. Yeah, you should have. But you will do better next time as long as you learn from your past mistakes. Thank, Shoji, Siro replied softly, leaning back in his seat. Who's next again? I am, Kaminari grinned before his smile fell. Oh right, I gotta get down there. Bye guys. They all waved off the blonde teenager who was almost tripping down the stairs in a hurry to get back down to the waiting rooms. Ida and Izuku were sitting next to each other as the rest of the class debated on how well Kaminari would do. Ida looked at Izuku, pressing his glasses up his nose bridge. So, thoughts? As far as I know, he is going up against Monoma Nito, Izuku replied to his friend. And given the fact that I am friends with both of them, I won't root against either of them. But who will win? Ida prodded his friend, knowing how Izuku was holding back. Monoma if he copied the right quirk or quirks, Izuku answered right away, leaning forward in his seat. Kaminari might have a chance if Monoma didn't copy a quirk that would let him block or get away from the electricity. But knowing Monoma, there is a high chance he has come prepared. Izuku paused when Present Mix's voice came on the speaker to announce the next round will be beginning shortly. Ida said, "It looks like we will both find out soon." From the hero course, an electrifying teen with the shocking power to prove it, Kaminari Denki. Also from the hero course, an extraordinary copycat you won't find just anywhere, Monoma Nito. "Hey, Kaminari. Do your best, dude." Kaminari gave them a double thumbs up while walking backwards up to the battle area. Zero hooped right as Kaminari stepped inside the circle, waiting for the battle to start. The class watches as Kaminari and Monoma stare at each other from across the area before Midnight calls out for them to start. Kaminari immediately rushed out to the middle and divulged a long-range shocking attack that went up to 2000 volts. Class 1A watched as the electronic currents were quickly blocked off by a mound of vines growing rapidly from Monoma's head until it became a shield. And they all watched as the electric currents didn't affect the green vines. "Oh DMN, he needs to get around that hair," Kirishima commented, moving his head from side to see if Kaminari was breaking through the vines only to see him continue to struggle. "Yeah. But is he?" Tokoyami narrowed his gaze while Dark Shadow stole some of his popcorn as they watched Kaminari struggle against the vines. Dark Shadow made a noise when Monoma loosened the vines around Kaminari, making everyone lean forward in their seats to look closer at the fight. Kaminari finally escaped from the vines as Monoma steadily approached him. The blonde was ready to deliver another shock right as Monoma's hand grew 5 times as big. The last thing they saw was Kaminari's expression fall right before Monoma slapped him out of bounds. Kaminari Denki is out of bounds. Monoma Nito wins. Midnight announces as Present Mike yelled over the microphone about the win. Izuku clapped as the rest of the Class 1B stands cheered loudly at Monoma's win. Monoma walked back to his area as Kaminari struggled to his feet to return back to his own tunnel. Tokoyami stood up from his seat as Kaminari made it inside the tunnel. "Pardon me. I will excuse myself from the light for the darkness below." "No problemo, dude," Kirishima called out with a wave. The rest of the class wished him good luck as Tokoyami traveled downstairs to wait in the rooms. Kaminari arrived at the stands a few minutes later with a mildly dazed expression. "Are you alright?" Zero frowned. "You're not in yay mode right now?" "Not yet. I'm all good," Kaminari replied slowly, sinking down in a seat nearby Zero and Ojiro. He turned to Ojiro with a slow-forming grin when he saw his tail perched on the seat between them. "Ojiro, your tail looks so fluffy. Do you condition it? It's so fluffy." Ojiro looked between him and his tail. Yeah I do. Are you absolutely sure you don't need recovery, girl? You look kind of out of it." "Pfft," Kaminari waved off his worries with a smile. "Just give me like 10 minutes. This whole thing," he interrupted himself with a yawn, "will be gone by then. Anyway, what conditioner do you use?" Ida turned to Izuku who was watching the interaction with a small smile. Izuku looked back at him. "What?" "Nothing." Ida tilted his shade to the arena in front of them. "So are you rooting for Tokoyami in this round?" "I would like to say that I'm still remaining neutral because of the fact that I'm trying to become friends with our class and Class 1B, Izuku replied quietly. "But I will say that Tokoyami had the higher chance of winning over Kaibara's gyrating quirk. Not that Kaibara is weak, but because Dark Shadow will overpower him." From the hero course, the darkness rises with Tokoyami Fumikage. "Go, Tokoyami!" Hagakure yelled out as he entered the arena. Everyone backed her up with cheering on their classmate with Shoji and Rikido clapping the loudest. Koda waved at him when he turned back to his class in surprise. Also from the hero course, the talented sportsman, Kaibara-sen. Class 1B cheered as their classmates entered the arena to fight against Tokoyami. Both classes and the audience watched in anticipation for the fight to begin. As soon as Midnight called out to start, both teens raced towards each other. Kaibara started with one of his arms gyrating while Tokoyami had Dark Shadow arching over his head with both of their shadowy arms extended towards the opponent. The class watched as Dark Shadow blocked against Kaibara's gyrating quirk. Kaibara pushed back against the defense by driving his spinning arm more into the Shadow who remained unaffected by his attempts. Tokoyami started to walk forward, pushing Kaibara back with Dark Shadow being the main force. Dark Shadow pushed Kaibara back further by slashing at him with their arms, making him move back from the force until he had stepped out of bounds. When Kaibara realized what happened, He pulled back his arms with a defeated expression on his face that they could see from the stands from the way his body slumped. Midnight called the match right as Present Mix's voice announced over the loudspeakers, Kaibara-san has stepped out of bounds. Tokoyami Fumikage is the winner. I wonder what Shoto is talking about, Izuku commented as Tokoyami started to walk back to their tunnel. Izuku glanced towards Ida with an easygoing smile. Do you think he is being spoiled with snacks right now? Fukuyama Shoto really did not want to revisit his old name. He still remembers how after the trail so many years ago, the public was scrambling trying to find Endeavor's children and wife. Trying to dig deeper into their lives even though something very private had already become public. Nasty reporters trying to dig even deeper into their private life to see if they could tarnish anything of theirs. He still remembers how his older siblings had to change schools because all they wanted to talk about was Endeavor to them. Constantly asking if their mother was lying for money or if he was actually abusive. He could barely remember Tuya coming home with a black eye when someone tried to stand up for Endeavor. Nedzu helped them with those issues quickly, guiding them to a new house where no one other than their close friends knew about. And setting them all up with new schools along with changing part of their names. His family made a name for themselves out of their mother's maiden name. And everything was great. Natsuo is in college studying to become a doctor. Fuyumi is a teacher who enjoys talking about the children she teaches. Tuya is a great pro-hero that wants to change society in little ways. And his mother was at peace from all the therapy sessions she went to calm her mind. But now, every ideal has been cracked with this sudden news. All he could think about as he felt his sister try to calm him down through embracing him was that somewhere out there that the Hero Commission was trying to get his abusive father free. Shoto? Shoto, are you sure you're alright? Fuyumi's voice penetrated through the running thoughts and worries in his head. He blinked before looking up to see her concerned gaze concentrated on him. Do you need some water? He numbly shook his head back in response. He cleared his throat. I'm fine for now. I should be going back to the waiting rooms, Shoto said, tugging at the sweatshirt to hide his hair from some of the heroes and other audience guests walking past them. Shoto, Fuyumi drew his attention back to her. He glanced back at all the people walking past and stepped back from her arms. Shoto replied, waving off her worry, Fuyumi, I'm fine. Go back to mom. I'll go watch the other matches with my class. Fuyumi looked hesitant to just walk away from him, glancing back at the entrance to the stands down the hallway behind her. She furrowed her brows. Okay. Be careful on your way back. I won't get lost, Shoto responded back with honesty, trying to smile to reassure her that everything was okay so she wouldn't worry. He tightened the straps of the hoodie, concealing his red hair more to the people walking by without a care. Say hi for me. And see you after the festival. Good luck, Shoto. Fuyumi's lips quivered as she wished him luck, slowly walking away like at any moment he would call out to her to stop her. When she finally disappeared into the entrance to the stands, Shoto walked down the hallway. He was basically jogging by the time he got back to his side. He hurriedly rushed to the private waiting rooms where only some of the students would be waiting for the rest of the battles this round. Shoto kept walking until he found an empty waiting room. He ducked into the room without a care in the world, closing the door behind him. Shoto tugged Izuku's sweatshirt off of him and rolled it into a ball as he made his way over to the wall, avoiding the vacant chairs in the middle of the room. He stopped in front of the back wall, turning around to lean back against it while he breathed in deeply. The cool tiles relaxed his skin briefly until the true severity of the situation started to invade his mind. Shoto slid down the wall while he clutched into the cloth in his hands like a lifeline. He landed on the floor with a thump as the cold tiles against his back felt even colder. Shoto breathed in and out, the warm breath escaping his lips forming more of a vapor into the air. If he gets out, will our old names be exposed? What's going to happen to Tuya when he would need to interact with him? Natsuo would be hunted down by his classmates while Fuyumi's students ask a million questions. Mother. Shoto's thoughts raced through his mind as he started to choke on his own breath. Too hot. Can't, Shoto panted, clutching harder onto the hoodie while ice started to cast down his arm to try and cool him down. It's too hot. Shoto's thoughts continued as his ice continued to provide some comfort. Do the heroes in the audience already know? Are they waiting for me to come out? Have they made the connection back to us already? Briefly before his thoughts started to cloud his vision, he wondered if the room had been as cold as it was when he stepped inside. He ducked his head into his arms where the hoodie provided him with the only comforting warmth as the rest of his body felt like it was on fire yet frozen at the same time. The next battle was between Tsuburaba Kohei and Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku called that Shinso was going to win as soon as he walked into the arena since Class 1B had no idea what his quirk would be. And just like that, Tsuburaba was tricked into answering a question when he was running towards Shinso. In less than a minute, the round had ended with Shinso as the winner when Tsuburaba walked out of bounds. Izuku swung his legs happily when Shinso's win was announced to everyone. I hope he gets internships. I bet Aizawa could help him or other underground heroes. His quirk would fit nicely with the underground scene better than the day shift heroes, Ida agreed before looking back at the stand's entrance. Shouldn't Shoto be back by now? Maybe he is still talking with her? Izuku suggested lightheartedly. Like maybe getting some frozen lemonade at those stands outside. Or some takoyaki. Ida looked out to the audience and spotted 3 of Shoto's family members in the seats, but I believe I see them all back in their seats. Izuku whipped his head towards the stands to see Fuyumi and Rei sitting next to each other with Natsuo being on the other side of Rei. Then where is he? Izuku questioned mostly to himself while he looked at the faraway seats of Shoto's family. He furrowed his brows before turning to Ida as he stood up from his seat. Ida frowned. Let's check the waiting rooms. Maybe he is waiting down there. The next battle will be Kirishima Ejiru vs Tetsu. Yeah. Ida nodded back at him, following Izuku's lead by standing up and exiting the stands quietly while the rest of their class talked with each other. Both of the teenagers strided down the halls, peeking inside rooms to try and find Shoto. Hello? Izuku opened the door quietly to see Bakugo's reclining in the plastic chair with his legs on the foldable table. Bakugo yelled out, "Ha! Oh sorry, Bakugo. Good luck in your fight." Izuku smiled before shutting the door again, ignoring Bakugo's voice rising from inside the room. He could barely make out Bakugo furiously questioning why he wished him good luck. Izuku kept walking until he caught up with Ida, who had no luck finding him either. Together they continued to walk further into the hallways to find a single glimpse of red and white hair. He must be around here somewhere, Ida's voice pitched as he suddenly slipped. Izuku reached out to grab onto Ida's arms and steady him before the other could tumble onto the ground. Izuku and Ida looked at each other before looking back at what Ida had slipped on, only to see a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. They followed the ice to see that the door they were right next to had ice creeping out from under the crack. Found him, Izuku whispered. Ida stepped around the growing reach of the ice and leaned forward to grab onto the door handle. Gently, he pulled it open while Izuku walked up behind him carefully so he wouldn't slip. And there was Shoto. Right in the middle of the room with his back against the far wall. On the wall was a star-like shape of ice like an explosive snowflake with him in the center. The entire floor was coated in a somewhat thin layer of ice. But the room was a different story. The foldable table and chairs in the middle of the room are frozen in a solid ice block. The mostly empty bookshelf in the corner had spikes of ice erupting from its side, the side that faced Shoto. And Shoto was curled up into himself with the hoodie he borrowed from Izuku curled around his arms. Shoto? Izuku whispered, entering the room with Ida following him, closing the door behind them so no one would interrupt. They both moved carefully towards their friend who still remained unresponsive. It didn't even feel like Shoto noticed them enter the room. As Izuku and Ida finally reached Shoto's curled-up form, Present Mix's voice filled the hallway outside with the announcement that Kirishima and Tetsu's fight had started. Ida bent down while Izuku immediately went to the floor to get on the same level as him. They have never seen Shoto do this before. Shoto? Can you hear my voice? Shoto shivered and breathed in deeply, still not responding to him directly. Izuku waited and almost spoke up again until Shoto raised his head up from where he was hiding in his arms. Izuku? Yeah. Tenchan's also here with us. No one else. Just us 3, Izuku replied. Shoto glanced over to see the steady form of Ida. Is everything all right? Shoto paused then shook his head quietly. Aren't you cold? Ida asked, reaching out with his hand and stopping short of Shoto's hand to wait and see how he reacted. When he grabbed onto Ida's hand, he relaxed more from the warmth of his palm. Izuku gently took the hoodie from his lap and surprisingly found that the hoodie wasn't covered in frost or anything. So he pulled the hoodie over Shoto's head, who hurriedly pulled down on the cloth to seek out more warmth. It took several minutes for Shoto to fully calm down and come back to himself. As he realized that he was safe with his 2 best friends with him instead of an isolated igloo. He stayed silent as he realized how the environment around him was covered in ice. He slowly defrosted the floor and area around him, but the table and bookshelf still had a large amount of ice covering it. I went to talk with my family. Shoto broke the silence as he started to talk about what had happened. I wore Izuku's hoodie as a disguise, so the heroes in the stands wouldn't recognize me. But when I got there, I saw Fuyumi and Natsuo in the hallway already. They were talking about something that made Natsuo look really angry. And when I got closer, it wasn't good. Shoto gulped. Clenching his fist as he continued, Fuyumi got news that the Hero Commission was considering bringing my father back from prison to become Endeavor again. During the brief pause, Present Mix's voice was overheard in the hallway speakers announcing that Kirishima and Tetsu will have a tiebreaker before calling Uraraka and Bakugo's onto the arena stage. They're what? Izuku screeched loudly while Ida's eyes widened. Ida blinked behind his glasses. Excuse me? Those assholes. Izuku yelled, standing up from the sudden outrage. He threw his arms up. That's it. I'm going to hack into them again. They deserve to have their system messed up indefinitely for this crap. Izuku. Shoto looked as his friend started to pace, rambling about finding out their new password and if it was the same as the last time. Izuku, that would be unwise, Ida spoke up with a frown. Izuku paused to look back at his friend with an angry pout. What if they track it back to you? They still haven't found me since the last time I did it, Izuku pointed out with ferocity. And I have no problem giving them something bigger to worry about. Shoto, where did she read this? In an article online, they didn't say his name exactly. But it was very heavily implied with the kind of words they were using apparently, Shoto recounted. Natsuo was angry and stormed off so he could rant to Tuya about it. Wait, Izuku realized something important considering the poor woman sitting in the stands. Your mom? Does she know? Shoto shook his head. She doesn't know as far as I know. I think they are holding back from telling her until after the festival. So the public doesn't get to see how it affects her. Okay. God, Izuku breathed in, bringing his clasped hands up to his mouth. We'll deal with this together. He won't be allowed anywhere near any of you. For now, Ida, pick up Shoto, we have to take him to Recovery Girl. What? I'm fine. I can just warm up with my left side, Shoto stated matter-of-factory. Izuku and Ida exchanged a glance which led to Shoto being swept up into Ida's arms. Ida. Shoto protested as his friend stood up with him in his arms to princess carry him. Izuku walked ahead of them to open up the door, the floor easier to walk on since the ice had melted away to small puddles of water. Apologies, Ida answered. But I cannot let you go before I know you are completely unharmed in any way. It's okay, Shoto. It's only for you to warm up and relax before whatever the next round will bring us, Izuku reassured brightly as the hallway speakers announced that Uraraka and Bakugo's fight was starting. And we have some entertainment to watch while we're in there. Do you want to bet? Shoto asked openly, relaxing into Ida's strong arms easily. Ida made a failed attempt to push up his glasses until he quickly realized he couldn't use his hands at the moment. So he tilted his head down to his shoulder to move his glasses up his nose before looking back at Shoto with the most unimpressed look imaginable. Shoto, you should know to never beg with Izuku when it deals with fights like these. He always knows the outcome. That's right. Izuku confirmed loudly as he continued to skip besides his friends. Ooh, do you think I can swindle some money out of our classmates from betting? I could set up whole betting rings inside our class. Izuku, no, Ida sighed. Izuku, yes. Shoto grinned as more of the questioning thoughts from before was buried beneath memories of his friends supporting him through anything. If the Hero Commission did it, Shoto would have support to protect him and his family. Dabi had to take a split second to assess the situation in front of him. Ingenium was on the ground and he had no idea how serious his condition was. He was on the ground with a pool of blood starting to grow underneath him. And Stain was in front of him, yet not making any moves towards him like he was waiting on Dabi to charge at him first. He stood there menacingly with swords poking out from behind his back. Dabi quickly made a decision to check on Ingenium first while keeping an eye on Stain for any movements towards them. He knelt down while digging into his first aid. Ingenium, I need a report. I can't move, I think it's his quirk. He got me in my back with his sword, Ingenium said through his gritted teeth as Dabi looked down to see a glimpse of the wound from his side. You need medical fast, Dabi said, already pressing down on the button on his communicator that would get emergency services to their location as quickly as they could. Ah, a hero who goes for the victim instead of the villain, Stain commented, walking forward as Dabi tensed up. Ingenium whispered, run. Don't let him hurt you. I'm not leaving you behind, Dabi mumbled, glancing down at Ingenium. Who else will babysit my little brother? Dabi stood up and stepped in front of Ingenium as Stain slowly took out a blade. He took in a deep breath before charging at the infamous hero killer. Stain anticipated the attack and blocked Dabi's kick with the flat end of his sword. Dabi launched an arc of flames right at his red cloth wrapped around his eyes, causing him to flinch back. Can you tell me why exactly are you doing this, Sheet? Dabi questioned as he jumped away from Stain's warning sword slash, glancing back to make sure Ingenium was still okay. He fiddled with a pouch on his belt, making a clear liquid drip out from behind his back. He ran to the side to dodge Stain's sword only to run to the other side. Do you just want to kill every hero that made fun of you for having no nose? Stain looked at him unimpressed with his comment as he continued to slash at him with his swords, dodging Dabi's attempts to hit him with his fire. Dabi continued to check on the liquid pouring into the ground, grinning when he noticed it was all emptied out. I only take down the pro heroes unworthy of holding the titles. The ones who are only acting for fame and money, Stain recited, liking his dry lips as he explained. Do you take requests? Dabi quipped back before unleashing a wave of fire that ignited from the liquid he dripped onto the ground during the fight. He smirked as it formed a flaming wall that separated him from Stain. And most importantly separated Stain from getting closer to Ingenium. He cursed as he patted down the flames that caught on his own clothes from the flammable liquid spilling on some part of his costume. Stain watched him from behind the flames as Dabi got closer to Ingenium, once again checking on the fallen hero who was still taking deep breaths. Dabi noticed his staring and turned around with a fierce look in his eyes, ready for another fight if Stain started to charge through the blue flames. Surprisingly, Stain didn't charge at him through the flames even though Dabi knew he could. He simply grinned at him as he frantically started to check on the injured pro hero. Ah Dabi, you are almost a true hero like All Might, but not quite close. Dabi glared at him through his blue flames only to watch as the hero killer jumped onto the fire escape, rushing to the rooftops. His body moved slightly like it wanted to move after him to capture him, but he couldn't. He couldn't just leave Ingenium behind like this with no support to protect him. Ingenium? Dabi asked, poking the man's face to get him to respond. He had seen this man asleep on the couch when he went to pick up Shoto with his mom from play dates with Tenya. And now that same guy is bleeding out on the cement. Ingenium, report. Did he get away? Ingenium asked weakly, trying to reach out with his hand only successful in trembling his fingers. He opened his eyes, blinking against the harsh light burning his pupils from the sky above the alleyway. Don't worry about that right now, Dabi grasped at his fingers. Can you feel anything wrong, anything broken? I can't move, Ingenium answered with a cough interrupting his words. He spoke with a rasp in his voice, Dabi, I can't feel my legs. Oh God, Dabi mumbled to himself, hurriedly checking on the medical help from his wristwatch. Okay, medical is already on its way. You'll be okay. It's probably just Stain's quirk that's making you feel like that. Hey, the sports fest, do you know how Tenya is doing? Ingenium asked shakily. I wanted to check, but Stain. As far as I know from Natsuo, Dabi recalled from the phone call. He moved past into the battle round and just won his first battle. That's good. Ingenium smiled softly, leaning back against the cement as more bleed leaked out from his wound. I'm so proud of him. He worked so hard. Practicing for the fights. Hang in there, medical will be here in under 2 minutes, Dabi ordered frantically. Do not fall asleep right now. Ingenium glanced over to him, struggling to answer in one coherent sentence, I'll try. For a little longer. Dabi heard the sirens approaching as he continued to grip Ingenium's hand, not letting go of him even when emergency medical staff showed up. They guided Ingenium onto a gurney and allowed Dabi in the ambulance on Ingenium's request. Ingenium had 2 EMTs looking after his wound as the emergency vehicle headed straight for the nearest hospital. I don't feel good, Ingenium complained. God. My body feels like it's on fire. Dabi gestured to himself, pot to kettle right now. My body is always on fire. Haha, Ingenium weakly smiled in response before biting down on his lip from the pressure the EMT put on his wound. Dabi sobered up, continuing to watch over the hero as the trained staff took care of him. And the tiebreaker goes to Kirishima Ejiru. And he will move on the next round. Whoa! Mina cheered from the stands as the rest of the class clapped along. Bakugo watched the red-headed boy celebrate in the battle area as Uraraka was down in Recovery Girl's office recovering from her last match with Bakugo. I wonder who will get paired up against each other next, Ida said absent-mindedly. All 3 of them were sitting in the stands after Shoto had calmed down and warmed up in the Recovery Girl's office during Bakugo's and Uraraka's match. I am hoping I will get to face against Bakugo, Shoto wished quietly. I want to kick his butt. I don't care who I'm fighting as long as I can use my staff, Izuku added. I went through all of the permission stuff to get it approved for the fighting, so I will use it. Extras. Ida, I wonder how my brother is doing on patrol. I hope he is okay. Ingenium on the ground bleeding, OWWWWWW. Ida and Izuku, I wonder how Shoto is doing. Probably having a little fun talk with his siblings. Shoto, having a breakdown in a random room. Is it too late to dye my hair and run away to Russia? After Izuku had learned to walk, especially after the whole hide-and-seek fiasco that Nedzu saw on the cameras, he made sure to walk with his son down the halls for even more practice. And to keep him in his sights since Izuku had a knack for hiding very well. Nedzu could only grin at the stealthiness of the small child. On the walks, Izuku would hold on tightly to his paw as his steps slightly bounced. Nedzu walked side by side with him as other teachers would pass by them from the faculty room to go to their classrooms. They would pass by with a wave to Izuku which made him giggle and open and close his hands in the form of a wave. Come along, young mouse, Nedzu spoke up, making Izuku turn his head towards him. I'll give you a little tour of the school. Ba-ba, Izuku babbles were reduced into mumbles as he waddled with Nedzu. His voice screeched only like a child would, Papa. Yes, yes, Nedzu answered back to encourage more of his words. I also ordered some new stories to read to you. Your choice between the adventure of a bug or the one about the frog prince taking over the country. Izuku babbled back to him excitedly. Nedzu smiled back at him. I'll read the frog prince first when they come in. Just then, they walked past a classroom that seemed to be in the middle of a test. One student looked up just in time to see Nedzu walking by with Izuku. He blinked back at them while Izuku smiled and waved at his attention. The student waved back with one of his 6 hands before returning his attention back to the paper on his desk. The little tour around the school became a routine for each day when Nedzu had nothing planned for half an hour. Sometimes he would end the walk by carrying Izuku back when the little one's feet got too tired. Nedzu liked to take pristine care of his fur. He made sure to have a lot of combs to make sure his soft fur wasn't tangled up in knots. And he took great care of it so the keratin let his hair remain shiny. Nedzu made sure that each day his fur was maintained and polished. He had no hairspray or gel because the feel of them makes his fur clump together or have a crunchy feel that he hates. So that's why when Izuku had started to grow longer hair, he wanted to make sure that his hair was taken care of. But the main difference between his fur and his son's hair was that his son had curly hair. So when he tried to brush through it the first time, the brush got caught inside his curls. Izuku kept moving slightly while he watched the cartoons on television while Nedzu tried to get his hair under control for the day. Somehow a comb and bobby pins got lost inside his curls as Izuku just stared at the screen. DMN Midoriya Hisashi and his hair genetics, Nedzu cursed towards Izuku's biological donor in his head while he tried to dislodge the comb inside his curls. After a few times of failing to maintain his curls, Nedzu started to research on how to take care of curly hair types since his own experience would not cover it. And now, Nedzu made sure that Izuku's hair was always in pristine curls. Papa, when will I get ears like yours? It was shortly before Izuku's 4th birthday when he started to question when he will start to look more like him than ever. There were a few times like these when Izuku would be staring into the mirror with a concentrated face or patting his face like he was trying to find if fur was growing. Nedzu found it somewhat adorable how much his son was looking forward to looking like him. His aunts and uncles thought his wish was cute because of how much Izuku excitedly talked about how he was going to look more like him. And he knew how disappointed the child would be when his quirk would come in and not match with his at all. But then he was declared quirkless. After the crying and reassurance from his friends and family that everything would be okay, the constant questions about fur or ears never came up again. There wasn't another time when Izuku would wake him up in the middle of the night in excitement at feeling the small hairs on his face that all humans had. There wasn't another moment where he caught him wishing upon a star in the middle of the night to make his wish come true. But sometimes at night, he could hear the scuffling to the bathroom in the hall that both of their bedrooms shared. And he could feel his heart twist when his son started to cry since the walls didn't hide much sound. This resulted in many nights of him coming out of his bedroom to comfort his son no matter how long it took or if they both end up falling asleep on the couch instead of their beds. And each time, Izuku smiled at one of his friends while playing with them. Nedzu could still see the amount of hesitancy or hurt in his eyes and body language when he saw the other two playing with quirks that came from their parents. But as the weeks passed by, the hurt in his eyes started to fade away with a new determined light as he watched his friends play with their quirks. How his eyes darted between the two of them as they moved. A light in his eyes so bright that only grew brighter when Nedzu had introduced quirk analysis to him when they started homeschooling. Nedzu didn't mind the fact he was short. Many people were short. But when he started to go out shopping with his son and him in disguise, it started to become a problem. Nedzu was a recognizable figure in society, so he had to always disguise himself when going out into the normal world outside of school and such when he didn't need to be a principal. So when he shopped, he did it in disguise. He often did it with Izuku in a holder of some kind when he was a baby. No one really commented on him except to audibly awe at the cute baby in the sling wrapped around him. So when Izuku was big enough to walk with him, he started to bring him out to shop with him even more. But it quickly became a problem when other humans would pass by and remark, "It's lovely that two brothers are doing errands together." He can only think about what it will be like when Izuku grows taller than him. If they started to say that Izuku was the older brother, he would just start to have his groceries delivered instead. Or send off the grocery list with one of his aunts or uncles. Nedzu supposed that the question would come eventually. He couldn't hide the world away from Izuku no matter how much of the hidden twistedness he didn't want exposed to him yet. He especially couldn't hide any holidays like Mother's Day from him. Izuku had celebrated Father's Day with a drawn picture that Nedzu had framed on the wall after hanging it up on the fridge for a week. Do I have a mom? Izuku asked. Nedzu hummed in response. He turned his head to face his son and decided to tell the truth honestly. Yes, you did. Where is she? Nedzu paused, wondering how to phrase it to his young son. Your mother has passed on. You were just a small baby when it happened. Oh. Okay, Izuku said in return. His expression fell just slightly down like he was disappointed. He paused. Did you have a mom? Now that is a question he did not expect. Nedzu thought back to the laboratory that held him and many other small animals to do experiments on. He could barely remember the white fur of his mother. He truly had to wonder if she had escaped when he did or suffered when the whole building came down from his own paws. Well, yes, Nedzu answered to his son who was still looking up curiously at him. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have one. But I don't remember much of her since I got separated from her early in my life. I don't know whether she has passed on or not. Izuku walked closer to him and rested his head on Nedzu's chest. Are you sad? No. I wouldn't say that I am, Nedzu replied. He hadn't really thought about trivial things like his mother or what might have been his family. I have you as my family, so I'm not sad at all. Me either, Izuku smiled at his father honestly, hugging him close. Nedzu's arms circled around him to hold him. Nedzu didn't think that replying that he never had a birthday party would result in this. Okay, he was lying. There was a possibility that this would happen since this is how Izuku is. He had to pretend that he didn't see his son whispering to his honorary extended family or his friends about what he was planning. But it was very enjoyable to test how well his son was able to lie. Why do you have streamers? Izuku's voice pitched up. For a school project. I don't remember assigning you a project. Not my project. Tenchan. What kind of project do you need streamers for? Paper mache. He will need to teach him how to lie better while he grows up. Specifically on mastering his body language and his eye contact. When it was finally time, it was quite obvious from how wide Izuku's smile was as he started to come up with excuses to get him out of his office. He followed after him as they entered an empty classroom only to be met with a sudden cheer of congratulations. Inside the room was a small gathering of people which were just the people in Izuku's extended family. Aizawa, Yamada, Kayama, Ida, and the Fukuyama family with both of Izuku's friends. And when he was given a small hoard of gifts, he kept a smile on his face. His grin grew with Izuku cheerfully laughing in the air around him. He didn't know what he would be like without his son, he could only imagine it would be empty and devoid of interactions like these. Either way, he was glad he got to experience these moments with his son. Bonus. Have you seen Izuku? Hisashi asked, walking towards his friends with a concerned look written across his face with his sunglasses covering his eyes. I checked the room, but he is gone. Are Ida and Shoto still there? Aizawa asked. No, Hisashi hummed. They might be with Izuku. Ida responded, well, let's try and find them before. Yay! They all turned their heads to see 3 children on a piece of scrap plastic that they must have taken from the support class. Shoto was shooting ice in front of them while Ida was running behind the metal, pushing them all forward. The friends watched as the toddlers rushed towards them like they were in a racing tournament against no one else in the hallway. Thank goodness, the hallway had sparse groups of students that weren't standing in the middle of their way. So all the students in the hallway watched in surprise as 3 kids raced past them. Izuku shouted as the small trio passed by them, sledding down the hallway. Ida watched as his younger brother passed by him. He watched as his younger brother called out over his shoulder, sorry, big brother. Ida chuckled as the 3 of them disappeared down the hall. They will run into a teacher eventually. Ida glanced over to his classmates. How much do you want to bet that Nedzu will have printed photos of this in an hour? Kayama shook her head. Any bet dealing with Nedzu or Izuku is already a loss. Can't wait until they grow up into the next troublemaking trio, Hisashi commented with a happy sigh. They'll cause so much chaos. And I'm going to be so proud. Aizawa sighed, I'll go catch up to them before they run into a wall. Not even half a second later, they all heard a thump further down the long-stretched hallway. Aizawa's eyes widened before taking off towards the sound while the other students around looked at each other like they were unsure on whether they could help or not. Oh, too late, Hisashi replied while Ida winced at the sound. They all took over jogging down the hall after Aizawa to get to the kids. When they got the 3 back to Nedzu's office, the principal was there with the security footage on his computer being copied onto a flash drive. Ida walked down the hallway with the light at the end from the outside greeting him and guiding him to the area. As soon as he entered, the audience cheered while Present Mike announced over the speaker. These next competitors are both from Class 1A. Present Mick's voice shouted over the speakers. From one side, Ida Tenya approaches the stage quickly. And from the other, Tokoyami Fumikage marches in with the power of darkness. He looked up to see his rather quiet and rooting classmate matching his gaze from the other side of the battle area. Tokoyami silently met his gaze with no other reaction other than Dark Shadow sliding up his arm to snap their beak at him sharply. Midnight's voice called the start of the fight after Present Mike finished his announcement. Ida set his face into a fine line as he bent his knees, his engine starting up as Dark Shadow whipped around in the air. Ida launched himself forward with his intent to push Tokoyami out of bounds with his speed. But Tokoyami dodged out of the way with Dark Shadow dragging him off to the side. Shocked, Ida stopped right at the white edge until Dark Shadow started to lash at him with all of their might, making him stumble back. With a shout, he ran at them while Tokoyami kept dodging in short spurts of jumps from Dark Shadow. Ida kept running at them, changing his tactic to punch at his opponent. Tokoyami kept blocking and throwing his own punches with Dark Shadow getting a hit in every now and then. It was like a stalemate until the sunshine started to peek out behind the cloudy overcast over the stadium. With the bright light shining down, Ida was able to catch Tokoyami in a weak position and successfully push him out of bounds. Tokoyami Fumikage is out of bounds. Ida Tenya is the winner. Revelry. Tokoyami mumbled as Ida held out his hand. Tokoyami grabbed Ida's hand to shake his hand respectfully while Dark Shadow wrapped himself around Tokoyami's torso. That was a good, respectable match, Ida said with a proud grin. I'm glad I was able to fight against you. Truthfully, I think the same, Tokoyami said while walking into the more shadowy area near the entrance he entered through. However, I will best you the next time we spar like this. I look forward to it, Ida waved as Tokoyami retreated back into the darkness in the awaiting hall compared to the sunny arena. And on to our next match. Present Mic's voice cracked up louder. Yeah. You better be paying attention. On one side, we have the hot and cold, yes or no, Fukuyama Shoto. And from the other, we have the strong and silent teen Shinso Hitoshi. Both come from the same class of 1A. But who will come out on top? Shoto walked up to the center of the arena with Shinso waiting across from him. He glanced behind him up to the stands to see a spot of green hair in the seats watching him. He heard a few things about Shinso from Izuku, so he knew exactly how much potential that the purple-haired teen had. Hey! But unluckily for him, Shoto wouldn't fall for his trick when he knew his quirk from all the ramblings from his friend. No, Shoto muttered under his breaths before shooting a massive shot of ice towards his feet to freeze Shinso to the ground. Shinso froze and couldn't get out of the way in time before being stuck. The ice covered his feet, gluing him to the floor of the battleground. He clicked his tongue at the ruined chance of winning the fight. Midnight called out, "Can you move, Shinso?" Shinso shook his head with a frown in response, which made Midnight call out that Fukuyama had won the battle. After the call had been made, Shoto rushed over to the other side with a fire burning in his palm. Shinso waited with his arms folded as the other teen jogged over to him. "Please hold still," Shoto announced before being down to melt down the ice holding him down. Shinso stepped out of the half-melted puddle as soon as he could. Yeah, Shinso waved him off with a bored expression. "Can't really do anything much now." "I thought you did well in previous rounds," Shoto began, glancing back at the stands. "If it were anyone else not in our class, I'm sure you would have succeeded." Shinso shrugged, "Or I could have been paired with someone that I would just irritate enough to get them to respond." Shoto spotted the blonde hair sitting amongst the stands when Shinso said that line. Many people fit that description. Such a shame I got the mostly quiet one, huh? That's just my luck, Shinso kicked at the last bits of ice in the puddle in front of him. He had no idea what he would have said to make the other mad enough to replicate the same reaction from the first day he walked into class. He sighed, "Anyway, see you back in the stands, Fukuyama." "Yeah," Shoto responded before walking back to his own side to exit the arena. It wouldn't be long until he would see how well his friend would battle against the student from Class 1B. Straight from Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku walked onto the battle arena only to hear multiple cheers from his class section. He turned around to see Shoto and Tenya waving at him from their seats. He smiled up at them, turning around and walking backwards to return their wave happily. He smoothly turned back around, not stumbling in his stride as he moved to the indicated position. And walking up to the stage. From Class 1B, here he is, Monoma Nito. Izuku greeted Monoma with a wave as Class 1B shouted in their seats for him, cheering him on in the competition. "I've been waiting for our fight," he cheerfully told Monoma as Midnight started to count down. "Ah, yes. I see you came prepared with that staff in your hands." Monoma looked down at his hands to the staff clutched inside his first. "That is regulated, right?" Right as Midnight called time to begin the match, he answered with a flick, opening the staff to its full length. "Don't worry, I got permission since I made it myself. It's fully allowed." Interesting, Monoma commented right as Midnight's voice called time for the match. He knew that his opponent might have copied someone else's quirk before he walked into battle. It was only the question of who he would have copied. And when Monoma started to run at him with gyrating hands, he got his answer. Izuku dodged to the left as Monoma aimed for his right, swinging his staff at the Class 1B student only to be mildly shocked that Monoma created a solid air block from sharply blowing towards him. Monoma met his eyes with a smirk. "You think I only came to the fight with one quirk under my belt?" "I must say that I am pleasantly surprised," Izuku returned, jumping back with a swirl of his hand to twirl the staff in his hands. He grinned at the blonde, "And now I am even more interested in seeing how this match will go." Monoma's quirk worked on a time limit, so all he needed to do was either wait out or defeat him before it. His answer was given to him when Monoma started to charge at him again with his left hand spinning widely like a drill. Izuku is going to tire out his opponent until he can easily secure his victory. With his strategy planned out, he started to dodge Monoma's attacks, running away from him before he would be able to land any hit on him with his gyrating punches. The solid air blocks were a bit harder to dodge, but with his staff to help him, he was able to get away fast. As he dodged and dived out of the way for minutes, Monoma's swirling hands started to slow down in pace. Izuku watched as Monoma looked down in panic when the hands slowly came to a stop. And with that look of panic, he knew that Monoma's time was officially out. Izuku grinned as he circled his staff in his hands and walked towards Monoma steadily. "Guess it's just you and me fighting quirkless now." He threw a punch which Monoma caught in his hand. Izuku watched as Monoma's eyes flickered between his hand and his face. With another word between them, they started to fight hand in hand. They moved with each other as Izuku gained the upper hand against Monoma, pushing him towards the white line as he punched him. Izuku ducked out of Monoma's reach and swept the other's leg to make him fall back. He heard Monoma's frustrated yell since he had fallen right behind the line as Izuku stood back up. Monoma Nito is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. "I just know that you caught the attention of some of those sponsors," Izuku said, tilting his head towards the sponsor's booth at the very top of the stadium seats. He reached down and extended his hand towards the other. "They'll be fighting over you if I have anything to say about it." "You're just saying that to flatter me," Monoma sighed as he took the other's hand, allowing Izuku to pull him to his feet begrudgingly. "I'm serious. Plus, if they didn't notice you now, they will regret not picking you sooner. Your quirk can help out a lot more than on first glance." Monoma rolled his eyes. "You are just a flatterer." "It's one of my many traits." Izuku pressed a hand to his chest. "Another one being that I'm very honest." "And how honest are you?" Monoma asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Izuku returned Monoma's disbelieving look with a knowing grin. "You'll just have to see, won't you?" Kirishima battles against Bakugo after Izuku has returned to his seat. He made sure to watch the battle to nail down any moves the blonde and redhead made for any future analysis he would make. Kirishima was strong in his defense, but Bakugo's explosions were too strong in their impact, which caused Kirishima to lose since the blows caused him to slip out of bounds. As Bakugo's name was announced, he had a victorious smirk on his face with his hands still smoking lightly from the explosions. Right after the two had left the stadium, Present Mike announced that the judges were putting together the matchups for the semi-finals coming up. "Who do you think will be paired together?" Shoto asked, leaning forward in his seat. "I'm not entirely sure," Ida answered. He hummed, "Do you think they will draw random lots?" Who knows?" Izuku hummed with a bright grin on his face. "I mean it will be just us three and Bakugo going into the second to last round." Shoto's eyes twinkled. "I wonder which one of us will get to put him in his place." With a crackle of static, the speaker came on with Present Mike announcing, and into the second to final battle stage. Fukuyama Shoto vs Midoriya Izuku. And Bakugo Katsuki vs Ida Tenya. Izuku looked over only to stifle a laugh at the pout on Shoto's face. No doubt he was disappointed he wouldn't be able to kick Bakugo's butt. Shoto turned to Ida and patted his shoulder, making the taller teen turn to his friend. "Beat him, Ida. I'm counting on you." Ida nodded at his friend's sincere request with a determined expression growing on his face. "I'll do my best to defeat him." From one side, Class 1, as own hot and cold hero in training, Fukuyama Shoto. And from the other side, Class 1, as analyst Midoriya Izuku. Shoto called out to him as Midnight announced over the speakers that the battle was about to begin. "Hey, you ready for it?" "You bet," Izuku grinned back. And right on Midnight's mark, the two friends hurried towards each other with Izuku wielding his staff and Shoto enclosing his fist in a layer of ice. With quick thinking, Izuku cracked his staff against Shoto's ice-covered hand, using the hit to dodge to the other side. He twirled around before striking his opponent against his side. "I should have known you were going to do that." Izuku swirled his staff. You never know my next move when I have a weapon in my hand. It's better than the airsoft gun that Snipe got you, Shoto remarked, pushing him back. You are a lot more scared with that in your hands. Just wait until I get a paintball gun. This fight is extra interesting. Present Mike lowered his voice like he was whispering a deep secret into the microphone. Fun fact for our viewers, they have known each other for a long time, so it will be hard to move against each other when the other knows their moves. Can't believe he let out the truth so early in the match. It would have been more fun to see everyone's reaction. Ah well, Izuku grinned back at his friend as he easily dodged a snowball aimed at his midsection. Do you have any new moves that you've been working on? Yeah. I have one, Shoto said, extinguishing his hands with a blank expression coming onto his face. Confused, Izuku paused only to see his friend backing up to the white line that circled them. His eyes widened before he frantically jogged to his friend to stop him from going out of bounds. I swear to God. If you try to throw the match, I'm going to fight you. We are already fighting right now, Shoto gestured around them, fist fingers starting to burn with flames. Plus, I want you to succeed. If you try to do it to me, I'll do it for you, Izuku responded with a pout on his face. Don't think I won't. Shoto gasped dramatically, his fingers extinguishing again. Don't you dare. Try me, Izuku narrowed his gaze. You deserve to be in the finals. We both know how strong you are. And? So what? You are the smartest one out of the three of us, Shoto argued back. If anything, you should go to the finals. Don't you want to win? Yes and no. I want to win, but I also want you to win. Izuku looked at his friend with a bewildered expression. Besides that point, you said that you wanted to fight against Bakugo. So if he defeats Ida, you can make that happen. Correct. But that also means that you can take him down a peg even further. Shoto lit his fist on flames again right as Izuku got right in front of him. True. But both of us can do that. So we are still in equal standing. Izuku put his forehead against his friend's as he talked quietly to him. I am not going to allow you to just walk out of bounds until we actually have a good fight like the sparring matches we have had in the past. Shoto smiled. So first one to get hurt or the first one out of bounds? Out of bounds. But we have to push the other there, Izuku returned the smile, backing away with the grin growing on his face. He raised his staff to be horizontal between the two of their bodies. Izuku poked him in the chest for emphasis as he said, no surrendering. Agreed, Shoto replied, pushing away the end of the staff from his chest with a fond look in his eyes like he was remembering old sparring sessions. It wasn't long in the fight before Shoto froze the entire floor in a thin layer of ice. Izuku immediately started to put distance between him and his friend as Shoto built up icy obstacles all around from spikes to flat rocks. Izuku decided to copy Mina's move in the earlier battle to skate across the ice. He used his staff to vault over an ice chunk blocking his way only to duck when a ball of fire launched right over his head. You have to be quicker than that, Sho! Izuku called out, jumping through the air onto another ledge of ice, sliding down with throwing waves of fire aimed near him to throw him off his course. Shoto glared at him before Izuku felt a warmth grow from the bottom edge of his gym shirt. Izuku skated until he slammed back into an icy spike, losing the ice to stop the small flame from spreading. With a huff, Izuku skated behind a line of ice spikes to block Shoto's view of him. Almost immediately he felt rushes of flames that started melting the spikes so Shoto could see where he was. Every 2 spikes he moved past, one spike melted down behind him. If he slowed down, Shoto would be right on top of him. Then, instead of another flash of heat, Izuku felt a cold shiver down his spine while a shadow eclipsed him. He looked up to see a tower of ice stretching towards the ceiling of the stadium like a mini palace. It didn't reach the top, only stopping right at the middle section of the stadium seats. Izuku frowned at the sight, hearing everyone ooh and ah at the distraction. But he did feel a tug of a smile when he heard Natsuo's loud cheer from the audience. Izuku suddenly turned past the last spike and headed immediately towards Shoto, lunging for him once he was in sight. Shoto aimed a spiral of flames towards him that he dodged by dropping onto his knees to slide under the fire. He slid right up to Shoto, who immediately started to block the attacks he made with his staff, resulting in his friend backing up. Shoto evaded most of his attacks until Izuku managed to stomp his staff into the ground, vaulting his body onto his friend. Shoto fell backwards onto a pile of melting ice that broke into pieces when he landed. Izuku pushed him further back before pinning his legs down by sitting on top of them. As they both caught their breath, Midnight called that Shoto was out of bounds. Izuku, who just a moment ago was smirking while he rested on top of his friend's legs, huffed at the declaration, "Ah. I wanted this to last longer." "Too bad, you won fair and square," Shoto replied with ease, holding up his hands in surrender. He waited until Izuku climbed off his legs before slowly getting up on his own. Kneeling down, he started to melt the ice to melt with his quirk. And after I melt all of this, I'm going to go and warm myself up. I think I used a bit more ice than I intended to. I'm guessing you had to hold out on the fire because of the amount you were relying on the ice to form an obstacle for me. Nothing gets past you, Shoto mumbled with a fond look in his eyes. Izuku laughed at his friend's response, glancing up to their class in the audience only to find Bakugo staring right down at him from the seats behind the railing. In the Class 1 section, many of the classmates were conversing with each other while they waited for the next battle between Bakugo and Ida to start. Ojiro, Kirishima and Uraraka were talking with one another about fighting while Hagakure and Mina gossiped with each other. Shoto smiled as he sat beside Izuku as they both waited for the next match to start. Ida is going to kick his butt, Shoto declared, reclining in his seat with a relieved sigh. Izuku crossed his arms, you almost had me in the last round with that huge distraction. He sighed while Shoto turned to look at him. I should have known you would have pulled that castle move. The castle move? Shoto questioned. What is the castle move? Don't act dumb, Izuku tilted his head towards him with a knowing look. You know I have a good memory. You did that all throughout that summer when Ida went away on a family vacation to that beach resort place with the hot springs. Oh, right, Shoto hummed. He pursed his lips, I was pretty sad about that. Yeah, and you were throwing up ice castles when we were supposed to distract me during training. Only to jump through it to land the blow, I know that move all too well, Izuku replied. He paused for a moment before asking, why were you mad in the first place? There was a long pause before Shoto coughed. He didn't even bring back a seashell. Izuku rose an eyebrow at his wording, seriously? I was pretty petty when I was younger. Izuku paused and slowly looked over at Shoto with a knowing gaze. Shoto blinked back at him, what? You are still petty. Shoto blinked back at him then pet his head, and? Fair enough, Izuku shrugged right before Present Mix's voice interrupted their conversation. Their classmates' talk simmered down as Bakugo and Ida were called onto the stage. Go Ida! Izuku yelled out. Ida turned to look at them while Shoto made a little flame dance in the air like a ribbon. Ida smiled back at them before steadying his form to walk straight to his position across from the angry blonde. As soon as midnight signaled the start of the match, Ida rushed forward as Bakugo met his dash with an explosion. They watched as Ida skidded under the explosion from Bakugo's hand, and promptly kicked up from the ground to land a kick right on Bakugo's rear. Wow, he took my words seriously, Shoto whispered as Bakugo raged at Ida who was escaping his blasts. Izuku nodded at Shoto's words, watching Bakugo's spinning move as he tried to follow Ida's quick movements. Ida rushed forward again with his arms out to push Bakugo out of bounds, but Bakugo aimed an explosion right at his face which threw Ida off his trajectory. You got this! Izuku yelled from his seat. Ida tried to come at his opponent with a flying kick, but then Bakugo exploded to the side to dodge the attack. They both watched as Bakugo kept evading his moves only to attack when Ida was more vulnerable. Ida used his speed to dodge explosions while Bakugo used his explosions to keep himself away. It wasn't until they were at complete opposite ends that something big happened. Shoto and Izuku watched as their friend charged up his engine right as Bakugo started to spin in his explosion, making a forceful tornado move. And right as Ida was about to charge in, Bakugo's tornado-like attack knocked him out of bounds. Ida Tenya has been knocked out of bounds. Bakugo Katsuki wins. I think I know how to take him down now, Izuku said, watching Bakugo march off in a different direction while Ida solemnly walked back to where he came. You did great, Ida. Shoto commented loudly as their friend passed by. Ida looked up right as Izuku whistled. They both waved happily at their friend who started to smile back at their enthusiasm. Ida waved before heading underneath the stands while the announcement for the final fight between Bakugo and Izuku played on the speakers. Ida was a bit disappointed that the battle ended so quickly with Bakugo being declared as the winner. He tried his hardest, yet he still lost. Maybe it was because he wasn't fast enough yet. His thoughts were interrupted by his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. Ida could almost feel his glasses bouncing on his noise from the intense vibration. Hurriedly, Ida changed direction from the audience seats where his friends were waiting for a waiting room nearby. He quickly speedwalked into the empty room and closed the door behind him. Without another thought, he brought out his phone and accepted the call once he saw it was his mother. Hello, Mother, Ida answered with a smile. Maybe she saw his fights and was just calling to congratulate him. Why are you calling? Tenya. Ida's face froze when he heard his mother's frantic voice over the receiver. His eyebrows drew together in worry while his mother continued. It's Tensei. He got hurt in Hosu. I'm at the hospital waiting on any updates, but it... And just like that, Ida felt the growing pit in his stomach lurch at her words. He stood there as his mother struggled to contain her tears on the other side of the phone call as she continued to explain what had happened. And now for the final match. Class 1A versus Class 1A. Here they are, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike announced loudly as Izuku walked onto the area. Whoa! Shoto's voice yelled out from behind him as Izuku walked onto the stage for the final round. He turned back to wave at his two friends only to pause with his hand in the air in confusion. That's strange. Tenya should be sitting in the stands by now. Maybe he went to get some orange juice? Izuku thought to himself, walking backwards while keeping an eye on Shoto. Shoto looked on both sides before shrugging. With a final wave, he turned around to face the scowling expression of the blonde across from him. And then the match started with a shout from Midnight followed up by Present Mix's voice cheering from the speakers. As soon as the match started, Bakugo rushed forward with his arms raised to launch an explosion at him. Izuku met Bakugo's explosion with his baton to block the impact from his fists, but it ended with half of his baton blowing off in another direction. Izuku gritted his teeth as he blocked Bakugo's attacks with his fists until rushing to the side to spin kick him in the middle of his back. He rushed to his fallen baton piece to collect it just in time to dodge another explosion by the fiery blonde. Hey, quick question. Does winning mean that much to you? Izuku asked as he twirled his broken baton in both of his hands. I'm going to show them that in the best way. A small explosion happened between the two, making Izuku jump back. Bakugo walked through the smoke like an action movie character, with or without you butting in. Now stop talking and fight me. Izuku bit back, a smile growing in his face. He didn't know Bakugo for that long, which was a shame. But he knew that Bakugo seemed to hold himself to a high level of confidence in his abilities. He knew what he fought like from 2 of the 3 fights he had witnessed. Bakugo fights strategically with his quirk to showcase the defense and offense abilities of the destructive explosions. All around, Bakugo had plenty of years to narrow down his moves and train himself to do better in fights. And Izuku was doing the same in his own way under his father's tutelage. Much like his two friends Tenya and Shoto. And now it's time for him to show off all he can do. Izuku hummed, tapping part of his baton to his chin as he casually dodged another attack. I don't know if that's really the best you could bring out. He was going to fight Bakugo mentally. Bakugo charged forward with his hand sparking up from his palm. The hell do you mean? Listen, I've been fighting and training since I was about 5 or 6. I know how to do a multitude of things. From my observations, Izuku paused to catch Bakugo's wrist and twist him over and into his back. You have been training for a few years honing in on your quirk. But from what I'm seeing, it looks like you slacked off a bit in some areas. Bakugo sneered from the ground as he skipped away to the other side, watching the blonde hop back onto his feet. Well, for one, you haven't even bothered to show how much quirkless fighting you can do, Izuku tooted as the blonde exploded his way to him. He ducked under his explosion, kicking him right in the abdomen with force. Even in class with Toshinori-sensei, you always seem to spark up. Secondly, Izuku started, walking around Bakugo who had fallen again. With an explosion the blonde was back on his feet and running towards him. Izuku twirled his baton and punched the sturdy cylinder into the softness of his stomach. You seem to rely on your quirk quite a lot despite the fact that you could do a lot more with it and without it. There was one thing that Izuku could exploit that would drive the blonde crazy. And lastly, Izuku bit down on his lip to stop a crazed chuckle. I don't really need to fight you to prove anything to anyone else. So in this case, how about I just give the match to you? Bakugo's need to win. If he wasn't fighting or giving it his all, no doubt that the blonde will take that as an insult. Oi! You aren't doing shit, Bakugo stormed forward where Izuku was teasingly swinging his foot near the out-of-bounds line. Izuku laughed loudly, or what? Are you going to explode me into a wall? Izuku waited until Bakugo sneered at him until smiling wider. Ah, was that your actual plan? That is a bit disappointing. I wanted something more spectacular out of you if you actually want to continue this fight to the end. Shut up and fight. Bakugo yelled in frustration. Izuku laughed before rushing off to the white lines of the area with Bakugo charging after him, adamant about keeping him inside the lines until he won. Which was exactly his plan after all. He looked over his shoulder before slowly raising his foot like he was about to steal over the line. Don't you dare. What? I'm just touching the air, Izuku taunted and shrugged at the approaching opponent. I don't know what you're talking about. He watched Bakugo's movements carefully, waiting until the perfect moment for his plan to fall into place. He waited until Bakugo launched at him to try and flip their position, which would result in Bakugo falling behind the line that would secure him the win. But that wasn't exactly what happened because Bakugo gripped onto his shoulders with his burning hands. Izuku yelled as he was dragged down by Bakugo, both of them falling behind the line by a few inches. They both landed with a thud while Midnight screamed something about showing the replay on the monitor. Izuku blinked while Bakugo coughed as the monitor screen started to play footage to find out who had landed first to declare the winner. The footage played on the screen in slow motion, highlighting their expressions on the large television. Izuku could almost hear some restrained laughter from the Class 1A section at the site. The footage continued until it showed how Bakugo came into contact with the ground only a second before Izuku. Midoriya Izuku has won the round. Midnight cheered, unable to hide the little amount of excitement from her voice. You tricked me, didn't you? Maybe, Izuku shrugged, sitting up from the ground as Bakugo scrambled to follow him. The green-haired boy started to walk away as soon as he got up, only to be met with Bakugo following after him quickly. The round is over, children. It's time to rest, Midnight called out as Bakugo and Izuku started to engage in another fight as the audience looked confused on whether to keep cheering for the encore fight or to remain silent. But it's fun to have a rematch. Izuku argued loudly until midnight, trying to convey that he was alright with the unexpected situation. Especially when he knew an outcome like this was possible since he spent some time poking fun at the blonde. This is fun, Izuku said happily before frowning as Bakugo's explosion burned a bit of his skin. He glanced down at the reddening skin that matched patches of his arms and legs from all of the fighting. While he started to run away from his grasp, he noticed just how much fire damage his costume had. Ow! Izuku started to slap Bakugo's hands, striking him on his arms with his baton pieces. Cementos eventually jogged up to the area and planted his hands on the ground. When Izuku ran to avoid another light attack, Cementos built up a wall between the two. Izuku blinked at the gray cement wall that formed in front of him. Oh! A few seconds passed until an explosion made a red hole right in the middle that allowed Bakugo to jump through it. Get over here! Oh! Izuku loudly replied before running in the opposite direction. Bakugo trailed after him, even following him into the dark tunnel with explosions propelling him forward. Midnight called after them with a sharp laugh before Bakugo needed to launch himself at his back, making Izuku fall onto the tiled floor of the dark hallway. Aizawa's voice announced over the speakers that the winners will be announced after everything is fixed. Izuku grimaced at his broken baton pieces digging into his sides as Bakugo pinned him down to the floor. He blinked up innocently at the other student holding him down. Is this like a cabin but on the floor? Izuku asked to break the silent tension. The blonde scoffed at their position. Shut up. You have to do a lot more than pinning me to the floor to shut me up, Izuku replied strongly in defiance. His tone shifted when he continued, by the way, you did a great job in the fight. Those special moves were hard to keep up with. Shut up, nerd. I'm winning next time, so count on that because I want to see your face when I do, Bakugo declared strongly as he looked down at Izuku with determined eyes. I'll look forward to that day, Izuku promised with a smile despite his broken baton digging into his back and side. And the fact he can feel the burn of some of Bakugo's attacks catching up with him. Bakugo lazily got up from the ground, leaving him alone on the tiled floors without even an extended hand. Maybe he should go see Recovery Girl before the sports festival ends. With a quick nap in Recovery Girl's area and a mouthful of gummy bear vitamins, Izuku was ushered into the area under the main stage area. He walked until he could see Shoto standing near the signature podium while Bakugo fought against Cementos hold nearby. I don't need your cement but trying to help me up. I can get on this by myself. He won't keep still, Midnight whispered right as Izuku walked into the room. Hello, everyone. Izuku clapped his hands and rubbed them together. I can't wait to start. Great job, kiddo. Midnight pulled him into a crushing hug that lasted only a few seconds while Bakugo jumped onto the second-place podium, ignoring how Cementos mentioned how there were stairs he could have taken. Ooh, I knew you both would make it high in the games. Thank you, Aunt Midnight, Shoto said while he stepped up to take his place on the third-place podium. Izuku smiled as Midnight walked him to the back of the podium. Thanks, Auntie. He said before climbing up to the top spot. After they all were standing on the podium, Midnight rushed off to start the medal ceremony. So all three of them had to stand in a somewhat semi-dark area on a podium with Cementos watching over them. I bet Natsuo is going to yell as soon as you come up, Izuku looked at Shoto who was wringing his hands together. Shoto breathed out like he was holding back a laugh. I know Tenya is going to be clapping the loudest out of everyone in this section. Shut the hell up, Bakugo sharply responded, which made Shoto scoff at him. Hey, it's okay, Bakugo, Izuku replied cheerfully to the irritated blonde. I just know that Kirishima is going to cheer really hard for you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Nothing, Izuku smiled happily. It's just that he's going to be so happy for you because you're his friend. Tisk. The speakers above them were muffled as they started to start the medal ceremony. It wasn't long before their podium started to rise with the help of Cementos. As all three of them rose up, they were met with cheering from the audience. Shouts of encouragement called out from the stands as President Mick's voice tried to drown them out with his exclamation of, yeah. Both Izuku and Shoto looked towards the stand only to look back at each other in confusion when they noticed that Ida was still not there. Without further ado, it is time to acknowledge the top 3 winners of the sports festival. And the person in charge of the medals is none other than I am here. The audience cheered even louder as the figure of blue, yellow and red appeared on the arena in front of the podium with all 3 medals in hand. Present Mix started the ceremony. Unfortunately Ida Tenya had to leave due to a family emergency, so he won't be taking the 3rd place medal due to his request. And so, the 3rd place winner is Fukuyama Shoto. You did well, young Fukuyama. You really let it go on the stage to show the audience your strength, All Might commented. Shoto froze as All Might placed the medal around his neck. Izuku watched the interaction, frozen stiff as well as he desperately glanced back at the section of their classmates. And as All Might walked over to Bakugo, Izuku couldn't spot a single blue-haired head out of anyone he could see. The 2nd place winner is Bakugo Katsuki, Present Mic continued. Izuku almost blanked out on what All Might said to Bakugo, only catching words and phrases that sounded like the hero was proud of him. And the 1st place winner is Midoriya Izuku. I'm very proud of you as well, All Might lowered his voice. I'm sure your father is watching this moment and is very proud of what you did to accomplish this victory. Izuku absently nodded back at the number 1 hero before the muscled man turned back to the audience and raised his arms. The audience followed All Might's strong lead of shouting plus ultra before All Might seemed to jump up and disappear over the stadium. The rest of the celebration was a blur to him. The heavy gold medal around his neck was suffocating as the confetti rained down on them. He was sure he could slightly hear Natsuo and Fuyumi chanting together in the crowd for their little brother. Bakugo jumped down from his pedestal after the medal was given to him and started to walk straight into the hallway. He angrily scrubbed the confetti out of his hair as both Shoto and Izuku stood still on the podiums. Slowly, the 2 friends climbed down from their positions and walked together towards the opposite hallway. Surprisingly, their walk was interrupted by Cementos, who was walking their way. Hey, Uncle Cementos. Hello there. You did great up there, Cementos replies, his eyes crinkling on his cement face. No doubt that Nedzu will be proud of you. And your family is very excited about your win as well, Fukuyama. But then he paused, but I would appreciate it, Izuku, if you didn't fight like that when the match was already over. Thanks. And don't worry, it won't happen again anytime soon, Izuku said. The next sports festival isn't for another year. By the way, do you know where Ida is? He left a while ago after his match with Bakugo, and we haven't seen him since then. We couldn't find him in the stands when we were out there either, Shoto added. And then they announced a family emergency. What happened? Cementos' lip pursed together. There was a family emergency resulting in him rushing to the hospital for one of his family members. Shoto, your brother informed me that he should be waiting outside to take you both to the hospital when you were ready.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.